Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Oh,
My friend.
cheers.
See you, my brother.
Thank you, man.
Hey, my pleasure.
Scotch. Okay, first of all, Joe, did you see the guy yesterday, his debut MMA match? He won, by the way. He has no lower body.
Yes, Zion.
Yeah,
Dude, incredible.
it was unbelievable.
How fast he closes the distance with no legs.
And so, what my question is:
Zion Clark, amazing.
Are you allowed? Is he considered a downed opponent?
That's a good question.
Because that
Changes the game.
That makes him OP. Because you can't kick him. You
You can kick him in the body. You can kick down the opponent in the body. I mean, you think a leg kick is bad? Imagine an arm kick.
Yeah, and then imagine you can't grab his legs. You can't.
Yeah. It's and also his upper body's insanely strong for someone of that weight class. So you have to think first of all, nothing but props for the guy. No excuses.
Oh,
The
yeah.
guy's amazing. And just the fucking amount of courage that it takes to even train and become an elite wrestler and then become an MMA fighter all with no legs. Incredible.
There's
There's
insane.
no one's saying there's an advantage, but one thing that he's able to do, I mean, you don't have legs to control, so your game is different. There's in the stand-up game, punches if you're punching a guy that's down like that and literally is at the hips, you have to bend your knees down and try to punch him to train for that guy.
Because
How do you train for that?
All your
guy?
power comes from your legs. So if you can't push off when you
Right.
punch, you can't really load up and
And if you leg kick that guy in his arm and break his arm, that's fucked up.
But
'Cause
also
now he can't even get around.
But he's probably so. Because here's the thing. You know that old quote about don't argue with a fool because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Right.
It's like that. It's like he has way more experience down there than you do, and you got to get down there.
Look how fast he can move just on his arms. That's insane.
Boy, that's terrifying.
33-inch vertical jump
Have
with
you-
his hands.
That's incredible.
Or whatever that means.
Have you ever seen that woman who was born with no legs and she does everything with her feet? She puts her lipstick on with her feet. She eats with her feet. She writes her name with her feet. Yeah, it's crazy. She has dexterity with her feet like people have with their hands, which makes you think I wonder if that's a skill that we all could acquire. We just don't because we don't use our legs for that. Because there's certain things that people could do with their hands, right? If you ever see a guy who's really good at boxing, they can have you done any boxing?
A little bit, yeah.
One of the things that's really awkward to learn is a left hook. It feels very weird.
It does, yeah.
When you're standing like this and you got to do that, it feels very weird to learn how to do that properly. It's a very odd movement, and people are all but eventually it gets to the point where it's natural. In a fight, it just comes out. You train it.
Yeah.
So there's all these hidden abilities that our bodies have, but we just don't ever use them in that way.
I think necessity is necessary. The fact that you have no choice.
Yeah.
That is the number one motivator. It's if I don't learn how to do this shit with my feet, I'm never going to do shit.
Right. Yeah.
I admire that kind of shit.
And your nervous system, the way you learn things is by repetitive, motion. You do it over and over. That's why, when you tie your shoes, you don't even think about it. You just whoosh. Eddie Bravo used to always use that as an example about jiu-jitsu, that you got to train it to the point where it's automatic, like tying your shoes. Because when you tie your shoes, you're not thinking, okay, I make this loop and I wrap it around that loop and I go under and I do that. You don't think that. You just whoosh, whoosh. And it's that's jiu-jitsu has to become like that too.
I knew some kind of rhyme when I was a kid at first. You know how they teach you or some shit this is a bunny rabbit and over the bridge and but now I don't think about it at all. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you don't think about it at all. Well, that eventually happens, I think, with everything that you do. You just got to do it so much because you tie your shoes every day. Get up, tie your shoes. Take your shoes off, put them back on, tie them on.
That's why because on my podcast, BS with Brian Simpson, check it out.
It's a very good podcast.
YouTube, all platforms, BS with Brian Simpson. On mine, I get emails about people go, how do I do stand-up comedy? You get those questions all the time. And it's when I remember when I first started, I would get so frustrated because the veterans would always be like, well, just keep doing it. and it felt like a bullshit answer, but it is the answer.
It's the right answer.
It's
Yeah.
the right answer. You just got to do it.
But you also have to pay attention to what you're doing. You know, like I think if we all go back and watch our old tapes,
Oh, I can't do it.
yeah, it's horrible. You would go like, oh my God, I would never do that way now.
Especially I remember when I first started to get good, when people in
How many years was that in?
probably like 2.5 years.
So we felt like comfortable on stage.
Right, when I felt comfortable, when my reputation in the scene was like he's one of the best, right? And and I remember this guy did a show at the club. He booked the club for the whole night. I was working the door at this club, and he decided to come out. He booked 3 other comics too. He decided to come out after each comic in a different costume as a different character and do stand-up as a different person. And he'd never done stand-up. Like, he was not a stand-up. I might have seen him at like one open mic or something, and then he decided to put on this whole big show. He was like a model or something.
So he just had like a grand idea.
And I watched this motherfucker bomb in front of his friends. The club was all people he brought. I watched him bomb 3 times on the same show, and it was painful. And I went up. I think I went up after the first character, and I had the best set of my life. And he recorded the whole thing. He had triple camera set up and everything. And I remember hitting him up the next day, like, "Hey man, you think I could get that tape?" You know, and he was like, I can't watch it right now, but I'll get it to you as soon as because I felt him. Like, his heart was ripped out of his chest. By the time he went up the 3rd time, he was already broken. And
this was his first time on stage?
It was not his first time on stage, but it was like he'd done maybe 2 open mics and then put on this show for all his friends and family. And I'd forgotten about it. I didn't hear from the guy for like 6 months, you know? And one day I come into work and somebody's like, "Hey man, somebody dropped this off for you." And it was a DVD with that set on it. That I was like, that was the best set I ever had. Like, I can't wait to watch this. And I get home and I pop it in the computer, and it was so bad. And that's when I realized, like, oh no, like the lessons you would have learned from that, you've already learned now in these 6 months. Like, you needed to watch that the next day or within a week or something to get right.
You figured it out. It's funny in the beginning because you're working with open micers too. So like, I remember when I got my first gig, when I got a paid gig, and I realized, oh, there's a giant difference between an audience that's there to see a comedy show versus an audience that goes to an open mic night.
Right.
They're there to see pros. And I wasn't really a pro. I was just doing open mic nights. I sucked. And when you're working with people that are terrible, I mean, they're so bad they'll never be good. They just don't. Whatever the fuck it is that makes a person funny, they are void of that.
Right.
We know those guys, right?
Yeah.
Those girls, those non-binary folks. When you learn like how to do it, like comedy is one of those things. It's just everyone's got to figure out their own little weird path, you know. And we're all doing that for the first time, and you're trying to imitate people, and so everybody sucks. So if you go up and get a few laughs, you think you're the shit.
Yeah.
And then you do a working show where you're working with like real pros, and you realize how terrible you are.
Yeah. Well, that's why places like the store were important, because it was like, yeah, you know, you're the shit in fucking Des Moines.
Yes.
And then you go to LA and you go to the store and you every night you see people that are light years beyond you, and you need that. You need to see that. Yeah, because so many people, they're comfortable being king of the hill because they scared to climb the mountain.
One of the things that Mitzi used to do at the store is if she thought you were any good, she'd put you on after the best people.
Oh, God.
You just died. You died. I had to go on after Richard Pryor 5 weeks in a row. Every time Richard Pryor did a set, I went on after him.
Yeah, but you know what, though? The best people, that doesn't scare them.
Scared the shit out of me.
Did it?
Oh, yeah.
You weren't like, but you weren't, there wasn't part of you that was like looking forward to it, to the challenge?
No. I was terrified.
Oh, my God.
You know who terrified me the most? Martin Lawrence.
Oh.
Dude, I've talked about this before, and I'm sorry if you've heard the story, but Martin Lawrence during the You So Crazy days in the 90s, I was just getting to L.A., so it was like 94, just getting to L.A., little cute, fresh-faced Joe Rogan, and I was terrible. just clunky. Real, I get a few laughs. I had a couple of good bits, but then I'd fuck something up and just, So I had some potential, and I was working at it. And I just went on after murders. And when Martin Lawrence would kill, but people forgot how goddamn good Martin Lawrence was back then.
I hear that from everyone, man.
People forgot. If you go back and watch some of his specials and hear the laughs, you'll get. It's always hard to watch a special from the '90s because for some reason the comedy doesn't hold up that good. It holds up for Pryor, it holds up for Kinison, it holds up for the greats of the greats, but. Like if you watch like some of the really good specials from like the 1990s, there's something about them. They're just kind of the style's dated. Something's different.
No, I think it's just that some comedy is about the big picture, like just humanity, and some comedy is about the times.
Right.
And the comedy is specifically about the times, unless things are exactly things are the same.
Right.
It doesn't hold up because the culture's so different.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, culture shifts so radically.
You know who I always fucking dreaded following?
Who?
Fucking Joey Diaz.
Oh, he was the monster.
Joey Diaz.
That's why I started taking him on the road with me.
Oh yeah.
Because I had Bomb going on after him. I was like, oh, good. I'm going to take him on the road with me. It'll force me to get better.
Rick Ingram. A lot of people won't admit this, but everyone hated following Rick Ingram.
Oh, because Rick Ingram would work the crowd.
He worked the crowd, but just so masterfully. That, like the crowd would be mad that he was gone and that you were there instead.
Also, they wanted to talk.
Yeah.
When Rick's up, he'll talk to you. He wants you to talk back. He wants to fuck around with you and have a conversation with you.
But I was like, I told the talent, I was like, I want to go after him every time. If we're on the same one.
Well, that's great.
Because I'm like, because I would bomb after him all the time, and I was like, until I figure out how to not bomb after him, I'm missing something.
You got to cut all the fat out. That's what I realized. You got to cut to the point. Don't be self-indulgent. Pay attention to yourself like you're a hater. Cut that shit out. Make it quicker. Get to the funny. Cut all the stuff that's like C material. Cut it out.
I look at my act like that, like I'm getting ready for like a bodybuilding thing, where it's like I just blowed it full of every fucking possible idea I could possibly have.
The bulking phase.
Yeah, and then I fucking yeah.
That's a good way to think about it. The bulking phase, because it is like the bulking phase. Like I'm in the bulking phase right now because I'm writing all this new shit.
But that's good. That's my favorite part about the whole shit. It's like watching a kid grow up. It's like
exciting.
Yeah, just wait until I figure it out. By the way, I think I figured out that one bit.
Oh, beautiful.
We'll see.
Good. See you tonight.
Yeah.
Those days though of like bombing I bombed after Dice a bunch of times. I bombed after Damon Wayans. I bombed after everybody.
Yeah. It's so many people that's so funny.
Oh my God. But back in the 90s, man, I couldn't believe I was on stage with them. Like I couldn't believe when I remember sitting in the back of there's another one that people forgot about, Damon Wayans. Damon Wayans, he had this special called The Last Stand. Go watch that special. It's fucking sensational. And again, you got to watch it like it's whenever that special was made. I don't know what year that was. But dude, he was a monster. He just decided to do television. He just decided he made a lot of money doing those fucking TV shows.
I think he's coming back though.
God, I hope so. I know he still does stand-up. And do you know that he records every fucking show that he's ever done on video? He brings a tripod and a video camera. He sits in the back of the room. He puts them all on his computer, and he watches them.
Yeah, I opened up for him in the belly room one time when he popped in, when he decided to do a show, and yeah, he walks in with a camcorder like it's 95.
And he's been doing that forever. He's a pro.
Yeah.
He's a pro. Like those jazz saxophonists practice every day and they get their shit tight and they analyze it and go over it. Yeah. That's what he does with comedy.
Yeah, that's I used to be that meticulous, and I'm trying to, but it got to the point where it started to get easier for me, and I got lazy.
You know what? There's a thing that I think we should all implement. You know how we do this Sober October thing?
Yeah.
Where this year we had to work out every day and burn 500 calories. We should do that with writing. Like, we all commit to writing. Just make it reasonable, like 2 hours every day.
Writing for 2 hours?
Writing for 2 hours every day. That's reasonable.
Yeah, that is reasonable, yeah.
You know why? Because once you start, you just keep going. Like, the hard part about writing is sitting down in front of your computer. That's what Stephen Pressfield calls resistance, the resistance of doing it. It's like your ego's fighting you and, whatever it is. Procrastination. Like, there's times where I'm in front of my computer and I'm supposed to write, and I just watch people play pool.
Yeah, see, procrastination is interesting because I heard somebody recently say that it's not procrastination is your inability to deal with the negative feelings around the task. Because your procrastination isn't you just not doing the important thing; it's you're doing something unimportant instead.
Right.
You're doing something with no consequences. You're scrolling TikTok. You're playing video games. You're doing something that with no stakes, and because the stakes make you uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the sit in front of the computer and not knowing where to go with anything.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like
See,
you can't have.
I need to leave my house because we have because I'm roommates with Hans and Asan, and we there's an extra room that we kind of turned into a podcast studio. But I have to leave. I still record somewhere else because I have to leave
to work.
Yeah. I can't. Having my computer in my room was the worst thing I've ever done. In my bedroom.
Because you just sit in the bedroom then.
Yeah, because it's the place where I work and the place where I rest. They like blend.
Yeah.
And it's like I can't get things done that way.
I realized early on when I started doing my podcast, I had to take it out of my house. I was like, I got to take it out of here. Plus, my daughters were really young, and I was bringing crazy people over, and pot was coming out of the fucking door and into the hallway. Like, Mommy, what's that smell?
And it's like, I don't want motherfuckers knowing where I live.
There's that too, and then there's also like sometimes my kids would be screaming in the background. It was fun though. Yeah. Those old videos are kind of hilarious.
And nobody comes and taps you on the shoulder and goes, "Hey, you're too famous for this." You know what I mean? It just creeps up on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a motherfucker. Somebody dropped me off at my house the other day. I Ubered, and the whole ride, this dude was asking me questions as though he didn't know who I was.
He got you.
And then drops me off at my house and goes, "Hey man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a big fan, and we'll do the whooping. Wow, I didn't know you live here." And it's like, oh man,
shit.
Yeah. So now when I Uber home, I have to Uber up the street. I Uber to the next block.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But it's just part of it. And I don't think I'm not big enough where somebody's gonna do something crazy. At least, but it only take one crazy.
It only takes one crazy. Why don't you get a car?
I will eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's easy to drive around here.
Yeah, I will.
Know, I get the whole Uber thing, but like, I like driving myself. I like being alone, thinking. There's something about the movement of driving too. Especially if you're driving something where you have a manual transmission. There's all this activity in your mind. There's a lot of stuff going on.
They don't even do those anymore.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can get manuals. Yeah, they still sell the Mustang in a manual. They sell Porsches in manual. They sell.
But the default's automatic.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's very few cars where you could only get a stick. There's a few like sports cars we could only get a stick, like custom made stuff, and there's a few. There's probably I think some of the Porsches. There's like one or two Porsches. Maybe it's the T. See if that's true. The 911T. They make purist cars. Like they did that. They used to do that with the GT3. It was like the Porsche R. It only came in a manual. It was like this 500 horsepower, beautiful 911 that was like sedated looking because it looked almost like it didn't have like a crazy wing like a GT3 RS. The unconnected car. It does internet connected cars makes it a case for unplugging. How's it unconnected? It doesn't have screens and shit and GPS. Is that what it's saying? Stripped down. It has more. Oh, the new 911T has more electronic equipment than the old one, including electronically adjustable dampers, active engine transmission. Okay, that's just like electronics for the car itself. But the infotainment system is connected and able to receive over-the-air updates and link to a smartphone app. But you can still turn the data sharing and refuse to use the app. Even the UTA updates are limited to infotainment software, not vehicle controls. For modern high-end vehicles, this is as close you're going to get to an off-the-grid in a brand-new car. They're dope. Go back to that image again. Yeah, so that's a manual.
Yeah, but that's not as close as you can get off the grid. Rip that shit out. That's off the grid.
It still has, looks like it has Apple CarPlay.
Right. They're like totally disconnected.
Yeah. But if you get an old cars, that's a real experience.
See, but I don't want that. I want my shit loaded to the gills. Give me every modern. I'm a gadget guy. I don't want a fucking old car. No.
You would get annoyed if they didn't have Android Auto, right? Like some of them don't have Android Auto.
Yeah, some of them don't have it, or they don't have it wireless. You have to like plug a cable in to use it.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah. There was a thing where BMW was going to make people pay to use Apple CarPlay.
Or like any other features.
I don't know what it is. Like, it was like a monthly subscription. I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Is that true? Find out if that's true.
It's the rich tax.
But that's just stealing money.
Yeah, it's
like I bought the car. Give me the fucking features. I can just go out and rip that shit out and put one in there that doesn't require anything.
Yeah,
and I get our Apple CarPlay. It's like
It used to be an $80 feature charge. Now it's not.
Oh, okay. They bailed on it. That's crazy. Just the fact that they had you charge. Is it per month?
A year.
A year. That's not a lot, but it's still stealing $80 a year.
Yeah, well, it's the rich tax. It's like I was just talking to one of the guys out there about he pulled out some Tom Ford glasses, and it's like when you finally can start buying stuff like that and you realize, oh, these are way nicer than the shit I've been buying, right? But they ain't worth $500. But they know if you can afford, they probably worth like $250. But they know if you can afford $250 sunglasses, you'll pay $500 for them.
Well, how many people sell stuff on like aftermarket? They'll buy sneakers right when they come out, and then they sell those sneakers. You could sell them because they'll sell out, and you can sell them for hundreds of dollars more.
There's some people that's their whole business is that.
Yeah.
They're rich off that.
They flip sneakers.
Yeah, and they created like bots that'll buy them as soon as they come out.
It's crazy. It's crazy the demand for them.
Yeah, I like some sneakers, but I'm not about to. My gadgets are the thing that I would like, that I'm unreasonable, like will pay extra up front to be the first adapter. But sneakers, I'm like, I'll just wait. I'll get some nice ones.
Yeah, you're all in with gadgets, and you're all in with Android, which is very interesting.
For now.
You're starting to come over to the dark side.
Well, I think Apple is about to switch not to USB-C, but I think they're gonna go wireless completely.
That's not smart.
It's the way
It's not as fast.
Well, the thing is, the reason they still on the old lightning cable is because manufacturers have to pay them for that made for Apple shit.
Right, because of the lightning
Right.
cable.
And
They should have gone to USB-C.
Right, but now they invented USB-C,
That's crazy.
and now they got the MagSafe shit, and that's proprietary as well. So they can because the EU just ruled against them.
Right, the EU said that they have to put USB-C cables.
No, the EU said anything that can be charged with a cable has to be USB-C.
Well, USB-C is superior, which is weird. It's like superior for data transfer, it's superior for everything. But Apple had that proprietary input that, so many more people have iPhones that I know.
Yeah, in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you look at like the number of sales, it's like I think there's way more Android phones than there are iPhones,
Yeah,
right?
in the world, yeah.
What is it in America? I think even in America, there's more Android phones than iPhones.
I'm not sure. No.
No?
No.
Really?
I
think it's just people with.
Apple has a lock on America.
But you can get a really good, cheap Android phone for like a couple $100.
Yeah.
Like, if you're on a budget and you just need a phone to text and send email and shit, an Android phone will do whatever the fuck you need it to do, and you can get one. Like, go to like Verizon store. What's like a cheap Android?
Apple claimed over 50% as of September this year.
Oh, so this is the first time?
Yeah, they took from. I just saw 2010. It said that they don't have the lead, but
That's incredible.
took it over. I guess.
Yeah.
We had this guy, Siddharth Kara, on the podcast the other day. It was one of the most disturbing and dark and just depressing podcasts I've ever done.
Is it about spying?
It's about cobalt mining, about what goes into getting a cell phone. Like what really goes into getting a cell phone is slaves in the Congo and children in the Congo and people with babies on their backs, women who are working with a child on their back, breaking out cobalt with hammers, and the toxic fumes. They're inhaling them. Their child's inhaling them. All sorts of birth defects, cancers, respiratory diseases, dermatitis. He was talking about all this horrible shit that happens to these people, on top of the fact that they're not getting barely any money. They're just barely enough to survive and eat. They're treated like shit. They work 12 hours a day. And that's at the heart of every fucking cell phone we own.
We can't even give these motherfuckers the cheap Android phones.
They don't have any phones. They don't even have electricity. That's what he's telling us. It's like a very, very, very small percentage of the Congo even has electricity. And these people that live in the mines, they're too poor for, or that work in the mines, they're too poor for any of that.
I'm working on this new bit now about how, about how many steps need to be between you and the atrocity for you to move on with your life.
Right.
You know, and
That's
it's
a
like,
good bit.
It's like
Good idea.
it's like as long as like I'm not getting my phone from them,
Right.
that would make me feel bad, right?
Well, think about all the people that are active on their phone doing what they think is social justice.
Exactly, it's crazy.
And you're on a phone that's literally at the bottom of the supply chain is slaves.
Dude, I have a thing for you, Joe. Speaking of which, what do you think this headline is about?
Okay.
This is what we do on my podcast, by the way.
I used the cough button for the right reason. How about that?
Woman with Down syndrome loses court of appeal abortion law case. So what do you think that's about?
I would say someone is forcing her to get an abortion,
Okay.
and she loses the lawsuit.
Right, because that's what a reasonable person would think.
Right.
No.
No.
What
What is it?
it's about is, so this is in England. Their abortion laws are pretty much the same as Texas. And
Really?
it was pretty close.
6 weeks?
No, it's not 6 weeks, but it's like there's an exception for the rape and incest, and if there's going to be a severe birth defect, and as a specific example, they use Down syndrome in the law. And this woman wants to repeal the law because she has Down syndrome, and making that an exception makes her less than. So if your baby's about to be born with Down syndrome in the UK, you can have an abortion.
It's like where do you decide birth defects end, right? So what if your child is born with only one hand? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's all stuff that they
What if
can.
your child's born like Zion Clark?
Well, they can tell genetically beforehand. I don't know if they can tell. Well, maybe they can.
I think they can tell a lot.
Yeah.
I think they can tell a lot about your development. If someone decides that, I mean, you could get real crazy with that, right? Like,
Yeah.
look, people are capable of some very dark justifications. Like, look at what they were doing in China. The one-child policy in China, there was horror stories about people killing their babies that are girls
So they could have
one
sons?
kid. I don't know how many of them were folklore. Those are those things that people would tell you. You just like, they drown their babies.
Right. Like the Spartans, they just throw them off a cliff.
Yeah, that they drown their girls. Like, Jesus. How much is that? Is that real? Do they really I mean, if you can imagine it, some horrific thing, someone has done it.
Because it's also crazy. Because like what you can't have is a country of just men. You can't.
No.
No. As much as we talk and like complain about women, it's like we still need them to be. Like we need that feminine energy to balance out. Because you seen what happens when it's just men left to their devices and there's no women. That gets crazy.
It's not good.
No.
And also, if there's not enough females to match with the heterosexual males, like you don't even have a chance.
Right.
It's like if you're a guy already, everyone wants to talk about like, the benefits of being a guy, and there are benefits to being a guy. But one of the negative effects of being a guy that people don't talk about is guys that are unattractive and don't have any money. They are unheard and unseen. Unattractive guys with no money, they're in a very strange position in our society.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
like Andrew Tate, as much as people hate him, talked about that. He's like, it's a very small percentage of guys that have all the money and all the women and all the the fucking Ferraris and all that shit. He's like, to say that that's men, that's representative of men, is insane, because it is such a small percentage.
Yeah.
Now, are they, if it's a guy like that who's got like diamond encrusted watches and he's fucking flashing and he's blinging and he's taking pictures with all these girls, it's obnoxious. Everybody else gets upset about it. But one of the reasons why they get upset about it is because they know how inaccessible that is.
Yeah. And
For most people, it's completely impossible.
and women don't like to hear that, but it's like and in a lot of situations the ceiling is capped for women.
Right.
But the floor is also capped. It's like I ain't never seen a homeless bad bitch. Not one time.
Yeah, but if they're not a bad bitch. See, like if you're a guy, like even if you're a hot guy, you could still be poor and broke, and no one's marrying you.
Oh yeah, you remember that?
Unless-
Remember the one guy that Miley Cyrus like rescued, like he was homeless and she like took him on a date to the award show or some shit. It's like, yeah, he was on the street, but you've never seen a girl that could be a model on the street.
That's maybe true.
It's
I don't
not
know.
because there's always some dude that's willing to take care of you.
There's a lot of pretty prostitutes, man.
Yeah.
Some people go through some horrible shit in their life. You know, even if they're attractive, if they're in the wrong situation with the
Or
wrong
they-
abuse at home,
Or they got schizophrenia or something.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And
Mental health is-
men too. Like a hot guy with schizophrenia, what a disaster! Wasted all those genes
complete
on
waste.
a wacky brain.
I forget what rapper said it, but it's like a fat ass on a nun. Who was that? Chino Excel.
Oh, that's funny.
He said you're a worthless waste of flesh like a fat ass on a nun.
That's funny.
That's some cold shit to say in a rap.
That is very cold.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of it's sad, man. But I'm not sure if the world is worse, because the media wants you to believe that like everything's horrible.
No, the world's better statistically.
Right. And I know people are doing worse now relative to how they were doing a few years ago.
Yes.
But we all just the whole globe went through the same shit.
Well, you can't shut a country down. Now we know.
Now we know.
You can't do that. But there's a lot of people that want to claim that they had the solution to that. No one knew what the fuck was going on in the beginning. The way it was handled was definitely bad. But in the beginning, no one knew what the fuck to do. We were all in favor of the lockdown at first because we all thought it was going to work, except for like virologists and epidemiologists who thought that it didn't matter and it was just going to spread no matter what you did.
Well, what blows my mind is that I feel like we're going to make the same mistake again.
We might. Well, there's people that want to put the masks back on for RSV and for the flu and for all these different things we never wore a mask for before. And then there's all this evidence that kids' immune system function is not working as good because they didn't get exposed to anything for all those times where they were isolated.
What about that fungal shit? You heard about that?
Fungal shit?
There's like some fungal shit that was like spreading in Vegas. Now it's everywhere.
What is it?
It's some shit you can breathe. It's a fungus that you can breathe in.
Oh, no.
And it fucks some people up.
Imagine if it got you high. Imagine there's like psilocybin fungus that you could breathe in, and there's like a whole town of people just tripping balls.
Dude, that reminds me of like, I don't know if it was an Outer Limits episode or something when I was young, but it was like some shit was going around the world fucking people up, and it was making their skin like copper almost, and they were all the medical people were fighting on it and lockdowns and everything, and at the end they realized that it was like it was preparing everyone's skin because the sun was about to go turn into a white dwarf or whatever the fuck or a red giant, and it was basically aliens saving us. They introduced a virus that changed our skin so we could withstand the extra radiation.
Oh, wow.
I know, man.
I've always wondered if that's why aliens have those big black eyes. Well, like one of those eyes are like, if those things are like sunglasses. It's like their environment gets so fucked that they need to be shielded from ultraviolet rays. They can't see normally, so they're like.
See, I would love to do that. What if we got? Because enough smart people. Like if we got together and try to like re-engineer the human body.
They're gonna do that.
You
They're doing that right now. There's a thing called. Do you know what CRISPR is?
Oh yeah, the gene splicing thing.
Yeah,
that's
wild shit.
That's some crazy shit.
Wild shit. They're gonna make Thors and Hulks. They're gonna people are gonna be able to run 500 miles an hour.
Remember Gattaca?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, yo, you're not gonna have a choice. People are like, I'm not gonna edit my kids. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Yes, you are. Because you can't afford to
It'll
not
be a new
to.
thing. It'll just be like vaccinating your kids. It'll be like the things that everybody does.
Yeah,
It'll be like, bringing your kid to the doctor for a checkup. Having a baby in a hospital. It'd be normal.
Whoever's Kim Kardashian in 2045, as soon as they pump out a super baby, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine like getting like John Jones's, mother's genes and mixing them with like Francis Ngannou and
Oh my God,
and
yeah.
and just having like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna make your baby still be 5'6" when everybody's baby's 6'2" and just yoked.
Or what about in intellect? One of the things that they did in China was they said that they were doing this thing to it was like to inoculate them from HIV. That was the pretense. But what it really did was make them smarter. And this doctor wound up, I think they just put the doctor in jail to like say, oh, I can't even believe he was doing this. Let's put him in jail.
Oh, wow.
You know, the dude probably was, they probably told him to do
So
it.
they did this to everyone?
No, they did it to a couple guys. They did. How many people did they do that to? I think it's
Just 2 twin girls. It says. I don't
two
know if
twin
it's a
girls.
lot of
Sorry,
people.
girls. But I don't know how they know. How long ago was this? I think we've gone over this. Like we tried to figure out how they knew that their IQ was higher. I think what they did with editing had something to do with cognitive function, and they think that what they did would. You don't have to put that on the ground if you don't want to.
Oh,
You
okay.
have that on the ground for a reason.
I was like, hide the logo because these motherfuckers.
No, you don't have to hide logos. I don't give a shit. What
It's
is
not
it?
even on.
It's Uptime.
What is it?
It's some kind of fucking
Energy drink?
energy drink. Yeah.
I drink it all the time.
Good stuff. What's it called again?
Uptime.
Uptime.
Yeah.
So what's the deal? How do they know these guys are
I
smarter?
don't- I'm trying to
These
figure that
girls,
out.
excuse me. So sexist.
CCR5 genes related to major brain functions. You might have done some kind of human enhancement.
That's what it
created
is.
by 2 intelligent human beings with better memory and
So
higher
they did it to
IQ.
them in the womb.
They did it to them as embryos? When did they do it? I don't know.
I gotta find a different article. I'm reading like a study on it.
Okay. But the whole point is they've already started doing stuff like that. And so if they can do that with the mind, you know, imagine we all get Elon Musk's brain.
Oh yeah.
Would you want it?
No, not his.
Yeah.
Like if I'm picking my geniuses,
Right.
no, he's too emotional. I would probably go with probably like a Sam Harris.
Dude, I think they're all emotional. I think most and Sam's brilliant too. But I mean, people are human beings. Human beings are emotional.
No,
And
I'm just saying there's different kinds of intelligence.
Well, he engages. You know, that's the thing. These guys, they engage with people online. When you engage online, like your emotions are going to get beat up. You're gonna, even if they're strong. Even if they're strong, your emotions are going to go on a run. You're going to utilize a certain amount of your resources on those emotions.
Well, I went because my producer doesn't like Elon Musk and we argue about it all the time. But because
What doesn't he like about him?
he's just a hardcore lefty. So Elon is, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's like to him, Elon is what's wrong with everything. You know, but I'm one of those people where I'm like, I try as my best to be neutral with people like him because he's one of those people that's so polarizing that like when people don't like you like the way they don't like him, anything negative about you, they just believe it. It's
Well, always
repeat it.
for people like that. It's always good to try to engage them as calmly as possible, and not even to pick a side. Just you kind of want to steel man their position, right? Like if someone is very, very emotional, you almost want to ask them, okay, tell me what you think and why you think this way. And then they tell you what they think, and then you could say, have you ever considered, or did you know that this? I see what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. Like you almost like want to say, I see your points. I understand what you're saying.
Right.
But human beings are extremely nuanced. And you could narrow a guy like Elon down to like a very dismissible box, like very easily. Because he tweets at people and he says ridiculous shit and he trolls and he has fun. He put a picture of fucking Bill Gates up next to a pregnant man emoji and said, if you want to lose a boner real quick.
No,
I mean, that shit is hilarious. Who the fuck does that?
no, he put a poll up saying like, "Yo, should I step down as CEO?"
Yeah. And they said yes. So he's looking for a CEO.
I hope he picks Lex.
Well, Lex offered to do it.
Yeah.
Lex is a brilliant engineer.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to be a CEO, a chief executive officer. That's what that is, right?
But do you think he was bullshitting when he offered?
I don't know if that's what he's offering. He might have been offering to take it over from an engineering perspective.
Oh, okay.
You know, because that would like change what he does. And if he did do something like that, I think Lex is a brilliant man, and he would be great at anything he puts his mind to. He's one of the best interviewers in the game. His
agree.
podcast is sensational, and he's so brilliant. I mean, he used to work on AI at MIT, and he writes code for artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
when I first came down here, I didn't know who he was, but I remember he was hanging out. He was hanging out with you and like all the comics and blah, blah, blah. And you could just the way he was sitting in the corner, like this motherfucker's different.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, shreds on the guitar, genius, like
Oh, wow.
certifiable genius. And he's ultimately like very curious and very kind. He's a very kind person. And he says it all. Like he's always talking about treating people with love.
Yeah.
And he'll talk to anybody, man. He'll talk to anyone.
And
He
I'm
had Kanye on early when everybody was like, oh my God, Kanye's lost his fucking mind. Lex is like, let him come on long form and express himself.
Yeah, and in a way that's like a death knell because it's like once you talk to him and you still on that shit, it's like there's no one that's gonna treat you with more kindness and more objectivity.
Yeah,
know?
no more than Lex.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's great at it. But see, the problem is like if he went and became the CEO of Twitter, I feel like we wouldn't have as much of that Lex anymore. He wouldn't be able to do those podcasts and do that. But I know he likes working hard, man. He's one of those crazy dudes that enjoys like 100-hour work weeks. He likes dedicating himself to things.
Bro, I don't have that gene.
He's got a different gene.
I don't have that.
Well, he
Yeah.
doesn't have the stand-up gene, I don't think. I mean, maybe he could probably do it. He could do it if he thought about it. If he thought about it long enough.
You think he could do stand up?
100%. Yeah. Really smart people Elon could do it 100%. Just the fact that he would write that, if you want to lose a boner real quick, a picture of Bill Gates next to a pregnant man emoji.
See, but I
He would just
disagree.
have listen, you did it. You sucked in the beginning. I'm not saying he'd be good.
Yeah, but being funny is just one part of it, right? But the live performing thing, that's the hard part.
There's a lot to that for sure. But there's people that are really funny that aren't that good at live performing.
Yeah, they're writers.
Yeah, but they write and they go on stage sometimes and kill.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You know, there's certain guys that we know that are like really good joke writers. They're not the most charismatic on stage.
Yeah. The only people that I think absolutely can't do it are people that are just not funny at all. Like
Right.
like if because I know people that think they can do it, and it's like, and I think like you've never made anyone laugh. Like you've never made me laugh in the whole time I've known you. You can't do stand up.
Well, some people like severely, like we all lack self-awareness, like complete objectivity, but some people just have zero. They just don't know, you know, they just don't know. It's almost like some people are just born hard of hearing. Their ears don't work well.
Yeah, it's like
Some people are born and they just, whatever the fuck it is about personality and
it's like people that are tone deaf.
yeah.
It's like they think they can sing and they don't hear it. They don't hear it. How horrible it is.
But it's the same kind of person. It's like there's delusional people. Their brain's not working right.
Yeah, I think that comes from like you have to. That's why who is around you is so important. In a lot of ways, it's the look of the draw.
A lot of ways. Like
but-
if you're in the middle of nowhere, you know, Little Rock, Arkansas, you want to do stand up. I don't know how many dudes are there that are really good.
Yeah.
Right? You're in Hartford, Connecticut. You want to do stand up?
Or just somebody that love you enough to tell you the truth. They're like, hey man, this you shouldn't do this. You know?
Yeah, but you can't listen to all those people.
Yeah, you're right.
Even my mom told me I wasn't funny.
Oh well, yeah. My family, I don't know what they think. I think they recognize that other people think I'm funny.
Well, they know you're killing.
Yeah,
They have to hear the laughs.
But I think it's hard for people that knew you when you weren't this.
Yes.
To see you as the way they look at other big name people and stuff.
That's why it's really hard when you start off as an open micer in a city, and then they always think of you as that guy who sucked. And then you
Yeah.
go on and you get better, and you have to like come back as a headliner. You got to come back when you're undeniable.
Like somebody, like you know that whole bit that Chappelle has about how his kid wanted to really meet Kevin Hart. You know, and it's like because to his kids he's just dad.
Right.
He ain't the funniest motherfucker on the planet. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like people that know you a certain way, it's hard for them to knock you out of it.
Well, at least they've known him as dad. He's always been Dave Chappelle. What if they knew him as dad, the open micer?
Oh yeah.
That's a different animal. See, by the time he had children, you know, he was already Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
You know, it's if you're an open micer and you're in a town and they watch you eat shit the first time you ever get on stage, you got notes and shit, they're always going to remember that. They probably saw you bomb 20 times.
'Cause I remember, like, I was talking to Bert's family, and it's like his kids don't even watch him. They're completely uninterested.
They get plenty of him. He's at home.
Yeah.
He's there all the time.
I was there when they first saw him tell the machine story.
Wow.
They weren't allowed to see it until they were like a certain age, and it's crazy. They would be completely not even curious to like look up all this stuff.
That makes sense though.
Yeah, it makes sense. Now that I think, because I don't have kids, so I don't understand. But now I do. You know, it's like to them, it's like that's just that. Like I never gave a fuck what my dad was doing when he was gone.
Right.
Yeah,
He's just your dad.
yeah.
That's an interesting comparison, but I think it's even more extreme when someone sees you as a beginner in something. Like that's the thing with martial arts too. Like sometimes someone's a white belt, and you always think of them as that person you used to crush when they were a white belt, and then all of a sudden they're a purple belt, and you're in fucking danger.
And they wrap your ass.
Yeah, you're in danger. You're like, oh no, you got a lot better. Fuck.
See, the jiu-jitsu intimidates me. I think, but I need to pick something up. I think I'm gonna do boxing.
Why don't you do jiu-jitsu?
It's I don't know. It just I can't because I wrestled for like my freshman year of high school, and I hated it.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's constantly hard. It's like
Yep.
it doesn't stop being hard.
Wrestlers are some of like the mentally strongest people in the world. The just to get through the practices and the drills and all the live rounds, the live wrestling, and then to go to meets and to make weight the day of the match, and the shit that those guys go through, the way they cut weight, the mental strength that wrestlers have is off the charts.
They're masters at focusing while they're suffering. Mm-hmm. You know,
Yeah.
whereas like the average person will be suffering, and 90% of their brain power will be focused on how much it sucks.
Yeah.
And wrestlers learn how to just ignore it and like completely focus while they're in pain, when they can't breathe. You know what?
They have a phrase for it. It's called embrace the grind.
Yeah, because I've been there. It's like if you've never had a motherfucker on top of you that you can't get off you, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Because look, I'll never forget one. This is what made me quit wrestling. I showed up at this. It was our school hosting a tournament, and I gotten my brother to come, and you know my family didn't give a fuck about wrestling, but he came to watch, and I was going up against this other. It was my turn to go against this other dude, and I walked in, and this motherfucker's got some kind of tubes or some shit coming out of him, like he's on some kind of, I don't know, a heart thing or something. And no one gave me any guidance. No one gave me a heads up. I didn't know if I was allowed to grab it. Like, would he die if I pulled it up? None of that shit. No one said anything to me. And I'm like, okay, it's fine. My brother's watching. I'm just gonna fuck this dude up. Well, he's crippled or something, right? That's how I was thinking back then. And as soon as the ref blew the whistle, I've never seen a motherfucker move this fast. He dove at my ankle and tripped me and was on my back, and we rolled out of bounds, and the ref blew the whistle again. He dove at my ankle, and he did it like 5 times in a row, just lightning. Fucked me up, and I threw my headset off, and I got Dr. Point, and I was like, fuck that, and I walked out of the gym. Wow. Because because it was the first time anyone come to watch me, and I got just embarrassed, and I couldn't handle it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, never wrestled after that.
If you get in there with someone who's really good at something and you're not, you just realize right away. You're like, oh, no. Like, I can't think as quick as you're moving. I can't keep the rhythm. I don't know what you're doing before you're doing it, and then you're doing another thing because you anticipate my counter to that thing, and then you've chained another thing together, and now I'm on my back again.
Yeah, it's like you're in trouble. Like if you don't,
Yeah.
And honestly, it came down because there was a war between our coach and our assistant coach, and because our coach would focus on technique and drilling and stuff like that, and our assistant coach wanted us just in the weight room because he was like, if you're stronger, you'll win, you know. And the assistant coach won out because all these people motherfuckers are volunteers, and the coach ended up leaving, and the strength guy was in, and he and it's like, no motherfucker, I needed to know what to do when somebody dives at your ankle with the speed of Usain Bolt or whatever,
Yeah, if you know technique, then strength is important. But strength is not as important as technique.
No.
Technique is the most important thing by far. If you look at how the Russians did it, that's one of the things that's interesting about Georges St-Pierre. Because Georges St-Pierre was one of the very best wrestlers in MMA, but he didn't wrestle in high school or college. He's from Canada. And where he was from, he didn't engage in wrestling. He learned wrestling from the Russian nationals that had moved to Montreal. So he learned it as a martial artist.
As an adult?
As an adult.
Wow.
And look how good he got. Because their shit was very, very technical. The Russians are always known to be very technical, and they do a lot of drilling. because there's not like an ego-based system, right? The system is about success. Like, what's the best way to achieve success? It's like you don't have a choice. This is Soviet Union, right? You shut the fuck up, and this is what you're gonna do. Like, there's no Billy does it his own way. There's none of that. This is not the culture. The culture is like figure out what and suffer, and what's the best way to do what you don't want to do, which is drill. And that's the same thing with jiu-jitsu too.
Yeah.
If you want to get really good, you like a guy like Mikey Musumeci. He drills all day.
Yeah, I'm a
Gordon
huge fan.
Ryan, those guys drill all day. They drill constantly. The more you drill, the more it's like tying the shoes. And the more of those things you can add to your repertoire, the better you are. Like those guys will get to a point where it doesn't matter how strong you are. You don't know what to do with your strength.
Right.
You're helpless because you're in bad. You're like, "Arr!" Like your arm doesn't work strong that way. They're behind you.
Yeah,
Like you're fighting an arm around your neck. You're fucked.
When and then you watch some of the shit they pull off, or just where it's like you have to slow it down to see exactly what they did. Like, how the fuck did he get on his back?
Yeah, Mikey did that in ONE FC. There's this back take that he had that's so brilliant. I made a bunch of people watch it. I'm like, watch this. Watch how slick this back take is. And
Are
it's
you gonna
just,
play it?
Yeah, we could find it. Mikey Musumeci slick back take in ONE FC. It was beautiful.
Yeah, he's a genius. He's brilliant. His whole family dangerous.
Yeah, his sister's dangerous too.
Yeah, the sister just did something. I forget what
She's a black belt too.
Yeah, she just won a tournament somewhere.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
She's his sister. She's probably an assassin. But I remember the first time I ever saw him, I saw him live in Austin when they were doing that Who's Number One thing. And it was him and this other dude that were grappling. And the other dude was like ripped and he had fucking shaved head and tattoos and shit.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
And I'm like, I'll take the guy with the glasses. I'm like, watch this back take. And this is against Imanari, who's super legit. Look at that back take. He stepped over with one leg. Show that one more time. Watch how he did this. Like, if you don't know jiu-jitsu, like he's in sort of side control here. But look at that. He got to his back so quickly. It was so slick. And all of a sudden, Imanari's trapped. I mean, this is absolute beautiful precision movement. And that's something he's drilled like 1,000 times, I'm sure.
And Imanari is like one of the GOATs.
Oh, yeah. He's a legend. Imanari's like, they created a roll after him, like the Imanari roll. It's called the Imanari roll. There's also an Imanari submission from an omoplata. It's like you got a guy on a shoulder lock and you reach under the chin with an S grip and you submit him from the back.
Maybe I will try some jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you know what? Motherfuckers is getting more dangerous.
It's like comedy. You're going to suck and then you're going to get better.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. But unlike comedy, anybody can get better.
At jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anybody can get better at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, some of the stupidest people in the world are good at jiu-jitsu.
You just need to drill it.
Yeah.
But it's a different kind of intelligence. You know, it's a different kind of you have more, you know, like some people have a lot of access to information in like the definition of words, history they can pull up and tell you about. It's very, very impressive. And some people have a wide library of physical movements that they could pull up.
It's like a reflex. It's like
It's
you
still
ever,
intelligence.
You ever have like a bug on you and you pop just without even thinking
Yeah.
about it? It's like some people have that. Like they feel your thigh on their knee in a certain way and they just snap and you're fucking dead.
They just know what you're going to do too.
God, it's so terrifying.
They've rolled so many times and they have such a deep understanding of what's possible with the human body, where the leverage points are. Jiu-jitsu is so technical. People think of it as being like this brutish thing where people just like choke each other and shit. But it's, you see like a guy like Mikey, he's not a brute at all. It's like jiu-jitsu is super, super technical.
Why do you think Sambo isn't more popular?
Well, that's interesting that you said that, because Gordon Ryan just said that he thinks that combat sambo is actually better for MMA than jiu-jitsu is, which he's got some real good points. Like if anybody knows, it's Gordon. And the guys that are really good in combat sambo, like Khabib and Islam Makhachev, who's the UFC lightweight champion right now, he's a fucking animal, and he's a combat sambo guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those combat sambo guys where, you know, they're really good at controlling people from the top position, which, you know, arguably when you add in punches and elbows and stuff like that, that's more important than anything.
Yeah.
And they can submit you too.
Because it feels like whatever the answer to Khabib is, the next generation is going to come up with doing that as like
Right.
natural, right?
Well, they're going to encounter guys like that, and they're going to try to figure out counters to it, or they're going to get better at what they're doing. You know, like what that combat sambo style, and they'll get better at it and incorporate other things to it. But Khabib's done that too. You just don't see it as much. Like when he submitted Justin Gaethje, he submitted him with a mounted triangle, and then he finished him off of his back and put him to sleep. Like he can do all those other things too.
That was his last match.
That was his last match.
Yeah.
But he almost got Dustin at the end of the first round, and then finally submitted him in the second round. But it was brilliant. But it was as good as you'll ever see, like an elite, brilliant Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt do it. So he can do that too. He can submit you off his back too. But that pressure, that top pressure, and the ability to take guys down and control them and beat the fuck out of them, smash, what he calls it.
By the way, side note, Paige Van Zant tweeted that she was single yesterday.
Oh no!
Just in case y'all was wondering.
Is she tweeting stuff like that?
She tweeted, and
Can you
I'm single.
imagine the amount of dick pics that must be coming that lady's way. It must be like locust.
Right, but it's like you gotta. The thing is, you gotta be able to beat her to qualify. She's not fucking a dude weaker than her.
No, you remember those like videos you'd see of like Kansas in the 1950s when a locust would hit? You can't even get to your car.
Yeah.
That's probably what the dick pics are like coming at Paige Van Zandt. Must be unstoppable.
I mean, it was probably like that beforehand. Like it was probably pretty bad beforehand, but now she's like, I'm single,
Well,
everybody.
she just put the bat signal up.
Right.
If she said I'm single, and she said I'm single on fucking social media.
I'm like, yeah, just get on one of the maps to get on Hinge or Raya or something.
She doesn't have to do that.
No?
No, just filter through those DMs.
Do they have a dating app just for fighters?
That's a good question. There's not enough of them.
No?
It's so hard to become a fighter.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, and to find female fighters, oh my God. Good luck.
She might have been kidding.
Oh, was just joking around?
She's talking about, yeah, there's tweets she was doing to, it had to do with the football player, quarterback for the Jacksonville
Oh,
Jaguars.
she was joking.
Okay.
Yeah, like if they did good, her husband would like that or something like that. And then they won, so she says, am I single now? Something like
Oh,
that.
that's
Okay.
funny. Okay.
Sorry,
so it's just
Paige.
a joke. Yeah.
But
be a joke.
but see, a lot of motherfuckers like me, she
Only
still
saw
got
that one tweet.
She still got
Right.
got those dick pics.
Of course,
Definitely.
if she said it in a chain of tweets, but that one was by itself, an individual tweet. Yeah, most people like us just read that one and be like, yes. You know how many
Yeah.
dudes who don't have a shot are like, fuck yeah,
Oh
she's
yeah.
free.
Finally.
Some guys that if they're following a porn star and they find out the porn star is married, they get mad like, oh.
Oh, she right. Like you had a chance. But you know what? A lot of porn stars will fuck a fan from time to time.
Oh,
like
that's
as,
sweet.
Like as a promo thing. Yeah. They'll put it up like, hey, met up with my fan. Fucked him.
That's sweet.
Yeah, that is kind of thoughtful.
Very thoughtful.
It's like you're using your powers for
good.
For good.
Yeah, nice. Very charitable.
Yeah.
Charity fuck.
Yeah, she probably stopped a school shooter or
How
something.
fast do those guys nut?
Oh, probably immediately.
Like as soon as they touch it.
because the other thing too is like porn stars know how to take away all the insecurity and all of that. So you're because obviously those guys are coming in nervous
Right.
and they're literally filming it.
Those poor guys must fall in love so hard.
Oh, of course.
So sad.
Yeah, definitely.
The saddest.
Can you imagine never really getting laid and then all of a sudden the girl you've been fantasizing about will fuck you and it's on tape?
And it's your first one. That's your
Yeah.
first one. The lady you've been jacking off to for the past 5 years.
Yeah. Even though I never believe that someone's a like if
You don't believe it?
I don't believe that like they might have been a virgin when they flew in, but their first time wasn't on camera.
You don't think so?
No, she probably gave him a handy and off camera and then was like,
But what if they can't get it up a second time? What if they've been beaten off all day like a maniac?
oh well, the porn industry has a solution for all that.
Like a needle in your dick?
They'll inject you something. They'll give you a
If
pill.
you don't believe it, Tom Segura has a list of videos I think he can show you of that can give you examples of this.
Of them shooting?
No, there's just a website I know of that he knows of that it's like porn bloopers where all sorts of the stuff that doesn't make it onto the normal videos.
Oh
It's like the
yeah.
cutting room floor scenes. stuff.
See, I don't like porn bloopers. to me, it reminded me of when you remember growing up how the comedy the comedy TV shows like Family Matters, Full House, these shows you grew up watching. How every now and then they would do like a serious episode that would like tell you to stay off drugs or some shit.
Right.
I hated that. Like I didn't come here for that. When I'm watching porn, I ain't watching porn for laughs. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
understand.
beat my dick and keep it moving. I don't want to watch, or it's like when they break character. Or so, I hate it when they giggle. No, don't have fun. Don't have fun.
You're there for serious fucking
Yeah,
only.
or
thankfully for you, there's a lot of categories.
yeah, there
Is
are.
there anything on earth with more variety to choose from than porn? Is that
Absolutely,
like the
no.
most? If you think about like if you looked at each individual clip that's available online as a one individual piece of work, is there more porn than any other kind of content?
Yeah. The only exception, the only thing that can even come close to hanging with porn is cat videos.
What about TikToks now? TikTok's probably
Even
closing
TikTok.
in. They're closing in.
TikTok is everything on the internet is mostly porn and cats. It's true.
There's a lot of puppy stuff too.
Yeah.
That's what drives tech. Porn drives tech. It's like the
Yes.
unspoken secret.
It
Right.
really does.
It drives innovation in terms of like it drove streaming.
Yeah.
VCRs wouldn't have
Yeah.
existed if porn videos weren't getting sold everywhere.
Yep.
If Betamaxes won, everybody would have had a Betamax player.
Who streamed 4K first? Porn.
Did they?
Yeah, porn was first with the 4K. Porn proliferated like the VR stuff.
You know what's interesting? Like industries get bailed out, like when things happen and they collapse because people say, "Well, we can't afford to let this industry die off." Like the banking industry, everybody would lose their money. We can't do that. Like
Right.
other industries have been bailed out too when things go wrong. But when even like people complained about the music industry. Remember when Napster came along?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was so upset. So upset.
About Napster?
Yeah, because all of a sudden people are just taking that content for free. But that happened to the porn industry. No one said shit. Tough shit.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's pretending they don't use it.
But they flipped it. They figured out how to bring it back around. Because now a lot of porns, what they'll do is, they'll give you almost the whole video, and they'll cut it off at the cum shot. They're like, if you want to see the rest of this,
Well, they'll get more traffic than they would without it, but still more people are going to watch it for free.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just like one of those things. Like you catch as many fish as you can, some get out of the
money
net.
do you think was spent on OnlyFans last year?
How much money was spent by fans?
Users spent on the platform.
I'm going to say
last year.
over $1 billion.
It's definitely over $1 billion.
I'm going to say $3 billion.
Still higher.
What?
What?
I'm not surprised, but
I'm surprised.
Really?
That's crazy.
$4.8 billion. Wow. In 1 year.
And remember
Wait,
when
Jamie, you were talking about this yesterday. Like, are we going to reach a future where every girl's on OnlyFans?
Why wouldn't if you're 16 and they're like college, were you going to go $200,000 in debt?
Oh yeah, dude. I know.
Or
I have.
Do you want $200,000 in 4 years?
And what
Or
is
$2
your
million.
job? Like, what if you get a job out of college and
Hanging
it
out.
sucks? No,
Oh,
a job
yeah,
it
yeah.
sucks. So
That's
you
why
spend
I'm
all
like-
that money on college.
Any woman that is remotely good looking that's complaining about not having any money, I'm like, you.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that.
Yeah,
There's
you
a lot
got
of girls that don't want that.
I understand that, but if push come to shove, because nobody wants to be a whore.
There's also the line they don't have that we dug, or maybe someone else did, like the Bad Baby, the girl from Dr. Phil's show. She barely is showing anything, and she makes almost the most money of anyone.
Yeah.
Right, but she's wicked famous. Is that the case with most of the girls that are making a lot of money?
How much is a lot of money? That's the next arguable point. Like, how
Right.
much money do you need?
Yeah. Or there's some couples that like a couple do it, like they fuck on camera, they cut their heads off,
Right.
and they pay their bills.
Right. They frame their heads out. Right. And
It's
they
like
just fuck.
It's like a push come to shove. It's like Indecent Proposal, right? You remember that movie? Mm-hmm. It's like, yo, babe, this dude wants to fuck you, and it'll pay off our house and send our kids to college one time. And I know you don't want to be a whore, but let's at least talk about it. Like most women would be like, absolutely not. But it's like, okay, wait a minute now. Look, we're gonna pay off the house, babe.
What do you think would happen if prostitution was completely legal?
Well, first of all, it would make it safer for the sex workers.
100%.
Because like you said, it's one of those things that everyone pretends like
Doesn't exist.
they don't do or they don't participate in it. Everyone watches porn. At least every man watches porn.
Well, there's a lot of men who have sworn off of it because they realized they had a problem with it.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about that now. There's like a no porn movement among some guys because porn, I think, for a lot of people is like gambling. Some people just get addicted and they're on it all the time, and it frames the way they think about sex. And then some people, they just decide because of that, I'd rather just have none, no porn.
Yeah, I have a few friends that did that. They're like, they don't watch porn.
It's not a bad move.
But it's nice to know it's there.
It's always going to be there.
Yeah.
For other people that, it's the gambling argument too. Like, well, even less so because everybody has sexual urges for the most part. Not everybody has like gambling urges.
One of the things I had to argue against in college, I had like a debate thing in college. I had to argue that porn was not harm. Because there's a big movement that like porn, its existence is harmful to women. Or that all the women in it are being exploited. And to some degree, that's true, but most of that is because, like you said, like if prostitution was legal, it would cut back on all the exploitation.
The thing is, you can't make it illegal because you can't take away a person's right to do whatever they want to do, like those couples that cut their heads off, like they frame their heads out so you don't see them. That's 100% up to them.
But
You can't tell them they can't do that.
What about selling your body? Because I think
but also, why is it okay to give sex away for free, but it's not okay to pay for it?
right.
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's also okay to pay for it indirectly.
Well, it's also okay to pay for massages. Nobody wants to rub your fucking feet.
Right.
When someone rubs your feet and they get money for it. Like, we allow people to do things they don't want to do that are pleasurable to other people.
Well, the thing is, listen, to me, I look at it just like, okay, it's illegal for me to give a politician money directly.
Right.
It's also illegal for me to buy them something.
Right.
Right? But I can't pay a woman for pussy, but I can buy her something
Right.
for pussy.
Well, you can pay her. She just can't report it.
Right. Even though you should. Did you know that you can still report illegal stuff to the IRS? Like, they encourage you to do so.
Really?
There's a form for ill-gotten gains.
That's interesting.
And it's so it's like, because that's how
they don't get you for tax evasion.
Exactly.
You only, which is worse.
And legally, technically, they can't use it against you.
Isn't that how they got Al Capone?
That is how they got Al Capone.
It's tax evasion.
And he's not the only one. That's how they got it. That's how they got Wesley Snipes.
But Wesley Snipes wasn't a fucking criminal.
Oh, yeah.
Wesley Snipes was just an actor who got bad advice.
Right.
Capone never filed a federal income tax return, claiming that he had no taxable income. That's hilarious.
Not untrue, right?
I guess he had no taxable income, right? IRS Special Agent Frank Wilson and the T-Men followed the money, gathering evidence that Capone had made millions of dollars on income that was never taxed. Yeah, so that's why the smart ones, like the Russians, they open businesses. They buy businesses.
Yeah.
And they use those businesses to launder money.
Yeah, well, the smart rich people will.
Yeah, these are criminals, not like just rich people.
Right.
We're talking
right,
about crime.
Ill-gotten gains. And it's like, how you get caught? How you get a paper trail back when there was hardly no paper?
Well, he had houses and cars and fucking Al Capone was a flashy dude. He was old school mafia, John Gotti style. He was the king of Chicago.
Yeah. I can't imagine living like that, though.
That's a scary way to live.
Always looking over your shoulder, always having to be afraid. Because the old saying is like, if you're a criminal, you have to get lucky every day. And the cops only got to get lucky once. That you just got to slip up one time and the cop just happened to catch a detail or something,
Well, the Comedy Store was owned by the mob.
Yeah, when it was Ciro's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that, but it's hard for me to tell because I heard that from the same people that told me it was haunted.
Bugsy Siegel's. Bugsy Siegel owned the Comedy Store.
Wow.
Didn't he? Make sure that's true. Yeah. Bugsy Siegel owned Ciro's. He at least was one of the owners. And might have been multiple owners. Is that what it was? Yeah.
Mitzi was originally renting out just the OR.
Well, Mitzi took over long after Ciro's was gone, and then another thing came after Ciro's, and then Mitzi took it over after the other thing.
Okay.
Mitzi and her husband.
So they were never renting it from the mob?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, I think they owned the building.
It says it was owned by an entrepreneur, William Wilkerson, but then it says only to have control of the resort wrested is what it's supposed to say, from him by mobster Bugsy Siegel.
Bugsy Siegel took it from him.
Stole it.
That probably happened all the time. Do you want to die? Or do you want to just give me your club? You can open up another club, stupid.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, they just would do that just to flex.
To take shit from you?
Just take shit from you. What are you going to do? You can't do anything.
There's nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do. They'll kill you. Well, back then they owned the police. They owned everybody. I mean, when there was no real, no one was filming things, there was no DNA evidence.
Yeah.
Come on, man. They just ran shit.
That's back when you could just go to jail from a hunch.
Do you know how many people are buried in the Nevada desert? Look how they find these people in Lake Mead as Lake Mead
as it's
dries
lower?
up.
Oh yeah.
They're finding all these dead bodies. They found 6 dead bodies down there. And I mean, some of them are people that drowned. And one of them was a guy who drowned saving his son. And his son remembered it.
Oh man.
And his son's like a grown adult now. And it's like scary.
But that's a great way to remember your dad.
I guess. Yeah, your dad saved your fucking
I mean, there's
life.
worse ways.
There's worse
memories.
ways. But there's quite a few people probably that they haven't found in Lake Mead that just got fucking shot and dumped there. They got one guy was dressed like from the 1970s. They found him in a barrel.
You know what? They probably find a lot of motherfuckers that they demolished one of them casinos.
Oh yeah,
They find a lot of
under the
motherfuckers.
cement.
Yeah,
For sure.
there's a lot of bodies down there.
For sure. They did that just for a goof. That's what Mikey is, that cocksucker. That fucking rat. We buried him right here.
You think
For sure.
Do you think the mob still exists?
100%.
Just not as powerful.
Well, they probably have learned from their mistakes. You know, they probably do it in a way that's a little bit more clever.
Right, yeah.
Like the problem with the way John Gotti did it, like that was like when people think about the mob, they think of John Gotti and walk around those expensive suits and shit. The problem with that is like he was in front of everybody's face. Like everybody knew it. Whereas like Vincent the Chin Gigante, he would walk around in a bathrobe like he was crazy and he would talk to himself. And he'd walk around the neighborhood like he was schizophrenic. And that was his hustle. That's how he would, like, they would say, he's running the mob. They're like, what, this crazy guy walking around like talking to himself?
That's hilarious.
And the way they caught him is they put microphones. They knew the way he walked, the route, so they put microphones. They parked their own cars there and put microphones in all these different cars. So as he walked by, they could record all the different shit that he was saying.
Damn.
So he's ordering hits. And
I thought it was going to be like they did it with bees or like hornets.
Nah.
And as soon as one get in his face, he's like, motherfucker, like he just started talking straight.
normally.
Son of a bitch, who the fuck?
Have you ever seen that video of the dude who's a newscaster? This black guy is in front of
Oh yeah, that's one of the OG classic. That's one of the classic videos.
He's
on
got the
internet.
full broadcaster voice going.
Oh, yeah.
Motherfucker! It's hilarious.
Oh yeah,
On
this is
that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death. The fuck is that?
It's amazing.
This is one of the best things on the internet ever.
It's amazing. But here's the thing: it's like, why can't someone just be themselves and tell you the fucking news? Like, why? If that's who that guy really is, like, why do I need him to pretend that he is neutral broadcast voice man?
I don't know why. I don't know where the broadcast voice came. Oh, actually, you know what? I have a theory, and I might be right about this. I think it came from when microphones weren't as good, and you had to enunciate for the
very
whole.
clearly.
Yeah. Because when I was in the service, we had to be like, we had to say over the radio. We had to say numbers a certain way. Like 5 was fife. Like you had to say it like that so that it got through. Because
Crackles and
yeah.
shit.
So I'm guessing that came from those times when, but I don't know.
It might have also come from the theater where you had to talk really loud because there was people in the back of the room where there was no microphone. So your earliest performances, like live performances, were theaters probably. Or when someone was speaking in front of a large group of people. And when you're speaking in front of a large group of people, you have to talk like this so they can hear you.
Well, I wonder. I'm sure somebody will hit me up. Somebody email me and tell me the answer.
Yeah, recording equipment had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did
why do they still do it?
What about like the way they used to act in the old movies where they overacted?
Oh, that voice was so. A lot of things we do that don't make sense. It was just fuck the English. Yeah. So like the reason we spell certain words differently and all that is like that was on purpose. It didn't just happen naturally. And our old TV voice was like it was a counter to their. Well, I think
Hello,
it was
British
our
proper.
version of their fucking highfalutin, what they call it over there, posh.
Posh.
It was a counter to their poshness. We had our own posh voice, and it was that fucking early TV voice.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
Because everyone talked like that back then, or they tried to.
Yeah, and then you've got Australian, which is like a drunk English.
Oh yeah, was it you telling me about this?
No, someone told me about this, and maybe I told you after they told me.
No,
Somebody else told me.
No, it was Shane Gillis was telling us.
That's right.
That it was criminals.
Yeah.
And the babies would see their fathers be drunk, and the baby started talking like their drunk English fathers, and then that became the Australian accent.
That's hilarious.
Which I'm not sure if he was 100% sure that was it, but that was one of the theories. But I'm gonna go with that.
Well, it is interesting how accents deviate, right? It's like, who was the first guy to talk like someone from Boston, and why did everybody copy that dude?
Yeah.
You know, the pack your fucking car. Get over here, Brian Simpson. What the fuck?
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be that far away.
No. Distinctive Australian accent is the result of a drunken slur caused by the heavy drinking of the early settlers, according to a communications expert from the country. So it's true. It's not just about pronunciation, vocal quality, or timbre matters, as does timbre matters, as does intonation, the way the pitch of the voice rises and falls.
Wow.
Vocal quality or timbre matters, as does intonation. So they that's what it is. All right, Mike. It's fucking better.
And then New Zealand is right there, and it's a completely different.
Totally different. Well, also look at the states. You could drive from one state to another state in the United States. They talk differently.
Yeah.
I used to have a joke about it about California. Like, people make fun of California accent. Like, oh, I'm sorry, we enunciate clearly. Like, the California accent is talking like you could hear every word.
Oh, right. And even within California.
Yeah, well, in California, there's different accents.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have kind of like a southern accent as you get into those farmlands and shit.
Oh yeah, and then think you can go from Vermont to Boston to New York to Philly to DC to Georgia to to Alabama to Florida, and it's all different accents. You know,
All different. Well, Florida's a mess, right? Because you got Florida accents, but like, what percentage of Florida is people that move from the East Coast, from the upper East Coast? A lot. It's
a lot of older folks, though.
More now than ever before. But even when I lived there was a lot of people that came from other places that came to Florida. People would escape the cold.
My favorite accent is Louisiana.
That's a good accent.
New Orleans. Oh yeah,
That's a good accent.
because it's a lot of flavor.
Jazz.
Yeah.
Jazz to it, yeah.
I like to watch the chefs on social media.
Oh, yeah, man.
Like, go on there and hit it with your seasoning there now.
Yeah, when they're talking about Cajun cuisine, too.
Yeah.
Oh, those guys.
Or like Punky John. Did you know Punky?
Sure, I know Punky.
Yeah, so Punky her story is incredible, but she from New Orleans, and it's like the way she talked to you, it just make you feel good.
Yeah. We talked about Punky when we were at the O2, remember?
Oh, yeah.
So
I love her.
I
dude.
love Punky. I'm so happy for her.
I remember her, so she's on SNL now, but I remember when she first got her big TV thing, and I remember watching her on TV while she was working the bar underneath.
That's wild.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize, like, there's no big break anymore. It's a bunch of little breaks.
Sometimes you get a big break, but you're better off with little breaks.
Yeah.
Because if you got little breaks, you could handle a big break. A big break will fuck your head up if it happens all the time. Like, that's why, like, these 20-year-old stars, like, good luck.
Yeah, I feel bad for them. Man.
How do you... Even worse is when they're kids. That's the worst. Growing up a star is like a recipe for mental health problems.
It's child abuse.
It's like there's very few, like Jodie Foster. I never talked to her, but she seems like she's got her shit together. There's very few people that were like very famous. And Jodie Foster was in fucking Taxi Driver. Think about that creepy movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
Think about that creepy movie. She was sexualized when she was very, very young in that movie.
Or what happened to the kid from The Professional?
Oh, I don't know.
That movie.
That's a heavy fucking movie.
This used to be one of my favorite movies, but you try to watch it now, and it's like, this is.
Natalie
Portman.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
she's huge. Yeah, that's right. That was her. She was really young then. What was she? How old was she then? Oh, my God, she's a little kid.
Yeah.
That's a crazy movie.
And she's like
man.
flirting with him through the whole movie.
Right. He doesn't flirt back, though, right?
No.
Well, that's okay. Like, kids are allowed to pretend.
Yeah, but it was like,
Yeah.
I think maybe, is it better to be a child star and stay a star? Or to just do it real quick and leave?
Well, it depends. If you could do it real quick and then find something else that you really enjoy, that's great. And then be successful at it, that's great. But you remember when Gary Coleman was a security guard?
Oh, yeah.
He had to get a regular job, and people would fuck with him.
Do you ever
he
watch?
was super duper famous and very recognizable.
Oh,
Want
right.
some coffee?
Yeah.
Or you want some whiskey?
No, a little
It's up
coffee.
to you.
I'm gonna do both actually.
Let's go.
You ever watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Okay, you know the Joffrey kid.
Yes.
He just dipped out.
Good for him.
After that, he was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
So he's done acting totally?
That's the impression I got, but
Bro, imagine your first role. You have to play the cunt of all cunts.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you die, you get poisoned. Everybody's happy.
dude, and I hate it. And here's what's so fucked up. I read the books, and I'll never forget being in because you got to understand too. In this show, in these books, there's no justice. So he's the first motherfucker that you hope died that dies. Everyone else that died before that, you like them. You don't want them to die. But he's the first motherfucker who is like. So I'm in the middle of an open mic, reading these books. Someone's on stage, and I apologize profusely to this day. But when he died, I lost my shit. I was like, yeah, I'm in the middle of I'm like, yeah, die, motherfucker. You know?
Oh, that's so crazy.
I know, man. I wanted him to die so bad. So I hated this motherfucker from the beginning. It's like, and he played the role so well. It's like it's hard to, like, if I saw him in person,
You would think of him as that guy.
well, I mean, initially, obviously, I would
A little bit.
Yeah, I would try not to treat him that way, but it's still hard. It's like, nah, motherfucker, your face is associated with evil.
Right.
You know?
Well, some guys, they do a role, and that role is them forever. Like Archie Bunker with Carol O'Connor. He was Archie Bunker forever.
Yeah, I think what he's going to do.
That's him now?
Yeah, he just got married.
Oh,
That's
look at that.
Joffrey?
Yeah.
That's Joffrey.
Wow. See, I think he's going to come back as an adult.
He looks like a country western star.
Yeah.
He looks like some cool guy who, plays country western music with Sturgill Simpson. Doesn't he? Doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
He totally does.
Like a completely different person.
Good for him. Good for him. Stay normal. Look, he's in church and shit. I gotta imagine just psychologically being a kid and playing a very, very hated character. You don't have you don't have any bright moments on stage where people like you. You have nothing to be proud of. Everything you do is horrible and awful.
That's my dream, though.
Be an evil person
I want to play one.
in a movie or
I
a
want to
TV
play.
show.
I want to play a villain in something. I want to play a villain so bad.
Interesting.
Yeah. Why is that interested? Why you? He giving me the judgmental eye.
I'm just interested. What about it is appealing to you?
I think because there's a part of you that wants to. It's a fantasy. It's like there's a part of you that wants to play the villain. Like when I play like RPG video games or whatever. If there's a dark or light side, I always play the dark side. Yeah. So maybe it's like that. There's a part of you that wants to live that fantasy, but I just think I would do better. I think it's easier to play a bad guy, and I think I would do better at it.
But you're such a nice guy in real life.
I'm kind. I'm not nice. and I make that distinction too because I have to stop myself from being a piece of shit.
From being mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a natural inclination,
Yeah.
though.
My first thought is to be mean.
Do you know that Jordan Peterson has this whole saying about becoming hyper competitive? You know, that people think that you should be docile. And he's like, no, you should be a monster and then learn how to control it.
Yeah. I heard him say that. I like that. Where it's like,
Yeah, just be ruthlessly ambitious
Yeah.
and learn how to rein it in. And his take on it is a strong man is not a dangerous man. A weak man is a dangerous man because they'll fold on you. They have no character. They have no confidence. And also them being kind or them being pacifists, they don't have an option. They can't beat people up. They can't do anything. So them being mean that's not even possible.
I think that's why
physically, especially.
I have an aversion to shaky people. You know,
Shaky people are dangerous.
Yeah.
They'll fall apart on you.
or even people that are kind of chaotic. You know,
They fall apart. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like I don't know because I had such a chaotic upbringing, and it's like especially men. When I meet men that are like unpredictable, I'm like I can't fuck with you. You might be the best guy, you might be a nice guy, but I need distance from you because there's no telling what you're gonna do.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna fold.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. A week because I get what he's saying is like if you're nice because you're weak, you're just being nice because you don't have a choice.
Right.
You know what I mean? Somebody that could destroy you that chooses not to is more impressive than somebody that isn't doing harm because they can't.
Yeah, it's strength through kindness.
Yeah.
Or kindness through strength, rather. You choose to be nice. You choose to be like the person who takes the high road in things because you can, go either way. You
Yeah.
know, that's why when you see like very famous people going after other famous people or going after someone who's not famous, it's always very distasteful because this person is in this unusual position of strength and they don't use it the right way. There's like a different obligation you have if you're in an unusual position of strength than a person who's just weak.
See, my first instinct is to always be suspicious of those people.
Weak people or strong people?
The people that are trying to destroy people.
Yeah.
Or it's like that's their whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Their whole life is trying to destroy people. I'm always suspicious because they always turn out
To be a piece of shit.
right.
For sure. They just want to hurt people. If you that's where you put your resources in is destroying other people. Imagine you have so little time on this life.
Like you know how every time there's a politician whose whole thing is they hate gays, and then they always turn out to be
gay.
Right. But people forget that applies to everything.
Yeah.
If your whole personality is that you're against something, that's always suspicious to me. It doesn't always turn out to be the case.
Right, but it's very often the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like the male feminist that's secretly a piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of those guys. There's the gender traitor male feminists who just want to shoot down other men to make themselves look better. There's a lot of that. And there's women that do that too.
Or some of them are just
It's a human inclination to try to diminish other people, to at least in appearance advance yourself. You know, but it doesn't really work. It's one of those things like name dropping. Like name dropping doesn't work. Like, yeah, we're hanging out with Leonardo DiCaprio and Quentin Tarantino. Was like, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear that.
Right.
You know, like you could tell a story if it's a great story that like, dude, I'm hanging out with Gary Clark Jr. and we're getting high. Like that's a great story. It's not even a name drop. It's just a factual story, right? But if you're telling these people that you know, you're dropping names to try to elevate you socially, it has the opposite effect.
It's weird.
It has the opposite effect because whoever those people are, you're trying to connect yourself to a bad motherfucker. But the way you're doing it lets everyone know you're not a bad motherfucker, nor do you have the character to become one.
Right. It's one step down from like, do you know who my father is?
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. Or do you know who I am?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Which I think in certain situations, like if someone tries to pick a fight with Hoist Gracie, might be justified.
Right.
We go, excuse me, do you know who I am?
Or like if you're about to go on stage at the O2 Arena and somebody stops you right before you walk on stage.
What happened to you? They just didn't. First of all, they were, English folks. They probably don't know too much about American stand up or They probably didn't even know who the fuck I was.
Well, the guy did apologize to me, but I'm never going to stop being upset about it.
Dude, the lady checked my shit. I was trying to go to the bathroom. Yeah. And, do you have a pass? I go, I'm Joe Rogan.
Right.
This place is sold out. They're all coming to see me. I have to take a shit.
You see how that whole wall has my face on it?
Yeah, that's this. Hey, see that wall?
It's like, come on, lady.
I got to take a shit. Let me through.
Because, well, you know what it is for some people, it's just an honest mistake or whatever.
Yeah, it was an honest mistake with her.
Or they really don't know who you are or whatever. But some people, and this is part of the reason that turned me off from the service, is like some people, they use the rules as a shield, because even though they know that, because it's one thing like it's my show at the arena, my picture's everywhere. I walk up on you, you notice me, you don't recognize me, you can't see the picture, and then I go, hey, I'm this person, this is my show. Now from that point forward, if you continue to go, yeah, but now you're just an idiot,
right? That's
hiding behind the rules, because you know that even though what you're doing doesn't make any sense, you're protected because you followed the rules.
Well, there's also a thing when people have power over you, they don't want to relinquish it. Even if they just have a little bit of power to keep you from going through somewhere. They've already committed to this idea. They're going to stop you from doing something. You know the Stanford prison experiment?
I'm somewhat familiar with it, but yeah.
I don't know. I think it's been questioned recently. So I think there's some doubt about whether or not it made sense the way they did it, or whether people played it up. But what happened was they got these students to pretend to be prison guards and prisoners.
Okay.
And they ran this experiment where the prisoners were, they had to listen to the guards, and everybody immediately became a cunt. Treated people like dog shit. and they stopped the experiment early.
Like, yeah. What was the pushback on that?
See if we could find,
Because they did
Jamie
did a movie about it, right, or a documentary about it.
I think there's a thing that people do when they have the ability. It's like a natural inclination. People have been in control of people for so long, whether it's a dictator that controls the population or a general that controls the army or a plantation owner that controls his slaves. There's always been people controlling people forever.
And then you know what they would do? They would give one of the slaves a gun.
Oh,
and have him be the overseer. You know what I mean? And then now you have power. It's like you have a gun now. And now you have power over everyone else. And you're
overseer. Isn't that in KRS-One, The Sound of the Police?
Oh, probably, yeah.
That song. Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. I was in Brazil in 2003 for the Abu Dhabi World Championships. And
for kickboxing?
No, Abu Dhabi World Championships for Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, okay.
Eddie Bravo was over there competing. That was the year that he tapped out Royler Gracie. It was the craziest upset ever.
Wow.
It was insane.
Is that
insane in Brazil.
Is that what blew him up?
100%, man. He wasn't even a black belt yet. Eddie was a brown belt.
And he tapped out Royce Gracie?
Royler.
Oh, Royler Gracie.
Royler, who was Royce's brother, who was more successful even than Royce in jiu-jitsu tournaments. He's like one of the greatest Gracies of all time in terms of his accomplishments in winning world jiu-jitsu tournaments. He was the man.
What did he tap him with?
A triangle off his back. It was amazing. It was amazing. When he locked it in, he went for an omoplata. Royler defended the omoplata and exposed his side. And Eddie had, like we were talking about legs that can move like hands, that's Eddie's legs. He has crazy leg dexterity. He can do a lotus position. Like, he could just, like, put himself in a lotus position. Like, whoosh, whoosh. BJ Penn can do that, too.
Really?
They didn't have to use their hands. Like, Eddie Bravo can put his legs behind his head. He has crazy flexibility and leg dexterity. It's very surprising. So if you're in his guard, you're fucked. And Royler didn't know it. And he was in Eddie's guard, and Eddie just slapped that triangle on him and then started pulling the head, and then Royler tapped, and it was insane. I was crying.
Oh,
Dude.
man. Yeah, I can't imagine.
I'll cry right now.
Did he even know? Like, did he think he was going to win?
Oh, he had already beat Gustavo Dantes, who was also a world champion. He tapped him before that. That was his first match. He got his back and tapped him. And then he had this big match with Royler, and they shut off all the other matches and put, like, all the cameras on this one thing.
So there's footage?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see it.
Yes, you want to see it?
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest experiences of my life. I get emotional right now.
Yeah, because I can't even imagine. See, that's real love for your homie. For you to get that emotional because he won.
It changed his life.
Yeah, man.
Because he was always like this, like, super talented guy, and like, you know, he and I would talk about it. He would talk about all these jiu-jitsu wizards and all these people that were like super talented. I go, dude, you're a fucking wizard. I'm like, you're really fucking good, like really good. And he didn't want to kind of believe it for some strange reason. He was very humble about his jiu-jitsu. He knew he was pretty good. And then he started winning tournaments, and he won the Abu Dhabis and then the West Coast trials. And so he made it to Brazil. And so this is him against Royler Gracie, who is the fucking man. And Royler's on top of him, right? Now, Royler has gotten to side control, but Eddie does this thing called the jailbreak. Look how he retains guard. It's the brilliant use of his legs because, again, he has this insane leg dexterity. So here, Royler is defending, and then he catches him. See that? Because Eddie had his wrist and it looked like he was trying to set up an omoplata, and then he locks him up in a fucking triangle. And look at him squeezing. Royler is fucked, and he's trying to get out here. But this is just death. And then Eddie finally grabs the head. And when he grabs the head with the squeeze, Royler's tapping. And that's it. And so Eddie walks up. And this is what he said. He said he couldn't believe it. But he walked around with his arms up in the air like he knew it was going to happen. But while he was walking around, like he did a play-by-play of it on my podcast. And while he was walking around, he's like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Then Royler hugs him. And then he looks at me and he goes like this. Like, huh?
Wow.
It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life because for him to go there, he was such an underdog, and he had this very strange style of jiu-jitsu that really he formulated. He came up with it's not like he invented submissions, but he came up with new ways to set things up that were completely unique to him and his system. And that's how he created 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. It's a very well thought out, really effective system, especially if you have leg dexterity. That's me and him. We're hugging.
Holy shit, man.
Look, he's crying on my shoulders.
There are few things better than watching somebody triumph.
It's amazing.
God damn.
It was crazy because you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it happened.
When you're broken up.
You wanna, man?
I'm pretty spent, man. Emotionally, physically.
Oh, that's him talking about it. Yeah, going over it. So that was the birth of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. And then he came back. Jean-Jacques Machado gave him his black belt. Jean-Jacques took his black belt off
After this match.
after that match and put it on Eddie.
Whoa.
Yeah.
God damn.
Whew, it was wild, man.
God
it was wild. So then Eddie started 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu shortly afterwards.
Does he say that's the best day of his life?
It was one of the best days of his life. One of the best days of my life. It was
God
amazing.
Damn.
And then he came back. I think he was going to call it like Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu or something like that. I forget, because the joke was like back then, Eddie and I would smoke a lot of weed and we would watch documentaries. And we would watch, the big one was we were really into Zecharia Sitchin. Zecharia Sitchin was, he was a linguist and a biblical scholar. And he had this belief that if you decoded the Sumerian text, he's like, the Sumerian text, in his interpretation, described a planet that came in an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years close to Earth. And that this planet was called Nibiru. And that this planet,
I've heard this,
that there's these creatures on this planet called the Anunnaki. And that human beings were the product of accelerated evolution. So the Anunnaki came down here when we were basically lower primates in the jungle, and they experimented with our DNA and turned us into what we are now. And there's all these depictions of these gigantic beings, and one of them has it on his lap, is like a human, but with a monkey's tail. And he believes that that is like pointing to this link, and that there's a detailed map of the solar system, which how the fuck did they know that, right? 6,000 years ago? How did they know that? But it had the sun in the center, and it has all the planets in the correct orbit, like where they are, and they're all like, they're not the exact right size, but, you know, obviously Jupiter's fucking massive and Earth is small in comparison, but the bigger ones are in the right place.
So that's why he called it 10th Planet.
So I came up with 10th Planet. That's my name.
Was he pissed?
Because I was like, Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu, no one's going to know what that means, man. I go, just call it 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. Like, this shit is so crazy. It's from over there.
Was he pissed when Pluto got demoted?
No, we never counted that.
Oh, okay.
When Pluto got demoted, like, says you. I grew up, it was a fucking planet. Fuck you. It's got a name, bitch. That's a planet.
Right.
I think the problem is Pluto's so small. I think Pluto is smaller than the moon, which is weird. Oh, by the way, the Sumerians counted the moon as a planet, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Because they called Nibiru the 12th planet.
Okay. Yeah.
We came up with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. It was just Eddie and I getting high, brainstorming names for the academy.
Because I think Pluto doesn't clear its orbit, is what they're saying.
Oh.
It's not the biggest. So basically, the biggest thing in that plane basically moves everything out of the way.
Pluto's about 2/3 the diameter of Earth's moon.
Smaller than the moon.
Probably has a rocky core surrounded by a mantle of water ice. Interesting ices like methane and nitrogen frost coat the surface. Due to its lower density, Pluto's mass is about 1/6 of Earth's moon. Whoa, you could fly on Pluto, just jump through the air. Just like Superman. That's the idea about Superman. He came from an environment that's so dense that when he comes to Earth, he can just fly.
He just jump?
Yeah, but the problem with that is, like, biologically, we know that what happens to people when they're in zero gravity is their bodies deteriorate, like, very rapidly. Your bone density deteriorates very rapidly. Like, those guys that go up there for, like, 6 months, when they come down here, they're fucked up, man. They can barely walk.
That's why those people that want to go, that like volunteered to go to be the first ones to go to Mars, is like, y'all are dying.
That Commander Chris Hadfield, we had him on the show.
It's that Dear Moon Crow I was telling you about the other day. These guys are all going to take a trip around the moon.
When is that happening?
Before the end of the year is supposed to right now. It's other things could stop that from happening.
But shouldn't they send a chicken out there first just to see? I mean, I know that they lied about the CIA killing Kennedy. We sure they told the truth about everything back then?
I mean, do so many things can go wrong.
So many things go. Steve Aoki, don't do it, Steve.
Wait a minute.
Steve, I love you. Don't do it.
Steve Aoki's a musician, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All these people
He's fucking
are
cool as shit.
creators and people that do stuff.
You mean
Artists.
none of them are astronauts?
Steve,
correct,
catch the flu.
So
Don't do it.
So this isn't the whole crew.
No,
I mean,
this is it. Yeah, they're flying in like the SpaceX autonomous Dragon capsule. So
Oh,
they don't
hell
fly or
no.
anything.
This is a goddamn science fiction movie gone awry. They're going to be on a
No,
planet
no,
fighting off
it's fine.
dinosaurs.
It's fine.
Oh, have you seen that ad for that new movie with Adam Driver?
oh yeah.
Looks dope as fuck.
Yeah, I was like, this is like
Yeah.
dark.
They go back 65 million years ago and with modern weapons like from the future. What's the matter?
That was
But
the
when does it
sound
come
I
out,
mean to
though?
play.
Oh, I thought you just screamed like
No,
someone
no,
bit you.
That was the sound. Someone was.
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm excited about
This
this.
looks exciting.
373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Transporting 35 passengers on a long-range exploratory mission. Send help.
I almost want to stop now. It looks too good.
Dude, it's good.
Like I'm gonna see it. I don't need to
No,
know
no,
anymore.
no. You need to see some of this.
This is like
They did a
spoiler
great
alert.
job. No, they did a great job with this. You already know it's dinosaurs, bitch. I
know,
ruined
so
it.
Let's go see it.
I already ruined it.
I've located one survivor.
A child.
Sam Raimi, so you know it's going to be really good.
The atmosphere is breathable. There's something alien out there.
It's these dinosaur footprints. Oh, shit. Yeah, see, they just give you a little touch here and there. 65.
Okay, that's good.
65 million years ago.
Oh, the name of the movie 65?
Yeah, because it's about the age of the dinosaurs. He goes back in time somehow. Winds up on Earth 65 million years ago.
Oh hey, Jurassic Park.
Oh, man. That's a great trailer, though, damn
There's
it.
another good trailer I just saw too. I'm not gonna play it now, but the Oppenheimer trailer for
Oh, yeah, that looks
Christopher
great.
Nolan's movie looked really fucking sweet.
Yeah, that's Christopher Nolan.
The one thing I hate
Another
about
guy who makes amazing movies.
the one thing that bothers me about when they do asteroids in movies, asteroid fields, they make it seem like there's no way you would come close to an asteroid and just be surrounded by a whole bunch of other ones. They're so far apart. It's like there's like the way they always show them in movies is
That's true, right?
completely wrong. Yeah,
I never even thought of that.
yeah. There's no way you would have to like dodge between. It's just no.
But that's all the great Star Wars scenes.
Right. I know.
Shit.
It makes for better action, but it's so inaccurate. It's just it bothers me because I know. I wish I didn't.
Too late.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss.
It's like, you ever heard Neil deGrasse Tyson break down the movie Gravity?
Oh yeah.
He's like, our hair would not be like this. And everybody's like, stop!
Right,
Stop!
right.
You could. The space stations are not that close to each other. Stop!
It's right. It's like
Stop!
let's talk about it after the movie.
Yeah, you're gonna ruin this shit. Imagine watching a movie like that with him.
Oh yeah, you can tell. You know, he probably
is not possible.
He probably loses his mind in Lord of the Rings. He's like, magic is not real. Hey, Neil.
Yeah.
Let-
Well, he goes so far with his skepticism, though, that he's not open-minded to the possibilities that, like, alien life has visited Earth. Like, I'm not saying that it has, but he said, what is so interesting about us? Like, we had an argument about it. One of the rare times I've ever disagreed with him. I'm like,
yeah.
we are so insane. We have nuclear weapons. We shoot video through the sky. We'll go to South America to study a rare frog, right? They'll spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these expeditions to find these little deer that people can't see in Vietnam. Like, are they still alive? They've done that before. Like, you don't think that a curious alien would want to look at a species that's on the verge of changing what type of civilization it is. They're becoming integrated with technology and computers. Artificial intelligence is ready to emerge. Gene editing is a real thing that's being practiced right now, and in levels that we probably aren't even aware of. This is just, we know that one story because one guy got busted and he went to jail, but we know they did it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So how many of them did they do that they didn't tell us about? Maybe they decided like maybe it'd be better if we just shut the fuck up.
See, I feel like every time I'm on here, we talk about the Fermi paradox because that's really what it boils down to.
It doesn't necessarily.
No?
No, because we don't have the ability to see these places. We don't have the ability to, we really don't have detailed imagery of any other planet. We have very rough estimations of the temperatures. No, I shouldn't even say rough. I should say they're not precise. Right? So we don't know exactly what it's like there. We don't know if there's life there. We don't know what kind of life that would be, like a life that could breathe a completely different environment, a different kind of air than we breathe with different levels of gases. It's totally possible. Like, if things breathe underwater.
The only example we have is Earth.
But even on Earth, we have so many variables. Things breathe under fucking water, man. I mean, we drown in there. They die up here. Man. Like fish, that's nuts.
Bro, there's alive shit everywhere. Even places where you would think shit would be like they found life around those
volcanic vents.
Those vents on the ocean floor, like acidic, like nothing should be able to be alive there.
And it's like 1,000 degrees is coming out of there.
Yeah, but also if aliens, because mathematically they definitely exist. At least it seems like highly likely that some life is out there, right?
Highly likely.
But if I feel like a species that was sufficiently advanced to be curious about us and study, we wouldn't be able to tell that they were here.
That's true too. Unless they wanted us to know they were here,
right.
Or unless they're not quite as advanced. Like if there is an infinite like universe that we're dealing with, and there's planets where life forms could have developed in a much more stable environment where they don't get hit by asteroids and they get to not just like where we are, which is like 1 million years of evolution from the lower primates, but like 300 million years. Like what if they just stay alive and they just continue to advance to the point where they're literally like gods? They can travel through black holes. They can transcend space and time. They can instantaneously appear in any spot in the universe they want to. The question would be like, would they want us to know about them yet?
See, or even crazier than that. I remember when we were in London. I was talking to Graham
Hancock.
Yeah, Graham Hancock.
How great was that dinner?
Oh, it was awesome.
Graham Hancock and Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, because I remember when he first started telling me about his theory, it was almost like he expected me to be like, shut your stupid ass. Like he expected me to react completely negative,
right.
And he was shocked that I was like listening. And I'm like, no, I want to hear what you got to say. I don't know shit.
Well,
right?
His theory is based on asteroidal impacts.
Yeah, well, his
combined with Randall Carlson's.
Yeah, he said he thinks that there may have already been a more developed human species that got wiped out, and they could have sent someone to another place.
It's totally possible that anyone who can build the pyramids could build anything. If you can make that, we would struggle to make the pyramids today. And I know people love to say, "Oh, human beings could do it." Sure, we could do it. But you have to realize there's 2,300,000 stones in the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And some of them are cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. And these are massive, massive stones that were cut with such precision that in many cases when you're inside the pyramids, on the outside everything's fucked up because it used to be covered in limestone. But people looted it and they broke off the limestone. They built cities with it and shit.
Okay.
Horrible. They built a lot of Cairo, apparently, the early days. The people stole limestone from the Great Pyramids. That's how goofy people are. So that's all rough and fucked up on the outside, but it didn't used to be like that. It used to be flat and smooth, to the point where it was probably polished and reflective. Like they don't know exactly what it looked like, but they know that the precision inside, in some of the areas like where you look at the stones, you can't even get a razor blade in between those rocks. And these are massive stones. And the amount of calculations that are involved and the amount of precision that has to be involved. And to take this design where you're stacking stones onto, you can't have any errors when you get to the top. You have so many stones, a millimeter here, a millimeter there. You get to the top, you're all fucked up.
But do you think that Neil's skepticism comes from because the other side of it is the speed of light. Because that's the big, huge barrier, right? Is it's like for us to be visited by an alien species, they would have had to have figured out a way to get around that. Either to go faster than the speed of light, or to have some kind of workaround, like warp bubbles or whatever the fuck that we.
I think that's more likely it.
Yeah, because
I think the way we're thinking about it is very archaic. The fire comes out the back. I think we're thinking about it like a catapult. Like back when they had a catapult, like this is the shit, bro. I got the new catapult. It's like the staccato 390 catapult with the fucking cut the ropes and that fucking rock goes flying. That was as good as anybody. No one ever thought like missiles would come out of jets. You have a hypersonic jet and it's shooting fucking missiles.
Well, that's the thing. You talk to futurists and they're always wrong.
Yeah, you can't be right. You have rough estimates and guesses.
Like, talk about futurists in the 20s.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't picture airplanes. They thought everyone would have a blimp. Like everyone will have a personal blimp. That's what they thought.
Dude, I had a dream about that once. I had a dream, a world. I can't remember, it was 1,000 or 1,000,000 Nikola Teslas. I'm like, think about what that guy was able to create and the ideas that he came up with by himself. And imagine if there was 1,000,000 of those guys.
1,000,000.
1,000,000 Nikola Teslas. 1,000,000 insane geniuses that create transcendent technology that we enjoy today. I mean, he was trying to broadcast electricity through the air and wanted to give it to people for free.
But think about how, there's an old, I think Voltaire quote where he says something to the effect of like, I'm less impressed with the Einstein's brain than the near certainty that, people just as intelligent are dying in sweatshops and slave fields and shit. It's like, imagine if, because all the geniuses we got, it was luck of the draw that like we got Nikola Tesla at the right time with the right family, with the right money, with the right education. Or like Sir Isaac Newton, he was born a rich kid. If he had been born a serf, we'd be 100 years behind on.
That's probably totally true what you're saying.
So I want to go like if I ever had like Elon money, like fuck you money, I would start a foundation that went around the world trying to find those fucking kids. Like go pull the smartest.
How about better yet, create them.
Figure
out a way
with CRISPR.
Not just that, but also with education. I mean, a lot of it is access to things. It's the things like if you read like Malcolm Gladwell's The Outliers. One of the things that he'll talk about with like certain incredible success stories, it's like the access that they had to all these different things that could help them. Yeah. Like Bill Gates, like he had access to the computers at the university when he was a kid and learned how to code like very early on. Yeah, that's why he was involved in it super early on.
I hate all these motherfuckers that act like, all of these tech people try to act like, oh, we started in the garage. It's like, and they fail to mention like that garage was attached to a mansion. It's like,
yeah, but it's still impressive.
It's impressive to
if you think of like what Apple is, that it actually did start in a garage. Like Amazon, you ever seen the desk that Jeff Bezos used to have?
Oh yeah, and he had it on he had Amazon written on like white paper.
Yeah, it was like a one of them vinyl signs.
But yeah, but you know what? His parents still loaned him like $250,000. It's like
that's true.
So it's like,
is that true?
Yeah,
$250,000.
I don't know exactly how much it was, but it was over that. It was that or over.
That's the Trump story too.
Yeah,
he got loaned millions of dollars by his dad,
and that's what I mean. It's like access to the resources
yeah, look at that. Ultimately loaned him $245,000 in 1995. By 2020, Bezos had transformed this into $1 trillion through the investment. Wow,
that ain't bad.
It's a good return.
But you know what I was talking about this the other day. You know what makes me feel sorry though for billionaires like him is they can't really complain. They can't really complain. It's like when we flew to London, I called my mother and complained, and she was like, "What?" It's like you can't complain to people that have less than you, so you can only like.
That's true.
It's fucked up that him and Elon got beef because they really the only two. It's like because you can complain to your therapist or you can call, but somebody that really gets it, who the fuck else gets what it's like to be a trillionaire?
Why do they have beef? What is the reason?
I think it's just competition. Like you said, they're competitive, ruthless motherfuckers, and Bezos went to space first. I really think that's what it is. I mean, I would love to ask one of them, but I
would think that you'd be encouraging as many people as possible to develop space travel, especially like billionaires.
Or imagine if you're the richest man in the world and you wake up tomorrow and there's somebody else.
Maybe it's like a premise thing. Like if you do a bid on a certain premise, and then someone else is doing a bid on that premise, and you're like, motherfucker.
Yeah, sometimes it just gets created. Like I remember hearing a long time ago, like when TikTok first started getting popular, like the #1 girl on TikTok is like, and she woke up one day, she was #2. She hated that bitch. I think it's just part of that competitive part of you that's just like, you don't really hate the person, but you see them as your opponent.
Right.
But I don't know. But it's weird that they've never like had dinner together and like, because who else are you going to talk to? Like maybe a Saudi prince.
Right.
Who the fuck else you going to complain to about billionaire problems?
Right. And the Saudi prince thing. Remember when he got they hacked his phone?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They used that Pegasus software on his phone. He opened up a WhatsApp link.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's dumb. Why would you click on a WhatsApp link?
You don't know. It's from your friend the billionaire.
Yeah. Who knows what goes down? And but also like, why would they need to?
It's Game of Thrones, bro.
It really is.
They're playing Game of Thrones, but they're doing it in a different way.
Because I have I know that that when you get to that point, it's not even about the money anymore. It's about winning. Like I don't think Jeff Bezos is checking his balance.
How could he? It probably fluctuates by $1 billion every now and again.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Like they always say, they lost $11 billion in this thing. Like what?
Yeah.
What?
Or you hear like Amazon's stock price lost the most money in American history. Like it don't seem to be affecting him at all.
No, just he's on a level, but also probably. But he's retired.
He's not the CEO of Amazon anymore?
No.
Oh. So he just has the stock.
He's just balling on the yacht.
So why not just sell all the stock?
I don't know what he's doing, man.
Oh.
Maybe that's part of the agreement. Like he can't sell the stock.
And that's the thing. What do you do when you can do anything?
You do what he does.
You just chill on the
do
yacht?
Testosterone, start lifting weights, get a yacht, become a baller.
Yeah, I mean his yacht's pretty impressive. They just put out a picture of his yacht the other day.
It's ridiculous.
It looks like a small city.
It's ridiculous. Elon Musk doesn't even own a house.
What?
Yeah, he just borrows people's houses.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the?
He says it's an attack vector. So when people like talk shit about him being rich, like I don't even own a house. And he doesn't. He's got all that money, but he's like your possessions, like your extravagant possessions that people look at, those are attack vectors. He's just brilliant. It's very smart.
Oh, so people attack you because you have them?
Yeah, well, that's like they point to that. Like people are pointing to Jeff Bezos's yacht. We know he has. What does he have? Like 100 and.
Did you know he's one of the first shareholders in Google?
Kapow!
Jeff Bezos.
$250K invested in
Kapow.
1998.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
3.3 million shares in Google stock.
Oh my goodness,
worth
that's
3.1 billion. In
oh my goodness, that's a
2017.
nice return on your investment.
Elon or Bezos?
$245,000. What was the initial investment?
$250K in 1998.
Yeah, but I feel
He
like
took his parents' money and put it in there.
I feel like people are attacking him anyway. People don't like you anyway. Just go buy some shit.
Well, they're definitely still attacking Elon, right? But what he says is that a house is an attack vector, meaning like that's something that people point to. And
if I had Elon money and somebody attacked me on Twitter, I would show up at their house and give them $100,000 and be like, go back on Twitter and say something nice.
Well, you'd be doing that all day long for the rest of your life.
No, right? No, you can't.
And that's how you'd starve to death.
Yeah.
You'd never
You
have
run out of
time
your
for
money.
anything else.
Then everybody would be lining up to curse you out.
You'd be exhausted. And people would get mad. Like, $100,000 only takes you so far. I'm back on the Elon hating train.
No, he just banned the guy. You know, there was a Twitter account called like Elon's Jet.
Yeah.
And the guy was telling people when his jet was taking off and landing,
Yeah.
which is a little creepy.
How is he getting the information?
It's publicly available.
But is it I think it's more complicated than that. I think you have to take data from multiple different places. And
Right,
what he's
right.
doing is putting all that data together. Is that fair to say? Is that accurate, Jamie?
Yeah, it says ADS-B data, which is publicly available records. But then you got to put it together and find like probably tail numbers and stuff and be like this.
Yeah.
And then he's the one saying this is him too.
Yeah, I think right. I think he's putting it together from publicly available information, but it's still a little creepy.
Why? What is the point?
I don't
like
know.
he said he started to do it because he was a fan of Elon's, and then he wanted like $50,000.
And then Elon offered him money to stop, or offered him a job to stop.
I don't know what happened with that. I don't know what the exact specifics were, but there was some sort of discussion about Elon giving him money or something like that.
The thing is, he says it's a safety issue. And I feel like if the richest man in the world is telling you, hey, man, what you doing making me feel unsafe, and I need you to stop, and here's some money, I think you got to take that deal because
he offered $5K and then
that's not
countered off the guy who runs the account asked for $50K, saying he'd use the money for college and to possibly buy a Tesla Model 3, and that was, I guess, their last public exchange, maybe.
Oh, wow. Yeah, $5K.
That's not a bad look. That kid saying that, like, that's a good deal.
He said he was a high school senior when it started, then he kept it going during the pandemic.
Yeah, $5K is not enough.
June 2020.
Elon, you got to make an offer they can't refuse.
But here's the problem. How does this prevent other people from doing the exact same thing and doing the same thing, trying to get more money? Like, when does that end? If that's an industry now,
Yeah,
like tracking Elon's jet.
Well, that's also why I think it was a mistake to go public with it, because the DMs weren't public until he made them public, until the guy running the account made it public. You know, so it's like.
But is it a mistake for him because it's getting him a lot of attention? People are paying attention to it. He might be able to monetize it. It's weird though. It's definitely weird, and I would not like it at all. I don't think it's a nice thing. He
got more scruples than me. Because if I had $1 trillion, I had somebody knocking on your door. Hey, listen, you want to make me uncomfortable? I'm gonna make your whole family uncomfortable. We're not gonna hurt you, but we're gonna make you uncomfortable. If you won't stop doing this, I already offered to pay you. Then I want revenge. I'm petty like that, and that's probably not the smart move.
What are you allowed to do? Do you think you're allowed to like film someone and put them like every time they're out in public, put it on a website and tell everybody where they are?
Like TMZ?
You know, because he could hire somebody to do that.
That could be stalking.
Is that stalking?
I think it depends on how you gather the information.
What if you just like track that guy's car? You say, I'm tracking his car. Let's see what kind of carbon emissions this guy puts out.
Yeah.
I'll track his cars. I'll track all his Ubers. We'll measure up because you're not carbon neutral if you're riding in an Uber.
You get real petty.
You're riding in someone else's car.
Real petty like that.
You get real petty if you decided to do that and decide to say like, are you doing it because you think like you want to shame me for flying a private jet? Because that's the thing that a lot of people do, like the Taylor Swift and all these people that talk about climate change. Like, look what you're doing, Leonardo DiCaprio. You're flying around a private jet.
Taylor Swift doesn't fly in a private jet?
Of course she does.
Oh.
Of course she does, but they give her a hard time about it. They give everybody a hard time about it. The Kardashians, they give them a hard time about like they take so many trips and they could have driven there, it would only taken 18 hours. Like, people get crazy. I think one of them was like they wanted her to drive 4 hours. Like, what? She's not driving 4 hours.
Right.
Okay, get it out of your head.
Also, dude, a lot of people don't realize too is like when you reach a certain level of celebrity, you can't travel regular. You just can't do it, like, because you people will swarm you, they mob you, they stalk you, they slip shit to you. It's like you and maybe flying private isn't. It's like you definitely can't go to the airport.
Bill Gates can't sit in first class.
Exactly.
Too many people would tell him, "You put a microchip in my brain."
It's like
Bill Gates.
It's like, because here's the other thing too. It's like, you fly, motherfucker. You fly commercial. It's like you could drive too. But you ain't about to do that.
Well, it's like the argument would get down to everybody needs to be on an electric bus. And then the problem is like, how you powering the electricity?
Hey, listen, the second they come up with some shit where they can, safely like some hyperlink shit where they can safely like zoom you at 500 miles an hour, I'm gonna be a proponent of that.
Those accidents are going to be horrific.
The accidents?
500-mile-an-hour accidents, they're going to happen.
But they don't happen that often in like Japan.
Often is not a word I ever want to hear when you're talking about 500-mile-an-hour accidents.
Oh yeah, the first one's going to be brutal.
They're having deaths in Florida right now, and the train doesn't even go that fast.
Yeah.
How fast is it? How fast?
Fuck that.
I feel like it's less than 100 miles an hour, but people are trying to cross. They think it's a slow train, so they try to cross the tracks, and a fast train comes through. It says 55 people. It's killed at least 55 people in Miami-Dade. It's on the screen. Broward and Palm Beach counties.
Jesus
since its
Christ.
debuted 3 years ago. That's not. It's like one a month, I guess. But that's still
a lot.
Damn, one a month.
That's a lot, dude.
They even stopped it for a while because it was happening so much. So
How are they dying?
Oh, but you know what?
They're trying to cross and they think.
Oh, my
they have
God.
time.
But
Collisions.
look at the picture. They're putting this old ass train on the old track. I mean, this new train on the old tracks.
Well, we don't have new tracks. That's the other problem.
Yeah, that's
can't
crazy.
do that.
Oh, my God. This is insane. Do they check all those tracks?
No.
So right
No.
now they have police at most of the crossings to stop people.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
'Cause I think a lot of this has happened during testing. Even that, it's not even fully operational.
Dude,
Bro,
I've been on an Amtrak train because I used to when I lived in LA, I would catch the train down to San Diego. I prefer the train over driving or flying because it gives me time to like read. Like when I'm just sitting there and traveling, I can read and listen to shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's like a 2-3 hour train, but I've been on it twice when it's hit someone.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And their whole procedure is they stop the train and they have to wait.
They
Women in
survived.
car. They survived. Oh, my God. Did you see that? Is that the lady in the Prius that tried to drive and the train hit her?
Might have been. This
Is
was
it like
grandma
a
on the
small
top.
car?
Okay, so wait a minute.
She hit the gas and she just panicked. She tried to get it across before the train. The train hits her car and just clips the corner of it.
So these Brightline trains, all these deaths are from not the train
that's it.
crashing.
Correct.
No, they're from people crashing
across.
into the trains, trying to get across the tracks in their cars.
Yeah. See, if one of them things hit you at 500 though, you're not surviving that. You're paced, bro.
Yeah, well, they hit the corner of her car.
Did she get injured?
Yeah, I'm sure
Oh.
she got injured. She got rocked. I mean, the car gets destroyed.
Yo, did you see that clip? It was a couple months ago where a police officer pulled a woman over. He stopped his car on the train tracks, put her in the back of the car while he went to go deal with the other passenger, and then the train started coming.
Oh, my God.
And he fucking left that bitch. He left her in the car.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she didn't die though.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, have you seen that? Did you pull that
Oh,
up?
my God. He
Yeah.
didn't have time to get her out?
Here it is, right here. Yeah, she's in the back of that cruiser, and he's like,
Oh,
fuck it.
No
Bam.
way. Oh, no way.
Yeah.
No way.
This from inside the car. She like, let me out there, bitch. Oh, bruh.
Dude, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this.
Yeah.
You're freaking me out.
That's tough
Oh,
right
my
there.
God. What happens to that cop?
Oh, who knows? Who knows? I never
Oh, my
got to
God. He
follow
left
up.
the car on the tracks.
Yeah, man.
That's so insane.
And I
But
forget
that's-
what his reasoning was. I forget what he said, but it's like,
How could he? How do you justify
that's just
that?
a fuck up. You fucked up
You
real
fucked
bad.
up real
And
bad.
that's caused that. And she didn't die though.
Oh, my God. That's
But
insane.
I think she broke all her bones.
Oh, my God. Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah.
Hit by a fucking train?
Aren't you at the very least? Aren't you pretty much forgiven for whatever thing you got arrested for?
What if it was just like meth?
I don't know. I forget what her crime was. Maybe it was.
She got caught with meth.
It was probably something like that. But it's like, yeah, but we can't talk about that in court. You know, what prosecutor going to prosecute you when you just got fucked up?
Not just that, like for sure she's gonna sue
Oh yeah, I would sue.
if she's still alive. I mean, who knows how badly injured she might be still alive, but for how long?
She got seriously injured. It says lost teeth, left arm broken, multiple fractured ribs, injuries to heads and legs.
Jeez.
Head and legs, sorry, not multiple heads.
But she didn't. She can still walk, right?
It says she's alive. I'm looking. It says 2 cops charged for leaving woman in vehicle.
Oh my God.
Went to the wrong thing.
Yeah, but in the one cop, I mean, first of all,
Imagine
where
that
you
was your
fucked up
friend.
at was stopping your car on the tracks.
Yeah, why'd the cop stop his car on the tracks? For sure. And why'd he get it out of his fucking car? Like the whole thing is bonkers.
It's insane.
I mean, did she try to escape or something? Did he try to put her back in? I don't know what the story
2
was.
police officers have been charged with multiple felony and misdemeanor counts stemming from an incident in which they allegedly placed a handcuffed female suspect in a patrol car that was then hit by a train.
Oh my God.
5 counts of reckless endangerment, 1 count each of obstructing a highway or other passageway, careless driving.
It's like, and you definitely don't get to call yourself because he ain't even try to save her.
That's so scary, dude.
I mean, probably nothing he could have done.
It might not have been, right? I don't know how much time there was in that. I mean, he was on the tracks. He might not have been able to do anything but get out of the way. Which is like, what did you do? Do you die with her?
She was charged with 1 count of felony menacing.
She got charged.
No. Before that, Or
Rios
after that?
Gonzalez suffered serious injuries following the collision and has since been released from the hospital. She is charged with 1 count of felony menacing, according to the district attorney's
Still?
office. I mean, this is when
It's like, nah, I'm gonna need y'all to drop
November
that.
7th?
I'm gonna need y'all to drop that.
How insane is that they're still charging her?
Nah.
it's obviously still ongoing, I believe. So I don't know that it's even made it to court yet.
Yeah, because you can get charged with stuff and then they'll decline to prosecute. That's happened to me before.
What does menacing mean? Like she's threatening somebody?
Let's see. I'll Google felony menacing.
That's the craziest case of karma ever, if that's the case.
Menacing. Wikipedia says a criminal offense generally defined as displaying a weapon with the intent of placing another person in fear or imminent physical injury or death.
Oh, she pulled a weapon on somebody.
Mm.
So who knows what that? Who knows what that story
Public
is?
menacing.
Who knows what that story is?
Yeah.
The problem with that is like, who knows what that person did? Who knows if she was defending herself?
But imagine getting hit by a train and then still having to go to prison.
Oh my God, that's so insane.
Because ultimately she didn't harm anyone. You know?
Right, she
So-
scared them.
Yeah, so imagine still having to go to prison with all your bones broken and everything.
Does it say with the intent?
I'm looking right now I'm trying to reel back on the story on why they pulled her.
Can
over.
you the definition though? Can you read the definition again?
Of what menacing?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Does it say with intent? Listen to me like I'm a fucking lawyer. I just want to clarify for the record, Your Honor.
The definition from the dictionary says suggesting the presence of danger, threatening, a menacing tone of voice. To be menacing to someone is occurring when an individual knowingly places another person in fear by means of threat or physical action. So yeah, that'd be intent.
Oh, but that's just
That's like
that's
assault.
not a weapon though.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
like-
you said it was a weapon.
The first thing as Wikipedia's I'm reading multiple definitions.
So if I go, bitch, I'll kill you. That's menacing. Isn't that assault?
Probably menacing. No, it can't be assault, right? Or is there verbal assault?
Yeah. Assault is just making someone afraid.
here's the Wikipedia so we can read that again.
Menacing or brandishing in a criminal offense. Oh, is a criminal offense. So, or brandishing.
Generally defined as displaying a weapon, but that's generally.
Okay,
again, it's-
generally defined. But it could be like, what if someone was an MMA fighter and they were threatening to beat your
Oh yeah,
ass?
because you can be menacing by stalking.
Exhibition.
Oh.
Idaho has a different definition than Ohio, so it's
Okay. Well,
Okay.
so something. Who knows?
So just threatening, probably.
It's threatening somebody,
Yeah.
maybe. Who knows?
Ooh.
But Jesus Christ, getting hit by a fucking train. You know, Matt Hughes, former UFC welterweight champion, got hit by a train.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been recovering over the last few years using a lot of stem cells.
Oh yeah, I do remember this.
Yeah, that bioaccelerator place in Colombia, which a lot of MMA fighters go there and they have great results. He's going there and he's done a bunch of videos of him there doing different stem cell therapies.
Here's what happened to begin it.
It says multiple law enforcement agencies responded to a report of road rage incident involving a firearm in Fort Lupton on Friday evening. A Platteville police officer stopped Rios Gonzalez's car just past a set of railroad tracks and parked the patrol vehicle on the crossing. She was placed in the back of the police vehicle, which was hit by the train as officers were searching her car. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They were searching her car while they parked their car on the fucking train with her in it. So there's no excuse for that.
No. I mean,
How the fuck do you not know the train's coming?
yeah.
And you're a cop in this area?
And then they could hear it. It wasn't like it was a quiet train.
And both of them were they probably just so locked in, and then by the time they realized it was coming, they were like,
Bro.
"Ugh."
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. You definitely don't get to be a hero.
Imagine being in that fucking car when that train's coming. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo, that's a crazy way to go.
Because being in a situation where you really know
Mm-hmm.
that there's harm coming.
They've gotten rid of people that way too, you know.
What do you mean?
Parked them on the tracks.
Oh yeah.
Like murdered them and then parked them on the tracks.
Yeah, definitely.
Boom.
Tape your hands to the steering wheel.
Do you know that's how they found out about the drug trafficking in Mena, Arkansas?
Wait, no.
Yeah, there was a guy named Barry Seal, and he was going back and forth to I guess it was Colombia.
Why does that name sound familiar?
Because they did a movie on him with Tom Cruise.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's called American Made. Is that what it's called? It's a great fucking movie.
Okay.
But, Barry Seal's not handsome like Tom Cruise, so it's weird. But the movie's great.
Wow, Tom Cruise played this motherfucker?
Yeah, that's
wow.
Barry Seal. He didn't gain weight or anything either. He's
a
like,
mullet or
fuck
something.
you.
Tom Cruise is like,
Yeah,
hey, man, I
he's
can't,
like, "Listen,
look like
I'm
that.
not going to look like that. I'm Tom motherfucking Cruise. I can pretend. Now go see Tom Cruise in American Made. Now watch the difference of what his character looks like. He just looks like a wild man. He just got some crazy hair. That's it.
Damn, I've never seen this movie.
Well, it's a true story. Well, the movie is, obviously a dramatic adaptation of a true story. They took some dramatic license, some theatrical added things. They had creative power over the storyline a little bit. But in it, Barry Seals gets pardoned by Bill Clinton.
For what?
There was something that happened where he got in trouble, and he said, call this number, and Bill Clinton lets him off the hook.
While he's president?
In the Tom Cruise movie, yeah. In the Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah, there's like a scene right here.
Yeah.
This supposedly happened.
Play it.
I'm Dana Sabota,
He's just been
State
arrested.
Yeah.
Attorney General. You got DEA, ATF, FBI, all wanting their pound of flesh.
Yes, ma'am. It's quite a room.
Yeah. Well, you hit to trifecta, didn't you? I mean, guns, drugs, money laundering. And the state of Arkansas is gonna rip the bark right off of you, boy. We are gonna put you in a 4x6 cell for the rest of your life.
Man, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Miss Sabota, I have Governor Clinton on the line. He says it's urgent.
Governor. Mr. Governor.
Put him through. Clear the room. Take him with you. Yeah. What do you need, Bill?
Did y'all know that caddies have more trunk space than any other car in the world?
So this is Tom Cruise just talking to all these cops that think he's going to jail for the rest of his life.
You do that for all of us?
Yes, sir, I would. I'll get all y'all caddies. Have them here this afternoon.
What are you trying to do, Seal? Add another 20 for bribery?
Oh, no. I'm just offering y'all caddies for your troubles.
What trouble, Seal?
Well, bring me down here for one. See, I'm gonna walk out of here. I'm gonna walk out of here. There ain't a damn thing any one of you can do about it.
Do it.
He sticks his arms out to get unhandcuffed.
Free to go, boys.
What the hell you mean he's free to go?
Explain what's going on here.
He's free to go.
Free to go. You boys should have taken the caddies.
I'll be seeing you, Seal.
Oh, you won't.
So this is in the movie. It at least implies, without specifically saying it.
Does he deny this? Yo, when that motherfucker,
I don't know.
when
I
his
don't know.
memoirs come out, that's gonna be a motherfucker.
So this is what happened. These kids died on this train track in Mena, Arkansas, and the police reported that police report stated that they were intoxicated and they fell asleep on the train track, and that's how they died. But then the parents did an autopsy, and they found stab wounds on the kids. And so they knew that the kids had been murdered and placed there. So an investigation started. And then during the investigation, they realized that that was where Barry Seal would do his drug drops. So he would fly into these airports, and instead of flying in with giant bags of cocaine and then getting arrested when he landed, he would throw them out the back of a fucking plane with parachutes. And they would land. Like these or I don't know if they had parachutes. They just throw these bags out at like, a low altitude.
Okay.
And he had drop points where he'd drop these bags. And one of these two kids, one of these bags landed and they saw it. And they went over and started fucking with it. And then when the people went to find and retrieve the bag, they found these kids and they murdered them. And so then people started talking, and then they found the story of this guy, Barry Seals, and he was arrested. And on his way to trial, he gets murdered with George Bush's phone number in his pocket.
Barry Seal.
Barry Seal.
Man, stop playing.
Listen, This is the ultimate
Is all that
story.
in the movie too?
I don't know if they put that in the movie, but find out if that's true because I'm pretty sure it is. The ultimate story was this guy was smuggling drugs into the United States a lot, flying back and forth to South America. He had all these photos, and he worked in cooperation at one point in time with whatever federal government that was investigating. I think it was was it Noriega? Like who did he get in trouble?
Medellin.
It was the Medellin cartel?
Yeah.
So was it Pablo Escobar that he got photographed with? Yes, sir. So he got like photos for them of like all these different drug dealers all hanging out together. Yeah. Pablo Escobar.
I suppose that's how I got caught. Those pictures came back and were released publicly before he had even landed on that flight back.
So that's how they found him.
And they were like, oh, well, we know who Barry is.
Yeah, so they murdered that dude. Somebody murdered that dude.
God damn.
But that guy was bringing in drugs, and he wasn't making all the money himself. He was a pilot, and I'm sure he got a piece. I'm sure he got paid really well. But he was doing it for other people.
Yeah, there's Spinelli. I don't know who this guy is. Let me see. I think it might have been a previous agent.
So he was an agent at one point in time.
This says he was his pilot.
Was he an agent?
Pilot, and had his phone number.
Okay. It says, for example, Spinelli said one of the big conspiracy theories around Barry is that he was George H.W. Bush's personal pilot, and when Barry was killed, he had Bush's phone number in his back pocket. Neither filmmaker felt it was appropriate to include that unsubstantiated theory, but they also knew that astute audience members might already be familiar with it. That's a good way of like saying it might have happened.
So then why did they include the Clinton thing?
Because the Clinton thing definitely did happen. And the thing about it is, it's like, what was going on? Like, this guy was bringing in cocaine. And if you really thought about it, you go, okay, if you were some big-time government agency, right, and you knew there is no fucking way we're stopping all this coke from coming over here, all right? It's coming over here. Why don't we, like, get a little taste? Why don't we get a little taste? If you're in the DEA and you're just constantly busting scumbags with giant bags of meth and you're like, you know what, man? How about we just fucking sell some of this shit? How about we just sell some of it and use the money like to fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua? Yeah, and that's what happened with Freeway Ricky Ross.
It's like, you ever hear Ronald Reagan talking about that shit where where at first he goes, like, it's a thing, it's like there's a Killer Mike song called Fuck Reagan or something like that, and it starts off with his speech about where he goes, he's like, I know last week I said that we were not funding these Contras or whatever. And he was like, and even though this is a very politician way of putting it, he goes, even though my heart tells me that that's still true, the evidence says that it's not. So instead of being like, I lied, he was like, my heart tells me that this isn't true.
How much do you think they tell the president? Like, how much do you trust a guy who only has a job for 4 years?
I think they tell him the very tip top urgent shit, right. and they tell him all the other shit on the bottom, but there's that little 10-15% that he has no idea.
In the 1980s, I'm just throwing this out there. Don't you think that in the 1980s they could keep a guy like Ronald Reagan from finding out that they're dealing drugs while his wife is doing the Just Say No campaign? Because that's during the same time period, man. During the Just Say No campaign, Ronald Reagan was responsible because he was the president, whether or not he knew about it. During his administration, they were selling drugs in South Central LA.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You've seen that video where Michael Rupert calls out, like there's an assemblywoman and there's the CIA or the DEA guys on stage, and he says, I personally witnessed the CIA selling drugs.
Yeah, they were definitely putting drugs.
They were selling drugs, and they were doing it all through Freeway Ricky Ross.
Yeah, and then they locked him up.
And he figured out how to be a lawyer in jail. He couldn't even read when he went to jail. He learned how to read and then became a lawyer and realized they had tried him for double jeopardy incorrectly. Because for double jeopardy, like when someone has like three strikes, right? Not double jeopardy, 3 strikes. So when someone does that, it's supposed to be like 3 separate times. It's not like 3 different things that you charge them for at once.
Right.
And for his second arrest, they had used that, but they used it incorrectly. I hope I'm not fucking that up.
So did he get out?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he got out. And his story's insane. It's an insane story because it's all true and verified. That guy was making millions and millions of dollars. He couldn't even read at the time. He was a tennis player. He's a fucking very smart guy. And he didn't know how to read. And he figured out how to do it in jail once they arrested him and learned how to become a lawyer.
That's miraculous. Is there a movie about him? No, there's a whole show about him.
Well, there's also Rick Ross, the rapper.
Oh yeah, well I think they had an issue at first
did.
because he's like, I'm actually
Rick Ross. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like someone calling themselves John Gotti.
Right.
And then John Gotti gets out of jail. Like, hey.
Well, there's a lot of rappers that name themselves out of like mafiosos.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
There's a Yo Gotti rapper. There's I forget his name, but the guy that used to run Murder Inc. Something else Gotti. There's
Irv Gotti.
Irv Gotti. Yeah, Irv Gotti. There's Rick Ross. There's I think Biggie used to call himself something Slim. I'm getting my shit's getting crossed up, but there's a lot of rappers do that.
What did Superfly sell? Was Superfly a drug dealer in that movie?
I think he sold pussy. That sounds like a pimp.
Was that what he was? I don't believe. I think he was selling drugs. I think that was the idea. That was like cocaine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cocaine. And you know what's crazy? We do so much cocaine.
The United States does an insane amount of cocaine.
I think Britain still does more than us.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you talk about a place. It's probably. I think Texas might be bigger than Great Britain.
Yes.
And
well, it rains over there so much. They just want to just get
They do so much cocaine over there. It's crazy.
get gacked up.
That's why their fucking food sucks.
Their food doesn't suck anymore.
No?
No, there's some amazing chefs over there. Yeah, and you can get some really good food in England now. It's like that was like an old thing that people said.
No, I mean when we went there, that was my only time there.
Albania, 12.
You didn't
plus.
think that was great steak?
No.
How dare you?
I thought everything else was good. The potatoes were good. England and Wales.
Albania is number one?
Annual prevalence percentage, which I'm not exactly
Whoa,
sure.
so 5.9%
That's like per
of the
capita.
people do
Over the age of 12, which is unique to that list.
over the age of they're
What is
doing
it?
coke at the age of 12.
That's a crazy way to measure.
Oh my God.
How you find out the 12
That's
year olds?
Rose's people.
Holy shit.
Rose from the Comedy Store. That's her people.
Albania?
Wild folks.
Holy shit.
Albanians.
6% do
That's
cocaine?
wild. Let me see the list again.
I'm trying to find a better one to see. if
That
it's
one's
accurate.
fun.
Well, I just lost it.
That one's a good one.
If they broke it down by city, it would be a whole other thing.
Right. Yeah, because some cities are like Miami would fucking
yeah.
dominate the country in the
Miami,
cocaine Olympics.
Los Angeles.
Miami though would really. I mean, that city was built on cocaine. Wow, look at that. So United States is only number 3. We got to do better.
But
We got to do better. All the coke's coming into this country, and we can't get into number 1.
But what does prevalent annual prevalence mean? Though?
Probably per year. How many times do you do coke? At least once a year, and it looks like. Am I reading that correctly?
It's the percentage of the youth and adult population who have consumed the drug at least once in the past year. Okay.
Yeah. So it's 2.9 for America. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just all the people that are telling the truth.
Yeah, a lot of people are lying.
Yeah.
Probably more than.
And
how many of those people that aren't lying are on Adderall?
Because it feels like more than 4%.
A lot of people are doing it.
I feel like whenever I'm in a room and cocaine comes up,
Yeah.
because I don't do cocaine, but I am always in the minority. Like most of the people are like, oh yeah, I'll do something. You know?
I've never done coke.
Well, it doesn't affect me.
I've never even tried it.
And at first I thought like maybe I was doing it wrong or I did the wrong kind. And people would constantly try to convince me, but I looked at there's a theory that kids that were on Ritalin don't have the same cocaine doesn't have the same effect on them.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. You probably have a tolerance for speed.
Is that what Ritalin is?
It's very speedy. I don't know if it's technically a speed, but it's very speedy for some people. It makes them like Henry Rollins was on it when he was a kid, and he talked about it. He'd be like fucking he thinks that had a big effect on him. I'm pretty sure Henry said that about it. I think that was Ritalin that he was on, right? Okay, it says Ritalin acts much like cocaine. Advanced imaging research has answered a 40-year-old question about methylphenidate, which is Ritalin, which is taken daily by 4 million to 6 million children in the United States. How does it work? The answer may unsettle many parents because the drug acts much like cocaine, albeit cocaine dripped through molasses. Neurosky.
That's the person who wrote this.
Oh, That was like, what did they say?
No, just through molasses.
Taken orally in pill form, it rarely produces a high and has not been reported to be addictive. However, injected as a liquid, it sends a jolt that addicts very much, says Nura Volkov, MD, psychiatrist and imaging expert at Brookhaven National Laboratory. They say it's like cocaine. So when you inject it into someone, who the fuck is injecting
I don't
Ritalin?
know how people found that
How
out.
how do they make that? It acts like that's a misleading title. It acts much like cocaine when you inject it in someone. They were saying that it doesn't cause that when you take the pill form.
Yeah, or maybe it's a very, very mild cocaine effect.
I don't know, but people that I know that have taken it describe it like that. Henry Rollins described it like he was just like fucking,
Yeah.
like gritting his teeth all day.
It gave me bad anxiety.
I could just imagine. It's like also the thing about things like that is like who knows what's going to work for you and what's not going to work for you. Like there's so much involved in like trying stuff on you. Like if you don't feel good, like they don't know what's going on in your head.
Yeah.
Like what does that mean?
Well, this is what really fucked me up is because when they first put me on it, I didn't like how it made me felt like the first couple times I took it. So after that, I was sneak and spit it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after like a month of me, so I took it for a week. I didn't like how it made me feel.
Why did they put you on it?
I was in foster care, and I was like, I wasn't. Basically, I was ADD. They called it's ADHD, but they called it ADD back then. And it was just the teacher was like, he's smart, but he can't sit still, and that kind of shit, right? And so for 3 weeks, I was spitting this shit out, and then we had a parent-teacher conference, and so I wasn't even on the shit. And you know how like. You know how sometimes, and I don't recommend parents do this, but like adults would talk about me like I wasn't there.
Right.
You know what I mean? And these motherfuckers, the teacher, the guidance counselor, and my foster mother, they all sitting around like talking about how, yeah, I really noticed the progress and and it was my first time. I'm sitting there, 7, 8 years old. I'm like, these motherfuckers are full of shit. Like I didn't have the words to say that, but that's how I felt. I was like, they're all full of shit. They don't know about any of this shit. And so for the longest time, I refused any of the shit they gave me. Like once I had the power to say no, I was like, fuck those pills, because they tried to put me on Prozac too when I was a teenager. And I was like, how you know this ain't, they experimenting on me? How you know this shit, what does this shit do?
Well, also, the thing that drives me crazy about kids that won't sit still is that no kid wants to sit still. The idea that you want kids to sit still, I know you're trying to give them discipline and train them to be good students, but that is absolutely not what they want to do. Kids are like puppies. They want to run around. They want to have fun. That's natural. That's 100% natural way to live as a kid. Yeah. When they make you sit down in a fucking room and listen to some boring shit, and maybe you're behind in classes, so you can't even follow what the fuck they're talking about because you're not up to that level of whatever it is.
No, it was the opposite.
You knew too much.
For me, I was like, I get it.
Oh, so it was
like,
boring.
Yeah, I'm like, if I could give
even better. So if that's the case, like imagine the solution is to drug you. It's not like he's so smart. This is all stupid to him. Like that was Einstein. Like Einstein failed like 7th grade.
Yeah.
Like how the fuck can you, if you fail Einstein? I mean, you got to think that maybe the way you're teaching is kind of fucked.
Yeah, because I forget who the fuck it was. I think the guy's name was Tom Hartman, but he was like a political guy that I used to listen to a long time ago. But he was talking about how there was when he was coming up, there was a school in Boston where they would send these kids. I don't think they called it ADD back then, but the theory was that it was actually an evolutionary benefit because the person that was, it's not that you can't pay attention, it's that your attention is split. So the guy that was hyper aware would help the tribe survive or whatever.
There's that, but it's also they're bored. Like they want excitement. Like there's a thing about children. They want things that are like that stimulate them. Yeah. And when the education doesn't stimulate them, it's just this drone. It's like a trumpet in your face. Just blah, blah, blah. You want to get the fuck out of there. It's normal.
Being a smart kid is kind of a curse in the wrong environment. And because the teachers that always got the best out of me was the ones that were fucking hyped about the subject they were teaching.
It might have felt like a curse. You might have at the time felt like it was a curse, but it's 100% not a curse. The curse is to be born stupid.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real curse.
Yeah, yeah.
You are way better off being a smart guy who feels out of place in a stupid neighborhood than you are a stupid guy in a smart neighborhood.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't want to be the dumb guy.
You don't want to be the dumb guy. And it took me a long time to stop acting stupid so I could fit in.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because I wasn't just a smart kid. I was also a foster kid.
Right.
So it would be like I would finally feel like I'm kind of sort of fitting in, and then I would move. And now I'm this new kid in a new school. You know, when you're a new kid in the school, everyone's paying attention to you, and I know the answer, but I know if I raise my hand, it's going to draw more attention.
Right, and you're going to be Mr. Smarty Pants. You're going to be mad at
right.
you.
Oh, the Mr. Know-It-All, Mr. Right, and it was like, so I got into this habit of just dumbing myself down so that I would be cool or whatever. But you know, as an adult now, looking back, it's like I realized no one thought I was cool anyway. You know, I'm way cooler now that I'm just myself than I was when I was trying to be somebody else.
But that's part of being a kid, and especially being a foster kid and getting moved around the way you did. That's got to be an insanely challenging thing. But that's also why you're so interesting. Like, people develop character through adversity.
True.
I don't think there's any other way that we acquire it. It feels like a curse when it's happening. You know, when your fucking life sucks and nothing goes your way and you keep failing, you keep falling flat on your ass. But that terrible feeling of you not meeting your goals and achieving things and getting something going on in your life, those terrible feelings create a more resilient, more focused person.
Oh yeah,
that applies to everything.
Well, finding comedy is like I found my tribe. Like once I found comedy, and I was like, oh, it's all these other fucking people that be thinking and saying weird shit,
exactly,
and wondering about dumb shit. Like it was like a glove. Yeah.
That's why, when Mitzi would talk about the Comedy Store, she would call it the Island of Misfit Toys. That's what she called us.
Yeah, it really is
the Island of Misfit Toys.
Because people try to have make it controversial, like some of the shit we say on stage or whatever. It's like, but if you heard the shit we said to each other, it's a whole other level.
Because that's the only way we can make each other laugh. Yeah. Also, like, there's zero stakes.
Oh, right. Right.
It's just, and you get props for it, for going too deep. Like, if we're out at dinner and Tony Hinchcliffe says some fucking insane shit that you could never say.
Sometimes you ever forget that, like there's a not comic around, and you forget
all the time,
and you're like, oh, they probably don't. Yeah, but I'm telling you, if those of y'all listening out there, there's nothing better than 5 or 6 comics that
just talking shit.
Yeah, that know each other and trust each other with no recording devices around, and we're high, and we're just mind. It's almost like the equivalent of a rap cipher. It's something we automatically fall into to keep each other sharp. It's an exercise that we just do.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what podcasts are in a way too. Yeah.
And we're spoiled.
We're definitely spoiled, because if you try to have a conversation with a knucklehead, it's not fun.
Yeah, that's why the pandemic fucked a lot of comics up, like the lockdowns, because a lot of people don't realize, like, you being exposed to such a high level of thought experiments and just mental stimulation every night. You're near some of the most abstract thinkers, and they're giving you ideas and different angles, and you're spoiled by that. And then all of a sudden, it's nothing. You just get a text that says, "Hope all is well." That ain't doing it. Like 6 months ago, you were talking about aliens and if humanity was started from an alien doing mushrooms or whatever the fuck, right? It's like you were having those kind of conversations every fucking day.
Right.
And you took it for granted. And then all of a sudden it's not available to you.
Right.
And your mind is used to just constantly getting new things to think about and piece together. And it's like it's just gone.
That was real lucky that during the pandemic we kept doing the podcast.
Yeah.
We never stopped.
Yeah.
We tested everybody. We did a lot of different things. In the early days, it was very touch and go because, they're testing you for antibodies. They're not even testing you like necessarily for COVID. It took a little while before they could test for COVID.
Right,
But we just had everybody just, be honest about how you feel, be honest about whether or not you've been exposed, constantly get tested. I get tested every fucking day. And then, you got to monitor yourself too. But it was weird because like everybody that was coming in had been isolated. So we knew that we weren't exposed to other people other than these people that we're doing the shows with. But then I did a gig in Houston at the Improv in July. It was kind of the heart of everything. And then I didn't get sick, but I got really high and I got super paranoid that, oh my God, what if I got sick? And then I started thinking about it, like, what if I got sick and I infected somebody? I'm like, I know I'm not sick right now. I don't feel sick, but what if I got it? Then I was thinking, oh my God, like I can't do any more of these shows. So I have to stop. I was like, I got to stop. And so we stopped for months and months and months until we did these shows outside with Chappelle. We did the stub shows because then we tested the whole audience. We tested everybody. We had a COVID bubble. We tested the whole audience. Everybody got tested. And then we did those for a while. And then as things relaxed more and more, so I was able to do the podcast through the entire thing. Yeah. So by the time we came here, they had rapid tests. So they had these rapid antigen tests. They could find out whether or not you're positive in 15 minutes.
You probably lost your mind if you couldn't.
Yeah, I would have definitely gone into a different headspace. I think a little bit of silence and relaxation and removal from the world sometimes just to get an introspective view into what actually matters, because you could lose what actually matters in the hectic scramble to pay your bills and advance your career and do this and do that, and you're trying to achieve things and you're going after it every day, and you just, when everything shuts down, the one advantage that you have is that now you could look at life in its like pure state. Life in its pure state is just people around the people that they love, and you're just hanging out together. Yeah. And you're locked in together, and you're in a place of elevated risk because everybody's a little heightened by the fact that they all know that everything's been locked down.
And there's some meat being smoked.
A little bit of that is good.
Yeah.
The problem with people is that shit went on too long. It went on way too long, and it fucked people up psychologically, whether they realize it or not.
Isolation.
Isolation.
Oh, yeah.
Isolation and fear and anxiety. Because you got to think there's certain people that had a level of anxiety that was already very high. And then the pandemic comes, and everyone they see might kill them by breathing on them. And you see people, and whether or not masks work or not, you see people with no mask, you're fucking furious. Yeah. That could be the one that fucking kills me.
I remember when it first started, I went to the laundromat because I had to. Mm-hmm. And it was, and I remember just thinking like, oh, all the air is poison.
Yeah.
Like what if that was the one that's gonna, it was like it was rough for
it was also months. Rough because no one really knew what the effects were yet.
You know that shit they have in Korea? It's like a phenomenon. They've named it, but it's like a people that like isolate themselves. It's a sickness. They isolate themselves and they just stay locked. They're shut. They're
watching video games.
Or whatever. They just don't leave the house. They leave the house as little as possible. And they have a name for it, and it's a problem. And it's been for years. Oof. And it's like we basically did that to everyone.
To everyone, yeah. And the really fucked up thing is they did that to kids. So these kids are going to have a hard. And also they did a lot of communicating with masks on to kids, and then kids to other kids that they forced them to wear masks. So the way children learn how to talk, a big part of it is like watching people talk. Like watching facial expressions, that's how you learn. You learn from people. You learn like the way we communicate with each other. You see facial expressions, you recreate them. Like this is me going, wow, I didn't know that. They have to learn that when half your fucking face is covered by a diaper. They can't. Nobody can see that. It's like bad for development. So we have no fucking idea what kind of impact that's going to have.
So what do you think? So say there's a pandemic, another one, and there's no controversy. Like this shit is deadly. No one disagrees.
It'll be what we experienced times 10. It'll be just as fucked up in terms of like the anxiety levels. They'll be even higher actually, right? Because people will be, now that if this is like the Spanish flu or something like that killed millions and millions and millions of people.
I think there would still eventually be a point where people were like, "Fuck it, it's worth it."
Eventually, yeah, but if it's something that's fatal to like a large percentage of the people that catch it, not a small percentage like COVID. I mean, think about what ultimately COVID was like. What percentage of the people that got COVID died? Jamie, what percentage of the people that got COVID died? This overall. Let's just include old people. Let's not be ageist. Include young people, old people. Let's see what we got here. What do you guess?
I'm gonna say 4%. Let's just say 5. Let's round it
I don't
out.
think it's that high.
You don't think it's that high?
No. I think that would be a lot more people. The amount of people that died from it, I think it's like 3.
3%?
I think it's 3. I'm not sure though. It might be lower
Actually,
than
no,
that.
it's got to be lower than that's ridiculous. Because 3% is insane. That's an insane amount of people.
Right. Like, what do you think the percent? I've seen people say that it's less than 1%. But I don't know if that's like if they're going like healthy 18 to 49. Obviously, there's a giant risk if you're old. Old people, there's a giant risk. I mean, it really goes up when you look at like people in their 80s and like if you look at the number of people that died from COVID, a large number of them were older. It's real dangerous.
Because right
for
now,
them.
where are we at? 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah.
And maybe half of the people caught it.
No, more than that probably.
Okay,
at
so
this point.
So 1% of that is
That's a lot of fucking
That's too
dead
many people.
people.
Yeah. So it's less than 1% for sure.
We just did science.
We're scientists, dog.
We're scientists.
Where's my
bro.
honorary degree? Goddammit.
Cheers. Fun
Cheers,
times.
man.
This has been fun.
Hell yeah. Jamie's still doing math.
Yeah.
What do you think the number is?
I've seen different numbers. So
What do you think it is, Jamie?
All right.
Yo, don't give us those Republican numbers.
Yeah, man. Give us a real number
Yeah.
from Politico.
I don't know.
I feel
What
like
did they say
but-
on Truth Social?
But that's really the best, because that's how I feel. I don't know, because when the waters get so muddy, all you got is how you feel. I'm not gonna buy a microscope. You know, I'm not gonna do the study. So because it's become so political that both sides are kind of throwing mistruths and shit out there. So it's like you don't know who because I don't trust any of these politicians.
Did you see that they released something today, finally, on natural immunity?
No, what is that?
The Washington Post finally published the truth about natural immunity in a piece by Lena Wen. Now, she's that lady that was the expert on CNN all the time that was telling people to mask up. And
Okay.
she said vaccinated people who never had COVID were at least 3 times as likely to be infected as unvaccinated people with prior infection. So they're finally talking about that, which is really bananas.
Okay. So, but it also never had COVID is weird because
Here's another one. Ready for this one? Those who are vaccinated but never had COVID were 4 times as likely to have a severe illness resulting in hospitalization or death compared to the unvaccinated who recovered from it. Protection from natural immunity also, what does it say? Wanes at a slower rate than from vaccination. Sorry, I didn't put my reading glasses on there.
Never had COVID is weird because how do you differentiate between people that never had it and the people that just never tested positive for it?
That's true too.
Because I only tested when it was something I needed to test for.
My friend Bridget had it. She had no idea she had it. She tested positive. She was going to a wedding. She tested positive, couldn't go. She's like, "This is crazy. I don't feel anything."
Bro,
she tested positive twice.
I got lucky, man. I never tested positive when it was something important. Like when the first time I did this podcast, I was like, please don't fucking test me. You know, and then when I got my Netflix thing, I didn't test positive. And I had some other important thing where it was like, matter of fact, when they did the festival, they had us all test. I filmed something at the end of the festival, but for almost 2 weeks before that, we were just doing shows around LA. And then right when you're going to do the most important thing at the end, you got to test.
Oh, boy.
I know. I passed that one too, though.
Was the shows around L.A., though? A lot of them were outside shows, though, right?
No.
No?
No. By the time the festival happened, it was already...
Oh, when is the festival?
The Netflix festival?
When was that?
It was...
Oh, the recent one.
Yeah.
Oh,
was...
so when you said the festival, I didn't know which one you were talking
about.
about.
Yeah. The one they just had, like right at the end when everyone was like fine. But I do know a motherfucker where like their whole thing was they were supposed to film something and they tested positive right beforehand. They fucked their whole shit up.
Yeah, I've heard of that too.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, what are you going to do? They have to abide by those rules, especially when we didn't have any way to treat it. Or we didn't know what was the right way to treat it. There was a lot of that in the beginning, right? Like they thought respirators were the way to go. They found out they weren't. Yeah. But that's how things go when there's a pandemic. There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking about stuff.
But when we gonna catch a break where the treatment is like you just gotta fuck a lot or something? You know what I mean?
You just gotta nut twice a day.
Or I wanted it to be something crazy like where like weed was actually the cure. Because stoners always say weed's the cure for everything. But like, what if like it came out and was like THC is actually the cure?
That's the thing.
Oh man, I can't wait for something like that to happen.
Well, you don't want an illness. Just enjoy weed. You don't need to justify your weed usage with an illness.
I guess you're right.
You're better off being healthy and just enjoying it on your own.
I just don't like the judgment.
Judgment from who?
You know,
idiots that don't smoke weed.
No, but here's
fuck out of here.
Here's the wild shit though, Joe. I've always had my eyes always make me look like I'm high. And I don't smoke weed as much as people
look like.
Right. And
Jim Brewer. That's the perfect example.
Jim Brewer. Oh yeah.
Jim Brewer looks like he's constantly high.
And he is not, I guarantee you he's not high nearly as much as people assume.
I don't even know if he gets high anymore. He went through a long period where he definitely didn't get high. He was getting too high and
Jim Brewer?
decided to back off. And he was in Half Baked.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like I can only get super high when I'm fine. It doesn't solve my problems. Like if I'm having anxiety or depression or something like that, weed doesn't make me feel better.
No,
it makes me feel worse.
Like, freak out about whatever that thing is.
Yeah, it makes me feel way worse. Because I think too much.
Yeah,
I think way too much about it. But I'm gonna show you this damn picture, and this is because I get this all the damn time, motherfucker. So goddamn it.
What is this in relation to?
This is my baby picture. I look high as a baby. Oh. I'm gonna show you because I'm not making this up. Right, goddamn. Right. Did I take it down?
You need an iPhone. This is bullshit. You know, an iPhone. I don't know if you could do that in these primitive Android devices, but you could make folders.
I don't see it.
You could have like a favorites folder.
I could like have like saved it and labeled it and stuff.
You can't do that in your little Google.
I'm sure I can.
Photo gallery.
I'm
sure you have all your pictures just lumped in together.
Man,
You have no albums.
I'm like semi-organized. I'm organized in a bunch. Like,
wait a minute then. Why do you like gadgets so much? Like, I thought you'd like them because they help you organize shit.
I just like them because it feels like the future. I feel like I'm tiptoed just into the future.
Some dudes have like their all their jokes written out on like a spreadsheet.
No,
the time of each joke.
I use 3 different apps for my joke stuff.
Yeah, you were telling me that. Do you use the elephant one?
I use Evernote. Yeah,
Evernote.
That's my main one, just because I know that it's cross-platform. So if I ever decide to switch, I can still have it all.
That's a really good one.
But then Samsung Notes and then Google Keep is another one I use. But somebody introduced me to one recently, man. Because I'm telling you, the kids now, they got so much. There's the young comics now. They're using an app called Stand Upper. Yeah, and this shit. He showed it to me, and I was like, man, if I could pay somebody to transfer all my shit into it, I would. But it was like it's made for stand up.
Really?
Yeah, and it'll like from you writing out a bit, it'll tell you how long it is.
No shit. Huh.
Yeah. And
so a comic created, or someone who likes comedy?
A comic showed it to me, and from using it, I'm almost positive a fucking comic made it because there's no way you would know that it's perfect for comedy.
Interesting.
Audio.
Yeah, you have little audio. It tells you how long everything is.
Interesting.
You can put little tags on shit. I was like, damn, like who thought of all of this?
They bombed that set. That was a great set. The set was meh.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, so you
write
write
everything
down
out
like
if you
your
want.
that's crazy. Like you write down your experiences at every open mic.
Yeah.
That's heavy.
Yeah, and it's like they're getting meticulous with it. I'm telling you, it's like it's almost like the way that like we were talking about Khabib, where it's like the new generation of fighters that's coming up are learning how to counter that, and so they're going to be unbelievable. Like the new comics that are coming up now, some of them going to be fucking incredible.
And they're learning like at an accelerated rate because they have all the access to all the greats of all time on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like you could go on, you could Red Fox, Rodney Dangerfield, Sam Kinison. You could get anyone, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. You can get all these specials. You could watch them all.
Oh yeah.
You could watch anything you want. You could watch it all day long. If you wanted to sit down and just watch Rodney Dangerfield all day long, you could just get on YouTube.
No, you know what holds up is Sanford and Son.
Oh yeah.
That shit makes me laugh.
Oh my god.
Still, Red Fox. Did you know he invented the comedy album?
Really?
He basically, he was the first person to put comedy on an album.
Stand up.
Yeah, stand up. Yeah.
Wow.
To my understanding, Jamie, can you fact check?
Well, he used to run a comedy club in L.A. and he would record there. And I bought a series of Richard Pryor cassettes from a gas station once.
Cassettes?
Yeah, they had cassettes. There were the I was at the gas stations used to have these cassette racks. You'd pull in to get gas like some road trip, and I'm on the road doing stand up, and I pull into this place and I'm like get a snack or something. And they always have like hats and trinkets and shit. And they would have cassettes so you could buy shit you could listen to. Because there was no Sirius XM radio. There was none of that back then.
Right.
So I found these recordings from Red Fox's Comedy Club. And they're available now. You can get some of them, I think. At least one of them for sure on YouTube. You can get the whole recording. But it was crazy, man. It was like you could hear the clink of the glasses. It was Richard Pryor fucking around on stage, just like inventing shit and being loose, and early days, man.
It's important to have those, to have a place where you feel that comfortable.
Have a club where you feel at home and you can fuck around. You know, that's how Earthquake got so strong. You know the Earthquake story?
No, but I know he's a beast.
He's a beast, dude. He took over a comedy club in Atlanta. And when he took over this comedy club in Atlanta, he had to be on stage every night. So he was on stage constantly. So he was doing like what the Beatles did when they went to Hamburg and they were playing like 8 hours a day. That's how they got so good. Like the Beatles, that's also in that Malcolm Gladwell book. When the Beatles went back to Liverpool, everybody's like, "What the fuck did you guys do? How are you so good? Like what the hell happened?"
Dude, that's what I did.
Numbers, just numbers.
When I first started, I was pretty bad, but then I started working at this comedy club that it had just opened, and so I was learning how to do everything. I was basically their first door guy, and I fucking ran the shows and sold the tickets and sat and answered the phones and did every fucking thing. And I was on stage every fucking night, and I only went there. And then everybody else saw me that hadn't seen me, and I was like, "How the fuck did you?" And I was like, "I was just doing this every day, like literally every day."
Every day.
Yeah, and I don't know if I can do that now. But
don't say that.
Yeah, every night.
If you had to,
yeah,
you could definitely do it. It's a lot of fun.
But back then, I think I overcorrected because back then, like I said, I was so excited to finally find my thing that I became obsessed about it, but it was to the detriment of everything else in my life.
That's how it always works.
Yeah, it was like, yeah. So I was like, it wasn't healthy, but it was necessary.
Yeah, if you want to get really good at everything, that's the problem. Like someone has a quote about that.
It's like that's why Tom Brady getting divorced.
You think that's why?
Yeah, because you can't be that good and you can't be a great anything and be a
good other things.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could be great at two. Maybe you be a great husband and a great quarterback, but you can't be a great quarterback, a great husband, a great father, a great friend. You know, a great
businessman.
Yeah, it's like you can't. It's
That's why they're getting on him for that FTX shit. I'm like, do you think he read that? Do you think he had any idea what that even was about?
No.
They just said, I'll give you $5 million to say this. And he was like, all right. Or whatever it was. Probably more than that.
Yeah, he's like, sure. He in the middle of watching film, he's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's probably laser obsessed with football.
Yeah, I think the best you can be if you want to be a great comedian, the best you can be is a very good anything else.
Right.
Yeah. You can be a very good dad. You can be a very good husband and a great comedian.
I think there was also like the wife didn't want him to go back to playing football.
Yeah.
She wanted him to like look
because she's tired of being second. Women don't like listen. Why you think if you ask the average woman how they feel about their husband's PlayStation, they gonna all be like like they fucking hate that device because he chooses it over them constantly, right? And it's like, and I feel like
that's very interesting.
I feel like the way some people feel loved is they need to know that you'll pick them over that other thing.
Right.
At least sometimes, and they'll start creating scenarios. Well, what if, like, you know, a bunch of comics have jokes about like their wife going, if I had no legs, would you still love me and shit like that?
Right.
And it's like it's the same thing. It's like they start creating scenarios where like, okay, babe, I love that you're a comedian. I know that's how I met you, and it's the most important thing in your life. But like, my mom just died. Can't you come to the? No, I have a gig. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or okay, but it's our anniversary. You went out the last 3 nights. Can't you? No. You know, it's like eventually that shit's gonna get exhausting. Where it's like, I can't get you to pick me ever. It's not gonna last.
But it depends, though. Some women are supportive of that.
Yeah. Remember that movie? Have you seen that documentary? Oh yeah, you talked to the guy.
Which one?
The solo climb guy.
Yes.
Same thing with that. Where like he told that girl like, I'm gonna always pick this climbing shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna always climb.
Yeah.
Go home.
Like if you are the greatest of the great.
Yeah, if you're gonna be the greatest of the great, you can't be.
Yeah. You don't have time for anything else.
No.
How many people are trying to be the greatest quarterback of all time?
Well,
it's like him and a couple other dudes in the conversation, right?
Well, and yeah, because it's a delicate balance. If you're trying to make that happen on purpose, because like I forget the kid's name, but they called him Robo Quarterback, where like his dad tried to make him that.
Yeah,
and it drove him nuts.
Marinovich.
Yeah. Todd Marinovich. Right?
Yeah, and it's like you can't, because there's a delicate balance because you got to instill it in him, but you can't.
Yeah. That Marv Marinovich guy went on to train BJ Penn.
Really?
Yeah. He trained BJ Penn for some of the greatest fights that BJ ever had because BJ had like an endless gas tank. So he trained him in strength and conditioning, and he had this idea that strength and conditioning was the most important thing, and that you're fighting, you already know how to fight. Like you're BJ Penn. You know how to do it. You don't need to work on like sparring and hitting the bag and timing and all that stuff. Like you already know that shit. What's really important is you have an endless gas tank. A fucking insane gas tank. And so they put him on these wild plyometric exercises. They broke that dude for like 6 weeks. But when he fought, like when he fought Sean Shirk and when he fought Diego Sanchez, that version of BJ Penn, I put that version up against anybody alive or dead.
Yeah, he was a monster. Yeah.
When people talk about like the greatest of all time, you got to include BJ in his prime. BJ in his prime. It's because people always want to look at a fighter. You look at like the overall body of their work and you make an average of their performances. You can't do that with BJ because in the later stages of his career, like that's not the same BJ.
Yeah, and we don't take care of these guys.
But it's also he didn't have the same, like you can only be burned that hot for a short amount of time. Like when you're that good. And with, I mean, BJ was so ferocious, like in that period. Like I think that's very hard to maintain that intensity that he had. But in that time, man, he was fucking good.
Did he go against GSP?
Yes, he did.
He beat him, right?
No, GSP beat him up, man. GSP beat him up.
Oh,
He beat Matt Hughes though.
But that wasn't in his prime. When GSP beat him?
Well, no, it wasn't his prime. It was a different weight class.
Oh, okay.
Like
all right.
BJ was going up to 170 to fight Matt Hughes, who was the welterweight champion. But BJ was a natural guy. He didn't take steroids. He didn't fuck around with anything like that. So he just was BJ Penn. He was like the same size as he was when he's fighting people at 155 pounds. And Georges St. Pierre is a powerhouse. He's a very physically imposing fighter, and his top game was fucking ruthless, man. He would get guys down and beat the shit out of them, man.
Yeah.
George St. Pierre was a bad man in his prime. He was a bad man, and he was much bigger, and he was very angry at BJ. BJ was talking all this shit, and BJ was saying that they're gonna fight to the death, like like he said that, like to the death, and I'm serious. We're gonna fight to the death. Jesus Christ. And everybody's like, oh, my God.
Remember when Matt Hughes beat GSP? Didn't that happen?
Yes. He caught him with a far side armbar. It was a thing of beauty.
Like one of the greatest upsets ever?
No, it wasn't upset. That was at the time when Matt was the champ.
But that was because now my memory is fucked up. I'm so high.
George St. Pierre.
But GSP was coming back.
No. GSP won the after that. But GSP lost their first encounter.
All right.
Their first encounter, Matt Hughes took him down, and he caught him in a far side armbar. And I think like GSP was going for a Kimura, and the counter to the Kimura was the far side armbar. So he went to hit the Kimura, and as he went to hit the Kimura, he didn't have control of Matt Hughes' body. So Matt Hughes spun around him and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like a thing of beauty, like a black belt level submission.
Well, GSP.
See if you can find that.
Didn't he beat everyone that beat him?
Yes.
Everyone he lost to, he came back and
yes.
beat. Yeah.
Everyone. Yeah. Dude, GSP was the fucking man.
Isn't he?
And the nicest guy on earth. Like, you would never believe he's a stone cold killer. He's so friendly, so nice. Fucking sweetest guy you're ever going to want to run into.
Is he on your GOAT list?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. If there's GOAT list, he's on there. So here's Matt Hughes on top. And he's punching him, and see what George tries to do. He tries to stop it by going for a Kimura. So the counter to the Kimura is the far side armbar, and that's the counter. And he hits it perfectly. That's brilliant. That is like high level black belt version of a submission. Watch this spin. Spin takes it, boom. I mean, it's fucking art. That's art. That's the art in martial arts. When someone hits a thing like that, like, God, and you can look at that forever. Like, for as long as there's YouTube, as long as there's all these video platforms, you'll be able to see that far side armbar.
I watched a video the other day. It was like the rarest submissions.
The rarest ever?
The rarest submissions in MMA, yeah.
That would have to be the twister, followed by the omoplata, and maybe the calf slicer.
And there were some that like those were all on the list, but it was actually like not the submissions themselves, but like the actual times that it happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
actual times. I think in the UFC there's only been 2 or 3 twisters, and I think the same things like only 2 or 3 omoplatas, and I know of one calf slicer submission that I'm thinking about, and that's Charles Oliveira.
What is that?
Yeah, this was.
This is the twister. Well, that's called the crotch ripper. Actually, that is from the same position that you slide into the. That was, I love that move.
Does that rip your taint apart?
It rips your legs apart.
Yeah, I mean,
do
bro,
it again. I'll show it again.
And
this
listen,
is where it comes from. Where it comes from, it's like back control. You get a lockdown on one leg. See, he's got a lockdown on the right leg,
and bro,
then he takes the left leg. Rather, he takes the right leg and stretches it out.
And look, I don't give a fuck how much you training. Your survival instincts kick in when your nuts feel like they're coming apart.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Look at that one. Oh, look at that knee bar. That's a nasty knee bar from the guard. But that's Husamar Palhares. That guy is terrifying. So that's another knee bar from the guard. So he's got a knee bar, he's got a half guard, and he clamps down on the leg and gets his body sideways, so he gets all that leverage on the knee. That's a nasty submission, too, because you probably don't have much time to tap.
Yeah, some of these I had never even heard of.
These are definitely not on the UFC.
So this is like he got him with a guillotine. Go back to that. So that's like he's got him in a guillotine, but he's got him like backwards. It's a crazy.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
And it's got an arm in too, and he's like all the way over to the side. That's crazy leverage. This is the buggy choke. This happens pretty rarely. There's more and more buggy chokes in jiu-jitsu now than ever before. The Ruotolo brothers are masters at it. But these submissions like this with the buggy choke in UFC, I think there's only been a few.
He's out right there, right?
See,
yeah, he's out cold.
Who's being choked? Oh, okay.
The guy on top of him. So what it is the guy gets you inside. Go back to the buggy choke. I'll explain. Guy gets you inside control, which is usually a good position to be in, But what you do is you reach up, you grab your own leg, you trap his neck in between your leg and your arm. So you see how he's pulling that right there?
So wait a minute.
So it's like a triangle.
Is the black dude getting choked right now?
The guy on the bottom with the hair is the one that's applying the choke. So it's hard to see because his legs are the same color. It's not
leg.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh,
let
okay,
it
so
play out. a
he's
little bit.
grabbing his
Let it-
own leg.
Let it play out, and you'll get to see. And so he lets him go. Both guys are white guys.
Oh, okay.
So watch. I think. There you go. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, he's holding his arm here, and his leg is in there holding
Yes.
the pressure down.
Yeah, yeah. It's basically like a triangle choke, but you're doing it. See, he's got his arm. You want me to spin it to you?
So this is his arm.
Right.
Yep.
That's the guy who's winning. So he's got his arms clasped together, and see how this one arm that's clasped together over his own foot is pinned down against that dude's neck. So what
Okay.
you have one side, he's cutting off the carotid artery with his right shoulder, or his left shoulder rather. On the other side, he's using his left leg. So he's got the two of them together, connected and squishing the neck. See? See how he's doing that?
Yeah.
So it's like he's using his own arm and he's got that guy's arm in place. I mean, it's fucking brilliant. It's brilliant.
This is
Yeah,
vicious.
that's nasty. That's like a Kimura from the back. That's like he's doing a Kimura from back
The
control.
Boston Crab. Somebody got submitted with.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, that's probably the rarest. That might be the rarest. The guy gets. Yeah, I don't know of any other people that I've ever even heard of. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened on some regional scene or something like that. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, that could never happen in the UFC.
If it did, the matchmakers have some fucking splaining to do.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe it was like UFC 1 or 2, like maybe like a long time ago, but not now.
Well, it could be that a guy gets hurt, and when guys get hurt, they don't know what's going on, and people can put them in compromising positions much easier.
Well, since we watched the whole video, the number one here, I believe what's happening here, the guy on the bottom.
Oh, he's doing like a teepee, but he's doing it to his rib cage instead of doing it as a choke. He's just crushing his ribs and his body with his arm and his legs together. So he's just crushing the dude's ribs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this guy is like he says in the beginning of the video that they aren't actually like ranked in order.
Google TP triangle. So there's guys that are finishing triangles now, and Eddie called it the TP because it looks like a teepee. You get your legs up there, and you get his arm in like a triangle, but instead of cinching it down the way like he tapped Hoyler in Brazil, instead of cinching it down, you clasp your hands together, and when they do that, like, is he going to get it here? So when you do that, you have like a pinch. See how he's the S grip, and then he's pinching his legs together?
Right.
So it's like a no-arm triangle. Or it's a one-arm triangle. He does have one arm in, and he puts him to sleep.
What are those two?
He had the
coaches
left
doing
arm
there?
in. So the other one has the buggy choke has no arms.
What are
This
these
has
guys doing?
the guy's got his back.
No, these two on the side.
I don't know. What
They're
are
like
they doing?
fighting to talk to him or something.
What's going on?
They're probably coaching.
Yeah, he's probably keeping his friend from being stupid.
All right, I was just wondering.
Oh yeah,
Seems
I don't. Yeah.
abnormal.
I don't know.
It's not
Yeah,
like a
that
tag team
that
jiu-jitsu
seems
match,
very
is it?
weird. Is that what it is?
I
It says tap tag.
Oh,
That's what it
my
says.
God, they do have
Oh
tag.
my god, that is what it is. Oh my god, that's hilarious. They have tag team
So
jujitsu.
he's
That
trying
is
to reach over for a
hilarious.
tag.
So we
He's
set
out,
it.
though.
Show how he sets it up again. So yeah, it is no arms. So look, watch when he gets the leg across, he pops it out, and now he's got. Man, does he have the arm on the left side? No, he has the arm on the left side.
No, he doesn't have it in.
You
He
sure? he
reached
doesn't
for
have-
a tag there before he passed out.
Right,
He's
but
out.
the left side
Yeah,
it
'cause-
seems like the arm's trapped, right?
Oh,
see,
you
see it one more time?
talking about dude in the yellow's arm?
Yeah. So back it up a little bit. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
trapped.
it's trapped. That's the only thing that makes
It's
sense.
under him there.
I have seen people do scissor chokes without an arm in, where guys' leg squeeze are so good if they get a hold of your neck, particularly if they get you in a crucifix position, you can't defend right. They clamp down on your neck with their legs just squeezing like a scissors position.
Bro, in those situations, man, a lot of times your life really is in those referees' hands.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because it doesn't take that long. Like if it's a blood choke, it doesn't take that long for you to die.
Right, if somebody lets you hold on to that for like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, or
Like through
I
the
don't,
whole
I
round.
don't even think it's that long.
How long will it before it kills you?
It's seconds. It's not minutes.
Really?
It's like I think you probably have like 15 seconds. If they cut off the blood right here
15 seconds?
It's not that long. I don't know the exact amount of time, but you don't have that long for a blood choke.
Jesus Christ.
It's way more. You have way more time if they cut off your air than you do if they
you can hold your breath much
if
longer
they hit the
than you
arteries. Yeah. Because the blood choke, your brain is literally not getting oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
20 seconds.
Yeah.
A well-applied blood choke may lead to unconsciousness 10 to 20 seconds. Injury or death is plausible if the arteries remain constricted for more than 20 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
Compared to strangulation with the hands, properly applied blood chokes require little physical strength. That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, I mean, you could choke, but you could blood choke somebody with their
But it
own.
depends on who you're choking. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Right.
You
Yeah,
need
you're
some
right.
physical strength.
Yeah,
I mean,
need-
you don't.
I think
you
what
don't
they-
need to be like super duper strong.
That was
which-
misworded. I
yeah.
think they meant you
strength to do the choke.
It doesn't take that much pressure.
Not fighting
But
back.
there's a lot, man. There's a lot going on when you're choking somebody.
Yeah.
That's not true, really. Like, you can do it like this, but it requires physical strength. It
Yeah.
definitely does.
You definitely have to have.
I mean, it's 100% it's technique, but there's physical strength in this. Also, you like when you get your arm around someone's neck and then you get this behind the neck like this. There's all this struggling to get this hand down in there. There's a lot going on. And then once you get it in there, the guy's trying to peel your arms off and you just fucking squeeze.
Your jaw's getting pushed to the side.
You're fucking squeezing. There's a lot of physical strength involved, especially if you're doing it to someone who's strong. The idea of saying there's not a lot of physical strength. What if someone's strong? Of course.
No,
there is.
but I think you're interpreting it as like someone
Getting
fighting
it off.
back.
Right.
Right. They're just talking about it doesn't take that much strength for
to
me
cut it off.
Right.
Well,
right.
that's true then.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true. I'm thinking about it from a jiu-jitsu perspective because I'm high.
He's like, what? There's plenty of counters. What are you talking
I
about?
just don't like when people diminish
The arts?
What's necessary.
The deadly arts.
Well, like I don't want people to get a false sense of what works and doesn't work.
Well, there's a lot of that shit going
There's always
around.
going to be that.
Yeah.
There's always going to be that. Jiu-jitsu is hard.
Do
It's
you know
fucking hard to do?
Do you know of any survival myths that are bullshit?
Survival myths?
Yeah, like people go, it's like all these old wives' tales about what to do if you're in the wilderness.
Like if you see a bear.
And most of it's wrong. Most of it'll get you killed.
Like what'll get you killed?
Like rationing water. It's like you're better off rationing your sweat than water. Because if you don't hydrate, real quick you're gonna get stupid.
Yeah, and you got to drink your own piss.
Yeah, you going to, but it's like it's way better for you to hydrate fully as long as you can than it is for you to like be 10% hydrated.
Yeah,
and for a long drawn out amount of time because like you're gonna do dumb shit. You're gonna just be dumb from the beginning.
And if you can drink your piss, you have to.
Here's one.
Oh,
you got to drink your piss.
What is it?
Seems like I'm a piss salesman here.
Playing dead if a bear attacks.
Praying
like,
dead.
that's
That only
a
works
dumb idea.
sometimes. No, it works sometimes. See, here's the thing. Like, it depends on why the bear is attacking you. Is the bear attacking you because of predation? Is it trying to kill you? Or is the bear attacking you because he thinks it's a threat? If he thinks you're a threat and they minimize you and you play dead, they may stop attacking you. But the question is, how the fuck do you know? When do you know? When do you know how much do you have to move before the bear decides to bite you again?
Yeah, I saw
when
the
do you,
Revenant.
dude? That shit, that's based on a real story.
Yeah,
Roughly based on a real story. It happened in the Drive Steve Rinella nuts because it happened in the Great Plains, but the way they made it like it was. I think it happened in the Great Plains in real life, but it happened in a totally different environment, and they filmed it in the rainforest. Myth: if a shark attacks you, punch it in the nose. That's a myth.
I think
It's really hard to land a solid punch in the nose of a moving shark. Jesus Christ.
I just saw a video. I think they filmed it for the
freaking
new
out.
Shark Week, probably. There's
Yeah.
a guy in a plexiglass just above the water, just under the water tank cage, they're calling it. This fucking gigantic great white comes and starts circling him.
Oh, fuck that.
And it just fucking attacks him from the bottom and breaks right through the fucking cage.
Oh my God.
Dude, don't show me this.
Bruh.
Show me it.
That would, bruh, did the water immediately fill up
It
with
looked-
shit? Because I would have
bel-
shit my pants in
Yeah,
that
so
water.
I think they filmed it for something. That's why we haven't seen all of the video yet.
my
But
God.
Imagine trusting a motherfucker and losing your life because you trusted it. Like when Owen Hart died. You know, imagine all the motherfuckers that told him all those things were good and strapped in and boom, and he jumps from the roof and it breaks. Like,
oh my god!
Oh, that makes me so mad.
So this actually didn't just happen. It happened in the summer.
So this dude is in a plexiglass box.
There's the box.
There's the box, and he's there in the water. And here's a shark.
See it?
Boom, and it comes right through the fucking plexiglass. Easily could have bit him. Look at that. Easily could have got him.
They had to know this. They had to know this.
That's what I'm saying.
You a goddamn fool.
This is what I'm saying.
You a
I'm like,
goddamn fool.
What if the producers are like, listen, you want this show to get some fucking attention or not? That's what we do. We give him a plexiglass box. Put a plexiglass box. But is it going to stop the shark? Yeah. Experts say.
We have it right here in the paperwork.
It's going to stop the shark.
It's shark proof.
So the guy that they're interviewing, he says there's no cage that will stop a great white shark. It's just something to help.
Yeah.
They'll break through anything.
He says we told him it was shark resistant.
How crazy is that? There's no cage that'll stop a great white shark. These motherfuckers are still going shark diving. Are you out of your fucking mind? That looks so flimsy, dude. That looks like a in and out box.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there's nothing that you can see through that's going to stop a shark.
Look at this, dude. Look at this. Look at this thing go through this. It barely misses that guy. Like barely misses biting him in half. He's just got a wetsuit on, man. It blows right by him.
And oh no.
The fucked up thing is it's trying to eat him, man. That's the most fucked up thing. Show that again. The reason why it's going at him is because it wants to eat him.
Yeah, it had already brushed by and like touched it once to find out like, oh no, actually I'm going to come back after this
Bro,
thing.
watch this. Look at this. This is coming to eat him. Bro, fuck the ocean.
Just missed. Because
fuck the ocean,
and the
dude.
homies just filming it.
A lady just got killed in Maui.
From what?
From a great white, they believe. I'm not a great white. Like they're not sure what shark it was. Great whites aren't in Maui. It would either be like maybe a tiger shark or something.
But what was she doing?
They were snorkeling. And the people on the beach were watching this shark in this like thrashing around, and they yelled at the husband to come in.
Body not recovered.
Bro, what's that?
Body was not recovered.
Jesus.
I've always had an intense fear of the ocean, and the only time I've ever been in the ocean is I got talked to by a girl when I was in high school, and I immediately got stung on both feet by jellyfish. Never went in again. When I go to the beach, I chill on the sand.
Meanwhile, there's a girl she was 13 years old. She got her arm bitten off by a shark surfing. She got right back on the board.
Right after?
Oh, yeah, she's got one arm now. She healed up.
I'm retarded. You don't
No,
mean...
no, not that day. Oh, my God.
So she got back.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
We're too high.
We're too high. I probably did a bad job explaining
that's
it.
That's such a dumb question.
I fucked that up because in my head, I should have said, and once she healed up.
Oh, right. You said she got right back on the boat. I was like, that's a bad bitch.
Is her. So she got her arm bitten off by this. Is it a video? Please don't say it's a video.
I don't think so.
Okay, so she's a wicked surfer, but she's doing it all with one arm. She lost her fucking arm to a shark, man, and she's right back at it.
Here's her video of it happening.
Wow.
The video of the shark biting her? I don't want to see that.
No, it's
don't
like
show
her
me
channel, her story.
Oh.
If it is, it would be in there.
That is brave as fuck.
You see, I'm right.
Not only do you know it can happen to you, it did happen to you. There's the shark. Fuck that. Dude, fuck that. Fuck that. I know all you people, all you Shane Dorians out there, you love it. All you Kelly Slaters, world championship surfer who's a good friend of mine.
Oh.
He's the best. He's a big wave surfer. He's the craziest of
yeah,
surfers.
but you know what though?
Laird Hamilton, fuck you.
But people look at what you do and say the same thing.
No. There's no sharks in my world.
I
look at this.
Look at that. You don't want to do that.
What?
No one wants to do that.
Oh my God, that's Shane. Look at him.
Crazy.
Look at that wave he's riding. What kind of psychotic?
I know that the danger isn't the same.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at the size of that fucking wave he's on, dude. Imagine if that thing comes crashing down on you. Look at the height of that thing. And he's riding this with his balance on this ever-changing landscape of water. He's floating with a fucking billion pounds of water overhead, ready to collapse on him at any moment and hopefully not knock him unconscious. Because when that water hits you like that, a lot of people just go out, man.
Yeah, these people, they just built different.
Dude.
But look, like I was saying, the danger isn't the same, but the fear is the same. People look at what you do and they go, "Oh, you're gonna wait a minute, you gonna go up and speak in front of 50,000 people?" Like that's insane to the average person. They would never. To them, they look at you just like you're just as crazy as this motherfucker.
Well, I'm letting them know.
It's not the same.
You're incorrect. That is way harder.
Yeah.
Fucking anybody can do this with practice.
But you know what? To them, they look at that the same way we look at stand up. Where it's like you go after stage time and they would never. And they look at that like, oh, there's a wave over there?
Right.
Where?
Bro, they get jet skied out. You ever see that? They get dragged out to the biggest waves, these crazy waves. So you're so far, you can't even get back on your own without that wave.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, the surfers, people that do extreme sports, they lost me. They lost me because I
see if you can get a video of them getting pulled by jet skis out to these. They do it. I think it's out near. I believe there's a big one near Mexico that they love. That they go out to.
But isn't everything shifting because of climate change and shit? Like, aren't the waves? I just would imagine so. I don't know, though.
I haven't heard anything. I don't study waves.
All the stuff is moving.
Look at this. They're jet skied out here. Look how far they are from land.
Jet skis also save them, so, that's,
that's
very helpful,
good.
too. Like, they go get them when they crash.
That's a good point. Because if you get hit by one of these fucking waves, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, imagine being the dude that forgot to gas it up.
Have you ever seen the highest wave anyone has ever surfed successfully?
No, I'll tell
you. Want to shit your pants? It's like when you know those dudes are walking on the top of skyscrapers, balancing with GoPros, and you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, your hands get sweaty. That's how I feel about this one. Biggest wave ever surfed.
How tall is it?
That's a good question.
Because I think
this. Watch this.
Largest wave surfed. All right.
Watch this, dude. Look at the size of that thing. Look at the size of that wave, dude. That's insanity.
What's that, 50-something feet?
Who the fuck knows, man?
The term unlimited means that the surfer is towed to the wave, enabling them to catch waves that would be too strong to be caught otherwise.
Oh, that's why they do it. Because they would never be able to keep up with it.
78 feet.
That makes sense. 78 feet. 78 feet.
That's crazy.
Dude.
But one of these days, a surfer's going to get caught out when it's like a tidal wave.
78
they're going to get lucky and unlucky.
That's what they're looking for.
Oh, yeah. They want to die on that motherfucker.
Perfect Storm. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah. It was like, because they're going to catch like a 150-foot wave because an earthquake just happened to hit while they was out there.
Oh, my God.
And they might not survive, but they're going to be like, but I'm going out.
Going out.
A legend.
Yeah, that's true. You would. A lot of guys have. In that world, I mean, that's their risk versus reward. They live for it.
And there's way less money in it. Like the people that are make a good living from it, it's such a small percentage of the surfers in the world.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
And surfing's hard to get into, man, because I didn't realize they're very territorial. Like if you're new somewhere and you're like, "All right, guys, I'm just out here trying to figure it out," like they'll hurt you.
The plot to Point Break you're explaining right now.
Man, this is a movie I haven't heard of in a long time.
Isn't that Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
R.I.P. Patrick Swayze, man.
Yeah, this movie was great.
Roadhouse is the greatest movie to watch high ever.
Roadhouse?
Oh my God!
I never heard of that movie.
Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze? You never heard of that movie? No. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so over the top that if you're high, you just need to be a little high, and it teeters into the absolutely preposterous.
Is it 90s or 80s?
89.
It's amazing.
Okay, yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that was when Patrick Swayze was that dude. Like, remember Ghost?
Oh yeah.
He was in Ghost with Whoopi, because I loved Whoopi Goldberg when I was little.
You got to watch this. Give me some volume.
That'd be like a nice podcast for you guys to do, Brian, if you guys have never seen it. It now.
Just watching Patrick Swayze movies?
Well, that or
this is the evil guy that owns the town.
Opinions vary.
Anything can happen.
Just lucky, I guess. And usually does.
Look at this.
If somebody gets in your face, I want you to be nice. Don't be rude. Ask him to walk, but be nice. Help this gentleman to the door. Until it's time to not be nice.
So says the fighting philosopher.
Oh, that's the dude from Big Lebowski.
Yes.
I keep talking, you're gonna go off thinking I'm a nice guy.
I know you're not a nice guy.
But he's easy.
Of course they.
Holy shit.
Worst I ever had was wonderful. He's not what you'd expect.
He's all karate down on there. But Patrick Swayze was like a dancer, so he wasn't necessarily like a martial arts expert,
Right.
but he really knows how to move his body well. So he would like
he got famous from that.
yeah. He was the dancing was what I mean, like for Dirty Dancing.
But what is this movie about?
About a badass, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay.
And that's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy.
Look, here's the other bad guy, the other karate bad guy. There's a karate fight to end this shit, bro.
All right.
One of the greatest karate fights ever. There's fucking guns, murder.
All right, you've convinced me.
Roadhouse. They're redoing it with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, well, no,
He can do it.
no, Jake can do it.
He'll
Yeah.
pull it off. I bet it's going to be great. Joel Silver's producing
Roadhouse. Let me see.
Yeah.
Do they have that in
Conor
there?
McGregor's in it. I bet it's going to be great.
Oh,
They'll-
maybe that's
I
why he
bet
left
they're
the
gonna crush it.
USADA pool.
No, he hurt his leg, man.
Could
What's
be.
up?
Some people said that. Part of
Probably
the reason
helped.
it
Helped,
helped,
a
you know?
little bit.
Oh yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, the original is. The new one, they're just starting to work on it now.
Yeah. Or they just finished production, I think. So like,
Oh,
got
they did some stuff
edit
at the
and
UFC.
And Jake Gyllenhaal is playing the
I
Patrick
think he's
Swayze.
playing the Patrick Swayze character.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, he's playing the badass. He could pull it off. He did that Southpaw movie. Did you ever see that? Dude, he got fucking shredded.
I think I did see it. It's
Pull
I
up
don't know.
Southpaw. It's a good fucking movie, man.
He's a
It's
boxer.
a heavy movie. It's not like a cheesy movie by any stretch of the imagination. It's a very gritty movie, very realistic movie about this guy who's like really,
Joe,
really fucked up.
you
Who's
know
a
what-
killer boxer.
You know what shit you gotta see? Barbarian.
Look at him. Look at him. Bro. I mean, he got fucking jacked.
I think I did see this.
Dude, he looks like he's fighting in the UFC welterweight division. Like, look at him. He's fucking shredded there, dude.
Yeah, and this is some of the hardest acting to do. Is
Look at that.
The like boxing as though it's real.
Right. Make it look real. Well, he
Yeah.
pulled it off, man. He's one of the few guys that's really pulled off looking like he knows how to box. Daniel Day-Lewis did it in that movie, The Boxer. And he actually trained as a boxer for a year before he did that movie.
Oh yeah, well Daniel Day don't fuck around.
Dude, he's the best version of like a guy who would die. But Jake Gyllenhaal nailed it. He really looks like a modern day elite athlete that can fight. Like you buy it. There's never a moment where you're like, get the fuck out of here. Like, why is he knocking everybody out? It seems real.
Yeah, he's one of the best.
Oh, he's phenomenal in this movie. But what was the other movie that I said?
That was it. I said Barbarian.
No. Sorry. There was another boxing. Oh, Daniel Day-Lewis. Pull up Daniel Day-Lewis from The Boxer.
Oh, The Boxer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So the reason why this one is almost like it's almost more realistic. Like when you see him move around, this is almost because the other one was like all knockout punches and shit. Whereas most boxing matches, they're matches. Like a lot of shit goes on before a knockout punch. It's not like unless you're Mike Tyson, you're not just smashing everybody right away. You know, so they're showing like these clips, like quick clips. But in that movie, see if you could show. This is the fight. When you see him fight, it looks like an actual fight. Like they're moving around and hitting each other. Like this is like he looks good, man. He looks good. Like I'm buying that. He just knocked that guy out pretty quick too, though. So maybe this destroys my argument.
No, but Daniel, the way he prepares for a movie is like insane.
He looked good there, though. But so did Jake Gyllenhaal. The point is, like, Jake Gyllenhaal almost looks too good. He's so shredded. He looks more like a wrestler, like an MMA fighter. There's only a few boxers that are that jacked. There's like Anthony Joshua. There's a few guys. Most guys are like a little like Terrence Crawford. They're a little leaner. They're not quite as muscular.
Yeah, because
he got pretty muscular.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because you want to be the right size for the weight class, right? So if you're in a weight class, say like 170 pounds, you want to like maximize your frame. You want to like fight in the weight class that your frame is suited toward.
Because if you're too big in the chest,
Right.
you're slower because you have longer to reach.
There's also like some people are just naturally thicker and they're built like Dwight Muhammad Qawi. He was a heavyweight champion and he was he was a light heavyweight champion and then he fought as a heavyweight and he was like I believe he was 5'7".
Oh wow.
And Dwight Muhammad Qawi, he was amazing, man. And he fought some wars back in the day. He fought Evander Holyfield. I think it was cruiserweight, now that I'm thinking about it. I think he beat Evander Holyfield for the cruiserweight title. I think that's what it was. I don't think it was light heavyweight. But he was a tank, man. And he would just like cover up and move in. And you never heard of him?
No.
Dude, he was a beast. But it's so unusual. See, pull up Dwight Muhammad Qawi versus Evander Holyfield. And this was when Holyfield just got back from the Olympics.
How you spell Qawi?
Qawi. And it was like when Evander, this was his first like big test as a professional. This was like a world championship fight.
And he lost?
Yeah. No, Evander won. Evander beat him. That's how good Evander was.
Evander beat a lot of motherfuckers, man.
And Qawi was in his prime back then. Look how short Qawi is, but he's just a tank. Look at the build on that dude. But look at his fucking defense. It was superb. And he was a murderous puncher. And just mauled people and kept pressure on them. It's just a masterful defensive fighter. And he was all over Evander. I mean, they had a real war, man. He tested Evander. But Evander won a decision. Great fight, though. Great fight.
Because you know what? Evander Holyfield could take an ass whooping, man.
Oh, fuck yeah, he could. Remember the Riddick Bowe fights?
Yeah.
Riddick Bowe was huge. Yeah. Riddick Bowe was huge and really fucking good.
And that was the thing about, I think that was frustrated so many people that are fighting him is because he would just take your best and just keep fucking punching.
Mike Tyson, that fight.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched that fight with Kevin James. We couldn't believe our eyes. I rented a house in Encino, and we were watching it live on pay-per-view. It was the craziest fight ever.
Especially the second one.
Yeah, the second one was nuts.
Because you were like, there's no way. Well, I guess it was only nuts because it ended the same way.
Oh, he bit him in the second one.
Yeah. Yeah.
The first one, he just beat him down. Evander beat him down. The second one, Tyson bit him.
Yeah,
he bit him twice.
I think in my mind growing up, Mike Tyson was the first person that I thought of as like truly invincible. Like I truly believed when I was a kid that nobody could beat him. You know?
Everybody did. Everybody did because for a while it was true.
And you know what also blew my mind is it was the first time too, because there were people that hated him. There were people that just because he won so much, there were people that were like, "Fuck that guy."
Of course.
Oh yeah, they were like like a lot of the old men in our neighborhood. They like, I can't wait for somebody to teach these ass a lesson. You know,
he was only 20,
right? But they just hated. Yeah. It was like because he represented the new guard.
Yeah,
it was like
sure.
You know, like all the motherfuckers they rooted for. Like he just beat the shit out of Larry Holmes.
Yeah.
And, you know,
but there was always those guys like Joe Louis would have mopped the floor with him.
right. Let him run up with Marciano, and you know, it was like
there was always those guys that were pulling out people from the past. I think Mike Tyson beats them all. I think Mike Tyson is prime. The Mike Tyson that beat Marvis Frazier, the Mike Tyson that knocked out Michael Spinks. That Mike Tyson beats them all. I mean, he might not beat Ali. I think he beats everybody else though. I just think in his fucking prime, man, he was a force of nature. It was knowledge, right? You know, we're talking about like watching films. His manager, Jim Jacobs, had an enormous library of old fights. And they were on like, you know, one of those projector things. And Mike Tyson would go down there and play old fights. So he would play like Jack Johnson fights, and he would play like Max Schmeling versus Joe Louis.
Right.
Jack Dempsey. He was a big Jack Dempsey fan because Jim Jacobs had this extensive library of these great old fighters. Stanley Ketchel, all these amazing guys that nobody ever heard. Harry Greb. And he would watch all these. Sugar Ray Robinson, Willie Pep. And he would watch all these. And he would like absorb their styles.
Did Willie Pep die in the ring or something?
I don't believe
that
so.
name stands out to me for some reason.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Benny Perrette died in the ring. Benny Perrette was killed by Emil Griffith. Emil Griffith beat him to death in the ring after Benny Perrette teased him for being gay. He kept talking shit about him being gay.
And he beat the shit out of him?
He beat him to death.
Oh, was he gay?
I believe so. I think that was the rumor.
Wow.
He beat him to death.
But that wasn't illegal, right?
Nope. I mean, he wasn't trying to. He was trying to knock him out. But I forget what they call that fight. See if you can find that fight because that's a rough one to watch the end. Emil Griffith versus
was that the fight that like
Benny Paret.
changed boxing, where they had to like crack down on like safety rules? And
No.
shit? Oh, okay.
The one that did that was Ray Boom Boom Mancini versus Duck Koo Kim. That was the one where Duck Koo Kim died, and I think that was when they started to go to 12 rounds. I think they went to 12 rounds slightly after that, because they were doing 15 rounds before. And I think Duck Koo Kim died in the 13th or 14th round. I forget which round. But I think they had decided that 12 rounds would be the right one. So this is Emil Griffith versus Benny Paret. And this is the one where, he was taunting him. And Emil Griffith just fucking beat the shit out of him.
I'm guessing the guy on the right was the gay guy.
The guy on the right is Emil Griffith, yes.
Okay.
That's the gay guy. With the I don't know if he's gay.
But
I don't
that's
know
what
for sure.
that's what he was
But
being
that
teased about.
Yeah, and he was definitely being teased about that, but that was the rumor that he was. But look, dude, he just beats the fucking shit out of him. Look at this. So he's stuck in the ropes, and Emil Griffith's just teeing off on him while he's out. So he's trapped in the ropes, and he collapses, and then he's dead.
He's dead right now.
Yeah, he's dead, man.
Wow.
Yeah, he beat him to death. Watch that again. Watch that combination again, because it's so crazy. Uppercut, and then he backs up, right hand,
Yeah,
right hand.
this right here?
Right hand.
The ref
right
should have
hand,
stopped it right
right
here.
hand, right
This-
hand,
this
right
is
hand,
crazy.
right hand, right hand. Yeah, he's trapped. The only thing keeping him up is the punches. The punches are so hard, they're keeping his body upright as he's leaning up against the ropes.
Because he dead right here. Bang.
Well, he's out right here. Right,
okay.
like right there, you could have stopped it. Right there, you
Right
definitely
there
should have
for
stopped
sure.
it
Right
when
here?
he's turning away, and he's hitting it with bomb after bomb, and he keeps going 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I mean, he's just swinging at him afterwards.
And the ref just sit there like this.
Yeah, there's been some horrific moments like that.
Dude,
in the
remember
ring.
who was the one guy? I can't remember his fucking name, but he.
Ray Mercer versus Tommy Morrison.
Wait a minute, that's from Rocky, right?
Yeah.
No.
You never saw that one? That might be
No.
the worst one ever.
I'm talking about the guy who he didn't die in the ring, but he had like all this promise.
Oh, Gerald McClellan.
Maybe that's what I'm talking about.
100% who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He was the guy that was a rival for Roy Jones Jr. So as Roy Jones Jr. was a champ and he was a champ, and he fought Nigel Benn, and he almost put Nigel Benn out in the first round. But they collided heads at one point in the fight, and Nigel Benn hit him with some real good punches, and he went down and took a knee, and then he went back to his corner, and he quit. And they couldn't believe that he took a 10 count. And everyone was like, I can't believe he's taking a 10 count. And he went back to his corner, and he was so fucked up that it just slumped
this is
over.
him.
Yeah, this is him. So he had Nigel Benn in all sorts of trouble, knocked him out of the ring, right? Nigel Benn was one of the toughest motherfuckers to ever box. He got back in the ring and survived. So Nigel Benn knocked out of the ring, and here's him after that. So Gerald McClellan is just emptying the fucking gas tank here, just swinging with everything he had. And Gerald McClellan was a fucking murderous puncher. He knocked everybody out. So he was assuming he was about to knock Nigel Benn out too. But Nigel Benn wasn't going anywhere. And so Gerald McClellan got fucking drained. And then Nigel started catching him. Look at that. Left hook, Nigel catches him. And Gerald tags him again. Right hand, uppercut. But Nigel Benn just kept coming. And look, he catches him with that right hand. Look at that left hook. Imagine being that hurt in the first round, and Nigel Benn just comes storming out later in the fight.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy the resilience, crazy the endurance. So Gerald McClellan emptied his gas tank, and Nigel's catching him now. He catches him with a big left hook. And at one point in time, they collided heads. And it was a bad one. It was like a bang.
And you think that's what did it?
No. It was all these punches, for sure. But it was like, I think it was a collision of heads as well that someone had identified that was really bad. But he hit him with some fucking bombs. And look, he dropped him again. So Gerald eventually comes back and drops Nigel again in the 8th round. And Nigel gets back up, and he's like, still not going anywhere. Boom, hits him with a left hook. This is after getting dropped again.
Imagine hitting a motherfucker with everything you got.
And look at this combination. Boom, Nigel over the top of that right hand. So what the point is, this was a fucking war. And there's another brilliant one. So we see like where he takes a knee.
Yeah,
Boom, look at that right hand.
This is fucking
Boom,
sad.
another right hand. So that's where it was. That's where he takes a knee.
Yeah, this is sad.
So he decided to stay down. So he gets hit. I guess he got up for the first one, right? Is that what they're saying? so he goes down a second time. So this is the second time. And then look, you see him like wincing in pain, like holding his head. And that's when he decided to stay down. And so everybody's like, I can't believe he, he quit on his knee like that. But then he went back into his corner and he slumped. And he really never recovered. He went to the hospital and he's alive still, but he's like severely disabled. And I believe he's blind.
And what did it cause, like a brain bleed? Or?
Yeah. I mean, that's the risk that these guys are taking, man. I mean, that's a crazy sport. You're throwing haymakers at each other with like thick padding over the top of it, and that's him today. And this like greatly affected Roy Jones Jr. too, because you got to think that Roy and him almost fought, right? Like that was like a big super fight that people were setting up for the future. And if Roy and him down the line did wind up fighting, that could have been Roy, or that could have been Gerald. Like it could have been either one of them.
Yeah.
Like when two guys are that good and they're swinging the way those guys were at each other.
My money would have still been on Roy though.
Because
Roy in his prime was fucking stupid good.
Dude,
he was ridiculous.
In his prime, no one can touch him. He would win entire rounds without even being hit.
To me, you know what I'll compare Roy to is Anderson Silva.
Similar in that way, like they were just so dominant for a while,
and he would win in such stylish fashion. Where it wasn't just that he was winning, but he just made you look silly. He was doing movie shit.
Roy put his hand behind his back and then knocked the guy out with one punch.
Yeah,
put his hand behind his back, ducked, and then popped him with a right hand and knocked him out.
But just like both, it's like eventually it catches up to you, where it's like, it's like you hit an age where like you don't realize, but you just a millisecond slower.
Yeah. There's that. There's also this other speculation. That speculation is that he went up to heavyweight to fight John Ruiz, and so he had to pack on weight. And then he went back down to light heavyweight. And I think the losing the weight to get back down diminished him severely. And then he fought Antonio Tarver. And Antonio Tarver was a murderous puncher and a motherfucker of a boxer. Yeah. Antonio Tarver could box. And he said in the ring to Roy, because they had one fight previously where it went to a decision, and and Roy had some excuses, I guess. And so he says in the ring for the second fight, "You got any excuses tonight, Roy?" The referee goes, "Any questions? Any questions?" And he goes, "You got any excuses tonight, Roy?" And Roy didn't say anything. And Tarver wound up knocking him out.
And then after that, he just kept getting knocked out, right?
He got knocked out bad after that.
What do you think that is when after somebody gets knocked out, it's almost like it's easier to knock them out after that?
Well, he fought Glenn Johnson after that, who was a very talented contender. Who people like, I think Glenn Johnson was a little older at the time, and maybe people overlooked him. He really had great success like later in his career. But Glenn Johnson knocked out Roy in a scary knockout. Pull that one up. Glenn Johnson, Roy Jones Jr. That was a scary one because this was after the Tarver one. But the Tarver one, he was conscious, but he was fucked up. I mean, Tarver cracked him and he went down, but he was out, right? But he was moving around. This one's even scarier because he bangs the back of his head when he goes down. And this was the comeback fight, right? And so Glenn Johnson was like a suitable comeback opponent. But nobody told Glenn Johnson that. Like, Glenn Johnson came to that fight to win. And Glenn Johnson has his high guard. He's like a really difficult style to deal with and super, super tough guy. Just very, very skillful. And, this was Roy coming off of getting KO'd. And whenever a guy comes off of getting KO'd, the odds of him getting KO'd again go up. I don't know. It depends on the person. Some of them it doesn't go up at all. Some of them it only goes up slightly. But some of them it goes up a lot. For whatever reason. It might be the damage they took from the first knockout. It could be a lot of factors. Look at this. Boom. He hits him with that right hand. Look how he goes out. He goes out stiff. He banged his head off the ground. Like, watch that again. Because it is a fucking brutal series of punches he hits him with. Back here it goes. So he gets him up against the ropes, sets him up for the right hand, and boom, he's out. One hard right hand to the side of the head, and Roy's out. That was a rough one. But that's nothing like Ray Mercer versus Tommy Morrison.
I think it's like your brain going, we're not taking any chances.
Probably.
Like,
There's probably something to that. But get Ray Mercer versus Tommy Morrison. This one was one of the worst. And this one was one after the movie. So Ray Mercer, people thought about him as like this like gold medalist in the Olympics, murderous puncher. Like he was a guy who was on the up. Like he was coming up. And somehow or another, they set him up with Tommy Morrison, who was a very good boxer and had beaten some good guys, but he was just coming off of this movie. So he was in the Rocky movies, and he's fighting a guy that's just been doing nothing but boxing. Now, Tommy Morrison's a movie star now, and he's a young guy. He's got to be distracted. I mean, he's got to be not focused.
Right.
And he's fighting a guy that he probably would have lost to anyway, because Ray Mercer was a motherfucker. And so Tommy is doing well in the fight for a while, but then Mercer eventually catches him because Tommy starts getting tired. And that's one of the things about Tommy Morrison. If you look at Tommy Morrison in the early stages of his fights, he was always better. He would fade. And eventually Ray Mercer catches him. And he hits him with that right hand. Now watch this. Boom. He's in trouble here, right? Boom, 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 boom. Now this is why it's the worst one ever.
Oh.
Bro, he's tangled up in the ropes, and the referee is too small to pull Mercer off of him. So he hits him with multiple punches while he's out cold. Look at this.
This is over now.
The referee doesn't get in there. Look how he gets in there. The referee's just like, hey, you, stop. Hey, you. He's scared because he's a little old guy. He shouldn't be refereeing this fight. These are two elite heavyweights. These are enormous men. And this poor referee is old, got a little pot belly. He doesn't want to dive in there and get fucking murked.
Yeah, you're right.
So because of that, Tommy Morrison takes haymakers. Look, he's out cold, and Ray Mercer's just full blast, teeing off. And another left hook after that, while the referee was holding onto his arms. Bro.
Damn.
That might be the worst.
Did he survive?
He lived, but he was never the same boxer again.
No way.
He beat some good guys after that. He actually beat George Foreman after that.
Yeah, old George Foreman.
Old George Foreman. He won a decision off of old George Foreman. Look at that left hook. Boom, 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 right hand. I mean, this is horrendous, dude. We're looking at it from a different angle now. Look at this. I mean, come on, man. Boom. And then still, he's fully out cold that he got hit 4 or 5 times clean. This is like Benny Paret all over again. This easily could have been the end of his life.
Yeah, for
Easily
sure.
could have been, and probably changed his brain.
Because right here, I mean, what is this ref waiting on?
I mean, but seriously, dude, like this probably changed his brain forever.
Yeah, I mean, what?
This is crazy beating.
What is it this ref is waiting to see?
I don't know, man. That is a crazy beating.
Because when you see a motherfucker getting hit in the face and they're not trying to stop it, I think the fight's over.
You need a big referee with big men. You need someone who could separate those guys.
You need Herb Dean. That
You need
motherfucker,
Herb Dean.
he be diving in like he diving for first base.
Mark Goddard. Mark Goddard's a big guy. You need Big John McCarthy was always great at it. He's a big guy.
Yeah,
you want a big guy for big guys.
I don't want no little motherfucker in there protecting
Not like
me.
that, because that's not protect. That guy didn't. He didn't want to just dive in there
It's like,
and
bro,
separate him.
who's pulling Ngannou off you?
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? You need somebody that could at least move that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know?
Jesus Christ. When Ngannou, when he knocked out Alistair Overeem and then fucking hammer fisted him when he was unconscious.
And he got, and that was just in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time.
But can you imagine a referee being late on that?
Oh my God.
Of like letting him hit him 2 or 3 more times?
Oh my God. While he's out cold. And he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until the referee pulls him off. That's his job.
Yeah.
His job's not to stop when the guy's unconscious. His job is to stop when the referee says stop.
Yeah.
Because the people have stopped when they thought a guy was out, and then the guy was okay and winds up winning a fight, which is the craziest thing to say. But I've seen it on like these local circuits. It does happen. Guys walk away, and the guy gets up and winds up winning the fight somehow.
But
I'm pretty sure I've seen that.
Like
I might be talking shit.
When a guy's concussed, though, they don't get up, right? When they do that?
No, those guys don't generally get up.
Nah.
I mean, different people. It's like different kinds of concussions are different.
But
different kinds of knockouts are different. Some people get knocked out and they come back and they're like, "What happened? Oh fuck, man!" And then they seem fine.
Well, I used to be all judgmental. I'd be like, he didn't have to hit him again. But it's like, I'm not a fighter. I don't fucking know.
Dude, they don't have to. And people do applaud people that don't hit someone while they're out. Like he showed really good judgment there. That's great. Like Mark Hunt was the king of the walkaway KOs. Mark Hunt would uppercut you and just walk away. He knew. He'd watch you crumble and like, you're not getting up.
Yeah. But then there's the opposite, like the Black Beast.
Derek Lewis?
Derek Lewis. He like to see people get hurt.
He hits you when you're out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's his job.
It's like, and one for good measure. Yeah, it was like
his job is the referee has to pull him off. The referee has to stay stop.
Yeah.
The referee has to get him to stop.
He's like a Genghis Khan type of motherfucker.
He's a bad man. Very bad man.
Yeah.
And the hardest puncher, like, probably ever. He hits guys. So he hit Curtis Blades so hard. It was just a short uppercut. Boom. And Curtis just went flat out.
Yeah. He's one of those people that's truly never out of a fight.
Never.
Because remember when he hurt his back?
Yeah.
And when he came back, he wasn't the same.
Well, it sometimes locks up on him still.
Yeah, but he's still.
Oh, he's always so dangerous, man.
Still.
When he fought Alexander Volkov, he was losing that fight.
Didn't he knock out Ngannou?
No, he beat Ngannou by a very boring decision.
Oh, okay.
It was one of the most boring fights of all time. Neither guy engaged. And there's like Derek apparently had a fucked up back, and Francis was like dealing with just losing to Stipe. And so he didn't engage much. He was like uncharacteristically like apprehensive.
But that fight I think that fight turned Francis into a fucking monster.
Well, he came back from that like a beast, and he knocked out Curtis Blades in one of his fights. He knocked out Junior Dos Santos, and the knockout of Stipe was just horrific. Like that knockout was wild. Like that knockout was just, it just showed. First of all, it showed how good he had gotten, because it wasn't just that he knocked him out. He did it patiently and with technique.
And he took him down a couple times, right?
No.
He didn't go to the ground with Stipe?
No, I don't believe so in the second
then
fight.
What fight am I remembering then?
The first fight. I'm pretty sure the second fight was only took place on the feet. I'm pretty sure.
No, because no.
The first fight, Stipe took him down a bunch of times.
No, I'm talking about Ngannou. I remember
took down Stipe?
I remember Ngannou taking a fight to the ground.
Oh, no. That was Cyril Gahn.
Oh, okay, right.
This is like the misinformation boxing and MMA podcast.
I'm too. My memory's all fucked up right now.
That's the way.
But you're right. It's the Cyril Gahn fight.
Yeah, that was because Ngannou went into that fight with a torn ACL. Yeah, so his leg was fucked up. He tore his ACL and his MCL. So he had two fucked up ligaments in his knee.
So why fight?
Because he wanted to win and he wanted that money. And he thought he could beat him even with a fucked up knee, and he was right. And so then after the fight, he went and got surgery. So he hasn't been back since. And what they're trying to set up is Francis Ngannou versus John Jones.
Man. and here's my thing. Hey, Francis, I'm a huge fan, bro. But please don't fight John Jones with nothing broken. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they fixed his knee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's had knee surgery. He's rehabilitated it.
Yeah.
He's back. I don't know what level of rehabilitation has been completed, but he's on track. He's been surgically repaired.
Bruh, I'm seeing that fight.
Yeah, he's also using the UFC PI, I think. He was using them a while. He uses them for some things.
What's the PI?
The Performance Institute.
Oh, okay.
There's a bunch of experts there. They could give you good methods of like healing injuries, and they're up on the latest science and the latest studies about. They have a great facility too. The facility's fantastic, man. It's just filled with heavy bags and a cage where you could film all your sparring sessions.
The hype for that fight.
Oh my God. It's going to be.
But wait a minute.
It's going to be the biggest fight of all time.
You think John is going to, you think that's going to be his first fight back?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that's exactly what John wants to do.
I think it's a bad idea, but also I think he has his ego, the way his ego's set up, he likes the idea of doing something that people think is crazy that can't be done.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
No?
No, I don't think it's a bad idea at all.
Well, let me ask you this.
I think, first of all, both guys are going to be out of condition for a while, or out of competition, rather, for a while. John's been out for a couple years now, and
True.
Francis will be out for a year because of his surgery.
True.
So whenever it does take place, let's say they try to make it take place in the spring. So if they do make it take place in the spring, that is a long time off for both guys. It's longer for Francis for sure, but it's still, they both have like a little bit of a layoff.
No, it's longer for John.
Oh, I'm sorry. Longer for John for sure.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's what I meant. I meant to say it the other way. It's it favors Francis for sure, because Francis is only like a year, whereas John is a couple of years. But a year's a long time to not fight. I mean, I don't know if it's any better or worse to do it once a year versus twice or once every 2 years.
But
I don't. Both of them will give you a certain amount of ring rust.
But also, John's not only been out for 2 years, but now he's moving up a weight class. He's
Yes.
never fought a heavyweight.
But he's trained with a lot of heavyweights,
Okay.
and the results were very favorable. The
Oh, yeah.
stories that I had heard from Jackson Wink about John Jones and heavyweights made me think, like, why doesn't he just fight heavyweight? Because, like, at a certain point in time when he was dominating the light heavyweight division, there was some discussion about that. You know, when he, like, after he knocked out Daniel Cormier, you know, like, there was a lot of discussion about him, like, would he ever move up? Here's his UFC 285 odds. Whoa. John Jones is betting underdog against Francis Ngannou, but healthy favorite to wallop Curtis Blades. Oh, so this is the story behind that. So if Francis is not ready in time, if he's injured still, because, you know, knee rehabilitation, it's a tricky thing. And, you know, you're not getting, like, up-to-date, updates of how he's doing every day. So he might be training and might tweak it. Guys do that all the time.
Yeah.
And then it's another 3 months or another 4 months.
And you definitely can't fight that man.
You can't fight
with
that
a torn
man
nothing.
With a torn nothing.
No.
Especially not John when it comes to wrestling, right? Because he's going to utilize that advantage that he has. John Jones took down Daniel Cormier. You got to always remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember.
But everybody's got to remember that, because you think about, like, he was a junior college level champion. You know, he was an elite wrestler, but that's just because he went to junior college. Like, if John Jones was in another school, like a Division I school, he would have been a champion there too. John Jones was a motherfucker of a wrestler. Yeah. And the way he takes guys down in the UFC and the way he would, like, manhandle guys, he's got immense physical strength. Like, it's fucking immense. And he knows how to fight, man. He knows how to win fights. He knows how to do the right thing at the right time. He's got an octagon IQ that's as high as anybody ever. He's also long as shit, so he knows how to use that length.
And I think he also has that little extra something.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Where he doesn't care if you die. Like, the way he throws some of them elbows, it's almost like he doesn't care if that elbow crushes your fucking skull. You know, there's a little more intent with him when you see him hit people.
He's a bad man. There's no doubt about it.
He's a bad man.
One of the scariest John Jones finishes was when he choked unconscious Lyoto Machida and just dropped him.
Yeah, standing up. Oh,
yeah, he had him in a standing guillotine, put him to sleep, and just dropped him like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
That was dark.
Yeah, he's vicious. That
was dark.
And what kind of dog does he have? He says a Malinois?
Malinois.
A Malinois.
Malinois.
A Malinois.
Belgian Malinois. They're dangerous dogs.
Yeah, it's crazy to have that.
They're little raptors.
Yeah. He's a different kind of person, man.
He does tactical training all day, dude. You ever see those videos that he posts? He's really good. He's, like, very skillful with guns.
I stopped following him. Like, I'm still a fan, but it's like the day-to-day social media shit. I very rarely do I follow the people that I really like, because I don't want. It's like, I'd rather just like what you do. You know what I mean?
I get it.
I don't want to see your everyday shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Some people overshare.
Yeah, or it's like there's a because you're in a position now where you can meet almost whoever you want. And it's like, how many times have you met somebody you've been a fan of for years and you've just been a disappointment? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that does happen. But also doesn't happen. Like, I met Jared Leto, and he's really cool. He's a really nice guy, really fun. He was friends with Theo.
But you're definitely rolling the dice.
You're rolling the dice, but every now and then, I don't even know, man. It's like, I've met enough of them that I'm thinking maybe I'm prejudiced. Like, maybe I was just, you know, you look at, like, famous people and particular actors, and you just almost want them to be douchebags. So, like, you look at it in a biased sense. Like, Chris Pratt is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. He's so friendly.
Did we meet him in Vegas? I think I met him in Vegas with you.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe you did. He's the sweetheart. He's the nicest guy. He's, like, a legitimate Christian and, like, a really kind, friendly person.
Yeah.
I went elk hunting with him.
Yeah, I mean, you know what?
Dude, he's nice to everybody, man. It's not fake. He's like a really, really good guy.
What I've noticed is that the people that are secure in their careers are usually cool people.
Yeah, but it's like, how are you secure in that business? It's like, it's always in flux. You're always coming and going.
I think he's
You're
at peace
here
with
and
that.
there.
He's at peace with that. It's like, you know, it's just like when you meet like a Jim Carrey or fucking, you know, somebody like that in there, and you hear, or Keanu Reeves, and you hear about how nice and how sweet they are, and it's like, I think they've just come to peace with, as much as that business can fuck you up.
Right.
The stuff that, because the reason Hollywood fucks you up is because they start making you care about things that aren't real or don't really matter, and you lose sight of what really matters. But the people that hold on to what matters, like it's oxygen, they're the ones that come out the other side like pretty okay.
Yeah,
you know?
you can do it. You know, it's like you can win the Tour de France. People have won it.
Yeah.
Because for most people, it's just a pressure cooker that fucks with your head to a point where it's really hard to maintain.
Especially when you're a star.
Right. Especially when you're Will Smith.
And nobody checks you. Nobody ever goes, hey, bitch, be quiet.
Will Smith.
You know, right. Like, how long has it been since somebody's been like, shut your stupid ass up?
That guy, that moment was the first moment like that probably ever for him.
Where he lost control?
Well, not just that he lost control. He did it publicly. He showed his ass in front of the whole world, and he was humiliated by it. Everybody was mad at him.
Yeah,
There's a few people that supported him initially. They're like, you don't talk shit about man's girlfriend. But he didn't even talk shit. It was a mild joke. It was like a dad joke.
Now he's trying to make the comeback with the slave movie.
Well, I think they were already filming that.
I think it's already out.
Yeah, but I think they were already working on that.
Oh, yeah. But I think he's just hoping that people forget.
I might be wrong about that, but I was under the impression they were. Was that true, Jimmy?
Or they made it in the last 5 months, which seems a little.
No.
Yeah, I think they were already
out.
working on that.
Is it out on Apple TV already?
Yeah.
But you know what though? I don't know because I'm so much, like pretty much everyone in my life is a comedian, so it's hard for me to know if the average person feels the way I feel because it's hard for me to overlook it.
Yeah, you don't have to overlook it. You know, you just forgive them. People do stupid shit. And they lose their fucking head, and they do things in a way that they think is justified, whether it's because they're famous or because it's deserved or the relationship they have with their significant other that leads them to believe that they have to defend that woman or she's going to be upset at them later, and they would rather just go on stage and smack Chris Rock in front of everybody. But you can tell that he had lost his mind because he was saying, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. And he was saying it, and the whole place was silent. And he had to realize that the whole place was silent. And he had to realize while those words were coming out of his mouth that this was on television in the Academy Awards. And he was scheduled to win an Oscar. And he's like, am I still winning this fucking Oscar? Like, what is going to happen now? What the fuck did I do? Then to have it go from that to not knowing how the world's perceiving it, to then you go on stage and you cry and you apologize and they give you an Oscar and everyone gives you a standing ovation. So you think it's over?
Yeah, until you. So maybe there's no Wi-Fi at the Oscars. You know, do you leave that motherfucker?
Edit that shit out.
They knew what was going on.
What's that?
They knew what was going on. There was people talking to them like in the commercial breaks.
Right, but I don't think he probably fully grasped. After everyone gave him a standing ovation, I bet he still thought he was okay.
Yeah, man, because you got to understand the world they live in.
I think a lot of. I mean, he was dancing at the fucking party, the after party.
Yeah, Puff Daddy came up on stage and was like, "Well, we're gonna have to talk about this later."
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have done it, and it's a fucking tremendous mistake.
But the miscalculation is that you don't control Twitter, man.
But it's also, are you gonna dismiss all the great movies that guy's made? I Am Legend.
No.
I, Robot. All these. I mean, he made some killer fucking movie. Is he like useless now? Like,
no.
Like, let the guy realize he fucked up. Chris Rock is the one who really has to forgive him if he forgives him. If he forgives him, it's basically over.
I think he will eventually.
Maybe Chris is like, that was like his sign that, that all that to be smacked in the face and then they give that same guy a standing ovation. Like, these are the people I'm working with.
Fuck these people.
Why am I working with these people?
I think that shit unlocks some shit in
exactly. Well, dude, he's been murdering, like old school Bring the Pain, Chris Rock.
And because I think he got freed. Because like I said, it's like because Patrice called it the golden handcuffs. It's like the deeper you get in Hollywood, it's like the more they give you, the more they give you, the more they give you. But all that shit come with at any time we can yank it away.
Yeah.
And it's like, as soon as you stop giving a fuck about all that, like, take it, motherfucker. Like, if you have that, I think it opens up something for you.
Also, at the same time, he starts going on tour with Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. So he was doing his own tour, and then Dave and him combined, and then they did a series of shows. They did London. They're doing all over the fucking world.
Yeah. And they're taking Rick
So
Ingraham.
it's just, Took Reagan. I ran into them. We all had. We went to Pasta Bar, Philip's place.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, that must have been great.
Oh, it was amazing. Chris and I, we text each other, and after the shows, I had a show at the Vulcan, and he had a show at the fucking.
Philip
Giant.
is dope, man.
He's the best.
We went to his house for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he's the best.
Yeah, these motherfuckers had the nerve to have a potluck.
Oh no.
Right.
Philip Franklin Lee.
Right. Philip Franklin Lee is like one of the best chefs in the world, and his wife is one of the best pastry chefs in the world. And then all of us are bringing our little fucking, our little dishes to the.
So he set us up at Pasta Bar late night. They did a late night seating. It was me and Chris, and who else went? William Montgomery went. Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, dude. It was amazing. A couple of Chris's friends. We had a great fucking time. They gave us wine pairings and food. We ate till like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's the one thing that would make me break my. Because I think I'm gonna do what you said. We're gonna do a public weight loss thing. I'm gonna go the whole month of January.
Don't think of it as weight loss. This is what you got to think.
Lifestyle change.
Yes.
Adjustment.
Just think of it as a life change.
Yeah.
And you can do it. It's not that hard. If you can do stand up, you could do this.
Yeah.
All you have to do is, like I was telling you about that Sober October thing, the committing to 500 calories or committing to writing for 2 hours. Just commit to doing a certain amount of exercise every day. And you don't have to make it 500 calories. That's a lot. You should build up to that. But you could start off with 150. Start off with 150 calories. That's a reasonable amount of calories for one workout.
Oh, burning that many.
Yeah, burning.
Oh, I thought you meant only eating that many. I was I think I'm gonna die from that.
You'll be dead. You'll be dead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You get a chest strap. That's what I'm saying. Let's not think about like losing weight. What you really want to think about is being healthy, and weight will just come off, especially if you just eat healthy.
What mostly matters is because you know what I realized, Joe, recently is I realized that discipline is also a muscle.
Yeah,
and it's one of mine that I've allowed to atrophy. It's not enough to just know what to do, but the will to do it, to will yourself past your like you say it every day, your inner bitch.
Yeah.
The ability, because you've seen a man whose wife is like mean to them, and you just look at him like, oh, you poor motherfucker. It's like, and it's like that's what it's like. Your inner bitch is like belittling you, and to stand up to that.
Yeah,
that's a muscle that I haven't, and that's what it is. Like just the discipline to make myself do something every day other than because that was my problem, is I let everything fall by the wayside. To do comedy, to just focus on comedy and it worked. It made me good at comedy pretty quick, but now that I'm in the midst of like the success. You got to be healthy to do this, to actually be on the road every weekend and constantly writing and constantly auditioning. And
it beats you up if you're not.
Yeah, and I let all of that go, and it's like now I got to focus on that.
But the most important thing is you've done it before, so you can get in shape again.
Oh yeah, I can definitely get in shape. Yeah.
All you have to do is make a number and do that number every day. So we'll get you a polar chest strap. That's what I use. You could use any one you want, but the chest strap seems to be the one. It's a heart monitor.
Oh, okay.
So it works with an application. So you put it on. It's a strap. You wrap it around. It's a little sensor. Sits right here, and you have an app on your phone, and you start your workout. And it'll tell you what your heart rate is at any given time, and it'll tell you when you get to whatever your calorie goal is. So you just decide on whatever the number is, whether you want. I think 150 is a good number to start with, and you just do it every fucking day. Every single day. Don't ever take a day off. Unless you're sick. If you're sick, don't work out. But if you're not sick, don't take the day off.
You don't work out when you're sick?
No.
Oh.
No, when I'm sick, I give my body a chance to recover.
Because you know what I hear in my head when I was taking care of myself and I would be sick, you know what? I would hear that dude. Fuck, I forget his fucking name, but you know who I'm talking about. He had a heart thing, but at first he had the record.
C.T. Fletcher?
C.T. Fletcher. And
That's my man.
He's just your fucking set.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would always hear that.
My daughter was wearing his hoodie the other day.
Really?
And I said, do you know what that stands for?
She doesn't.
She goes, no. I go, this is my 14-year-old, so it's okay. I go, it's still your motherfucking set.
Right.
And she goes, no, it doesn't. I go, that's what that means.
That's what it means.
That's what it means. That's C.T. Fletcher.
Yeah.
It's still your motherfucking set. That's that mentality.
It is.
He had a crazy mentality when it comes to work ethic and pushing himself.
He's got like that David Goggins, whatever the fuck gene they got.
It's just drive.
That's what bro. Imagine if you could get David Goggins to if you could mix the genes of David Goggins and John Jones's mom. Because don't forget, her other son is in the NFL.
Yeah, well, it's the grandma. The grandma is
okay.
John Jones told me. He's like, this is grandma. It's where we get all our genes from.
What is grandma?
Grandma is just like a super athlete.
No way. What is who is
you should see her. She's such a specimen of womanhood.
She's still alive.
She's still alive.
And what she do?
I don't know, man, but she fucked me up. If that lady was mad at me, I'd be fucking terrified.
Yeah, I bet.
For real. And like his brother's a star in the NFL, and his other brother's a star in the NFL.
Yeah,
and
insane.
both of them could have fought. And his brother, I think Arthur had done a lot of. I think it's his brother Arthur. Is that the bigger one? Has done a bunch.
Chandler's bigger.
Chandler's the bigger one.
Younger. Arthur's older though.
I think it's the older brother. I think it's Arthur. Arthur's done a bunch of MMA training. There's like videos of him training, and people were speculating that he was going to have a fight. Dude, that's a family.
Do you think?
Yeah. But out of all of them, I mean, look what John Jones has done, man, for fighting, man.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Yeah, because the thing is, as athletic,
that's his grandma. Look at her.
Wow,
dude, she's so strong, man.
But as athletic as
really
the whole
tall.
family is, it's like none of them are the greatest at what they're doing. Like he's the
greatest. Yeah. It's hard. I think
GSP is and again, this is me being a slightly above filthy casual, but I think GSP is the only person where you could really make an argument
for all-time great.
Yeah,
you can make an argument for Khabib too. Khabib, he retired undefeated. John Jones is also undefeated, I should say.
Yeah.
John Jones has one loss on his career, and it's a bullshit loss.
Yeah.
Where he destroyed the dude, but he was hitting him with downward elbows, which is the dumbest fucking rule in the game.
Right.
The absolute dumbest rule in the game. You can hit a guy with any kind of elbow except for a downward elbow. That makes zero sense. You can block that the same way you block any other kind of elbow.
Right.
Side elbows, downward elbow. You can figure out a way to block it. You just gotta. It has to be a weapon. It's the reason why it was made illegal is so stupid. It has to do with people being ignorant way back in the early days of MMA.
Okay, yeah, because
they thought you break bricks with it on TV, so you can't have that in the octagon. It's too dangerous. Really, that's how Big John McCarthy talks about it.
Okay.
It was his experience with these people trying to like.
And bro, these athletic commissions, they are so slow to change.
Some of them are. Some of them are really good. California's really good.
Yeah, but they've never.
Vegas is really good.
They're because I remember seeing something recently about like the biggest like bullshit decisions and how like I don't think they've ever overturned an MMA decision. The Nevada people. I don't think they've ever overturned even the most egregious, unfair bullshit. They've never overturned.
Yeah, I don't think they have either. I don't know if that's a fact, but I don't know of any offhand that I could just pull. I could pull a lot of shit out of the top of my head. So it's like you got John Jones, you got Khabib, you got GSP. I still say BJ Penn in his prime at lightweight was motherfucker. You for sure have Khabib. You know, there's some Kamaru could have been right there.
Yeah.
If Kamaru didn't lose to Leon, if Kamaru just moved away for that last minute of that last round and didn't get head kicked, people would be talking about Kamaru in that same category as one of the great.
They already were.
Dominated everybody, man.
And he might still come back.
He might still come back.
Yeah.
But he's had some real problems with his injuries. Knee injuries that are real bad. Hand injury that he had to get surgery on. He's had some real problems.
But he's always like, remember when he won the title, it was something wrong with his foot.
Well, I think so. Well, he also has had bad knees forever, like real bad, like since college,
just
since
like
wrestling.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, real bad, like fucked up cartilage, like constant pain. Where like he had to go downstairs backwards while he was training for a fight. His knees were in so much pain that he'd go downstairs backwards. And then when he would walk on like sidewalks and there was grass next to it, he'd walk on the grass because it didn't hurt his knees. That's the kind of pain. That's the kind of mental strength he has to be able to fight. He's just willfully destroying his knees. And if you look at his body,
wow,
his legs, like the size and the musculature of his legs, is not comparable to the musculature of his upper body. And I've always wondered if that's related. Because if you look at his upper body, he's fucking shredded and jacked, but he has fairly small legs for a guy that big, but like severe knee problems.
Man, you know, I think about it all the time, but man, fighters are the most used up and thrown away people for what they give up for the chance to be great. You know?
But if you can do it, the glory for many of them.
Yeah, but even after the glory, we throw them away.
Well,
the moment they start getting knocked out, people start.
Their time is done. You know, the thing is like, do they deserve more? What do they deserve?
They deserve.
Some of them get to do commentary, which is great. Like DC has transitioned into commentary, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's perfect. The perfect amount of losses, the perfect time in his life. He steps out. That's a wrap.
And he's good at it.
He's very good at it. And he has a unique skill set in wrestling. He can describe wrestling better than anybody.
But a lot of fighters, though, you know, when they in their career, they out here sounding like Herschel Walker.
Yeah,
know?
Dominic Cruz is really good at it too. So is Michael Bisping. So is
Yeah.
Paul Felder. There's a lot of guys that wind up doing other stuff and they become successful at it. Yeah. It's totally possible. It's just real hard. It's a real hard transition.
Yeah, because there's more people that's like, you know, Mark Hunt, where like they end up having to fight well past their primes just to keep food on the table.
Do you know Mark Hunt just beat an undefeated boxer by knockout?
What?
Yep, in Australia. Huge fight. This guy was this up and coming, undefeated prospect, and it was this big deal that he was going to fight Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt was a huge underdog and knocked this dude out cold. You want to watch it?
Let's watch it. Yeah.
This podcast is 1,000 hours long.
I know, right? How long we been talking?
Hours. It's 6:30. 4.5 hours.
What?
Brian Simpson. We haven't even got up to pee.
I know, dude. I got to piss off.
So bad. So we'll watch this and we'll wrap this up.
All right, yeah, let's wrap it up.
Let's give props to Mark Hunt, a legend,
man.
a legit legend. I mean, Mark Hunt.
Was it in K1?
No, it was in Australia. It was a boxing match. Mark Hunt boxing match. I think the dude's initials were RSV or something like that. I wasn't aware of who this dude was, but
Does that sound right?
Yes, he's an undefeated young boxer, and it was supposed to be, you know, a fight where he was gonna show the world because Mark Hunt is this famous UFC fighter,
Okay, yeah, he was
K1 champion. Mark Hunt went to K1 Grand Prix way back in the day. Mark Hunt's been fighting forever.
No, he was nasty with it.
Dude,
Yeah.
he was a tank. Also had the greatest chin of all time. He got head kicked by Crow Cop and got right back up.
Weird.
When Crow Cop was wearing shoes. Crow Cop was wearing wrestling shoes.
Oh, yeah.
And he head kicked him.
Yo, why do you think it is that people don't stay at top of the heavyweight division that long?
Because the power those guys have.
Yeah.
You get hit by a guy that big.
Because so many people that were heavyweights where it was like, this person's the GOAT. And then the next person's like, no, it was this person.
If you're a guy like, here it is.
Video I could find.
Boom, boom, boom. So this is Mark Hunt teeing off. And this is this young, undefeated fighter.
Sonny Bill Williams was his name.
Sonny Bill Williams. SBW.
Guess that was it.
And Mark Hunt just KO'd him.
Yo, how does Mark Hunt even still talk straight?
He talks great.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got no problem. Whatever that gene is, that you get more CTE if you have that gene.
That's like that Samoan shit.
APOE4. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hold on, you serious?
Yes.
There's a gene.
There's a gene that leads you to have a higher likelihood of CTE.
Wow.
I believe it's called APOE4. Yeah. Brian Simpson, I love you to death. Let's go pee.
Let's go pee, dude.
This is a lot of fun. Do some shows tonight.
Yeah, love you too, man. Thank you.
Love you too. Bye.